also relate to shadow corruption's progress. In the first shadow corruption spreading, the red progress bar decreases at the slowest rate, and in the second time, the red progress bar falls at a somewhat faster pace. And in the third to the seventh shadow corruption spreading, the red progress bar depletes at a consistent rate, which is about twice as quick as in the first shadow corruption spreading. As the first healer on Morris Isle, Kurumi is naturally mighty regarding resurrection skills. Other heroes who want to perform resurrection can only do it close to a Karen. Kurumi's binding player can connect with Karen from a distance and perform a revive to avoid the battle near Karen and avoid damage from shadow corruption. It is worth mentioning that all three forms of binding player can also link Karen, and the speed of resurrection is the same. Because of WBG Xiao's unhurried efforts to revive team WBG Jing at the last second, the team was able to enter the final circle with no casualties and win the championship of 2022's Nbpl Season 1 Trio game.
Tightening the net around him, and he is punished, he is taken down, but it's not quite done because JJ strike back, they fire back. No, but they got Sansi now with the Yota ultimate, trying to make this damage stick, trying to dodge away. Can he finish him up? The healing from the umbrella is there, and it's still...
It looks like they will get an elimination. No, J-Team actually ends up getting it. And a double grab comes through from OUG's Wade. And then the double grab happens immediately. And Wade's able to do it again. And he grabs him a third time.
He's playing it fairly calm and collected for now, just buying some space for his team. Finds a grab. Lovely stuff. Ping Tao from AOW is going to be going incredibly low. But there is a massive Viper stun to lock everybody down from GG here. Looking to finish LXN down. The meter dump coming in. An absolutely colossal amount of damage. And down he goes. JJ, because G are running them through. JJ are down there, out of the lobby. One and still too many players. SS pinned against the wall. He is in a rough situation. They are somehow able to turn it around. Lucky goes down. OUG. Mystic Mike's 120. That's massive for them. Oh, what a strike from SS! On the edge of the cliffs, as in comes SS with a big stun for the side of OUG. Who is he going to lock down? That's going to be a kill onto Ventus. They're able to secure that one. Mentality may just go down as well. As we cut over to OUG, the winner of our first bi-weeklies here at the Naraka Bay Point Pro League.百列就带走黄不来了吗？王良这边是击败了黄不来，拿下本场比赛的决胜。这波能反杀，看一下小月这波操作，他输了。
参透风情共受尽，经久恨情怎在明？怎在？
的那个我，划过几万年不熄灭的烽火。
看破这条路，我有我的执着。浮生静坐一瞥，出手证明我存在过。
我是用剑中行者，万物为这个赢得。
我的战歌不惧平仄，并不需要谁的认可。浮生静坐一瞥，出手证明我存在过。出招，让你吐奈何。
一剑君冲破万劫，无名无间。一剑君冲破万劫，无问无解。No hesitation, no hesitation。天地一震，看我剑气如火。No hesitation, no hesitation。
用战斗去证明谁才是神。
Miracle, 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 ready for miracle, miracle, miracle。万世皆有我决心不移，我灵魂无惧，我生命不息，我身本无躯。
神秘的因果束缚我的枷锁，无法困住我，捏住龙塔云朵。不做这来世的佛陀，占尽这现实的疯魔，读不透这一份执着，扰乱这人间的烟火。莫问归期，不要再问我要去往何处。信者的声音，我们本性迎合不了无数。浮生静坐一瞥，出手证明我存在过。出招，让你吐奈何。让你吐奈何。
比剑君冲破万劫，无名无间。比剑君冲破万劫，无问无解。No hesitation, no hesitation。天地一震，看我剑气如火。No hesitation。
用战斗去证明谁才是神。
Miracle, 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 ready for miracle, miracle, miracle。
周决就像试金石，让我奔腾向前，带给我剑指总冠军的希望，也带给我前路未知的恐慌。但你不上，怎么知道自己有多强？
现在一直在等你这边的一个滋养技术。
哎，动到了，给了个摆列，但是双方状态差的可能稍微有点多，还是恭喜。
所有人都说大局已定，但我从不信命。驰骋千里的气概，临渊愉悦的爆发，只要相信自己，就会打开无数种可能。
来啦，这个时候直接拔刀一刀砍下去，好像效果一般。
但是好多人有长魂啊！这一波出征拼了半天，只拿了1个技能。
获胜时，我喜欢看到大家意想不到的目光，想做赛场上不一样的那个，自成一派，再一次点燃同一个目标。
你实在是太强了，就算阿莎已经开了3个 B 型诀，但是好像没有什么回天乏术的感觉。
杀倒了！
用自己的方式一次次的突破自己，创造过令人惊叹的记录，也承受过彻夜难眠的失利。即使戴上冠军的头衔，荣光也只有短暂的那一天。我们敢去创造记录，也敢再去打破自己的记录。
射到了，留下来了，百步穿杨，再来一剑，手上还要再推，再来一剑，射到了，还想再来蹦塔里的击败分数是谁的？又是这边的吗？不是，是这个的。
有扛下战败的勇气，就没有不可战胜的强敌。过程当然不会一帆风顺，但我们只管向前。我一直在等待登顶的时刻，所以再来一次又如何？
这个哇，他好像有奥义了，这个时候差一点就一丝嘛。这边的话再来个7.5名，这一波的话卡西可能要终结比赛了，这边全部晕住。这一波呀，基地现在击败分就剩基地了，那恭喜！
放弃往往是最简单的选择，每一战对我来说都是一种挑战。挫折只会被更强大的信念逆袭，逆流而上，愈战愈勇。
抓得很差，小伟这边又来了，怎么你抓？带着我队友又怎么样？7.5名，刚才安宇的新时装能招架不住小伟，梅开不是2度，甚至4度。小伟的7.5名要杀死比赛了吗？百炼斩再来，加上一个惊雷事件，现在奈何桥来了，不想人拔刀，所有人都是逼得在安宇外面，两边的1v1对战，但甩锅不甩锅，站到了最后一刻。
Welcome back to the Nbpl. Sorry for that little bit of delay there, but I promise you it's going to be worth it. We've got a new patch today for Naraka, and also, most excitingly, a new map as well. Today is the debut of Holoroth on the pro scene. We're going to be seeing a lot of that a bit later on into the game, into the day. My name is Foxdrop. I'm joined by the lovely Moxie, and we're here to bring you some brilliant Naraka action. How are you feeling today, Moxie? How are you doing?
I'm doing really good. Not only do we have new patch having a little bit of tinkers with some of these heroes, we do, as you've mentioned, have Holoroth, and I've been counting down the days for Holoroth to become available because, my goodness, not only is it absolutely ginormous, but the amount of plays that pros can pull off with all of the traps, all of the boons around this map, I cannot wait to see whether we're going to get to see a couple of kills coming off of some of those snares.
I'm honestly, like, the thing, you might think things like traps and stuff like that, you won't see too much in the pro scene. The pros will be used to it. They'll check it all out and they won't fall for it. Mate, this is the first time they're playing on it in professional, man. If there's any time someone's going to get caught in a trap, it's today. This is where it's going to happen. So I'm excited to see that as well. As you mentioned, there's spike traps coming through. There's the rolling pins you can get pushed out like you're making a pizza or something. Like I'm expecting at least one of them. What kind of pizzas are
you making?
Well, you don't rolling pin the thingy-majig out, don't you? Like the dough?
But like
yeah,
normally
well,
rolling pins are flat. If you have like the spikes attached to a rolling pin, then you're just going to be tearing up your pizza dough.
That's fair. That's fair. That's fair. Perhaps the rolling pin in Naraka is a little spikier than the one you might use to make pizza. But it's good that we're not actually making pizza. We're making Naraka hero pizza pie. Affected by the typhoon, today's solo match will be delayed. Thank you for your patience. Now, I don't know if that is related to the fact that we're already an hour delayed, or if we're going to be delayed even more. I hope it's the former and not the latter, but we'll keep you posted either way. Yeah, I'm so excited to see some things going down. We had the final of the first bi-weekly last week. That was really exciting. I got to cast that one, and Chu Sheng coming out on top at the end. It was a load of fun. It was absolutely hectic, absolutely mental and crazy. And today, throwing in that spanner of Holoroth on that new map, I expect nothing less but more craziness, more hecticness. And then we're going to take a look at what we got going for you today. So here's the general rules of things happening here. You can see how it's important that you're getting lots of kills, you're slashing people down on the maps. I was going to say just the one map, but it's not too much now. Gosh, it's so exciting. But it's also important that you finish high as well. We do see a lot of times there are some players that are good at getting kills, but they get knocked out so early because they're so aggressive and they never finish too high, and it's a little bit unfortunate. But you can see on the right hand side of your screen, if you want to land those big juicy points, you have to kill people and you have to finish high as well. We've got 6 games for you today on the ticket. Game number 3 and game number 6 will be on Holoroth, as we mentioned. The other games will be on the Morris Isle. Taking a look at the groups here as well. Moxie, talk to me a little bit about some of these teams. Who have you got your eyes on coming into this bi-weekly 2?
But we have 2 big players, honestly, coming straight into contention. It is going to be groups A and C that are facing off today, and that means that Chu Sheng, the player from last week's bi-weekly finals who walked away with Solo's #1 spot, is going to be playing for JDG. But likewise, we've also got GG Sha coming into the mix, and he was currently, I believe, 10th in Season 1 overall in terms of the solo standing. But if Sha is having a really good day, we could get to see those 2 players go toe-to-toe to duke it out for that #1 spot.
Yeah, Sha was a player that was very consistent last week in that bi-weekly final. He was not necessarily showing up until towards the later of the games. I believe he got MVP in game number 5, and there on your screen right now is Chu Sheng, who was the overall winner. Looking very swag right there in his denim jacket. I have to say, denim jacket's very in right now. I'm not biased or anything like that at all. As we get a look at the players here, preparing themselves for today, for the games. That is how I'd prepare myself as well. Just face down on the sofa, just chilling.
Just
Absolutely
getting comfy.
Love that. Yeah, brilliant. You got to, I mean, come on, you got to be comfy. If you're not comfy, then what are you doing? You got to be in your element, right?
Yeah, you've got to catch up on your sleep too. Like, these are long games. In Season 1, a lot of these players only had to play 3 games. But when we moved into Season 2, the format actually changed. So now we have 6 games of solos, and then on separate days, 6 games of trios. So for these players who were coming off of Season 1, used to only playing about 3 hours of Naraka, suddenly they're coming in and having to play about 7.
Yeah, it's a long day. If it's a long day for me sitting here talking about people doing this stuff, imagine how long it is for people actually doing this stuff. So yeah, it's that mental fortitude definitely comes into it, and we see that honesty reflected in just how the games go. Like, there are some people who get off to really good starts, but they really taper off as the day goes on. It's absolutely certainly a marathon, not a sprint, when it comes to the Nbpl with those 6 games, as you mentioned. And it's all about consistency. It's not enough to just pop off in one game and then just really suck in the rest of them. That's not going to get you anywhere. Like, there are 6 games you have to perform in all of them, and you know, you can't really afford to have more than 1 or 2 bad games. And it's all about that consistency, as you mentioned. Moxie, as we are getting into our first game here, just taking a little bit of time, I want to ask you a bit more, of course, about the hot topic of the day, which is the new map of Holoroth. You've mentioned, you were talking to me a bit before we went live about how you like to drop Imperial and then move to the middle of the map and stuff like that. What are you kind of expecting, like, from these pro players? Because obviously we've not seen it before, but like, generally speaking, what are you keeping your eyes on to come through from the map?
So, because it's solos, like, this is a really punishing format, right? Normally in trios, if something goes a little bit dicey, you have 2 teammates who can immediately come and peel for you. In terms of dropping in the beginning of these maps, when you come in solos, there's a reason that we see a lot of Yoto and Justina being extremely meta in Season 1, and Zipping obviously coming in 2, allowing with that V2 a lot of aggression. I think we're going to have players who maybe play a little bit of that long game, making sure that they're going to be able to survive. But at the same time, I want to see players properly taking advantage of all that Holoroth offers. And obviously, if anyone has actually got to play on Holoroth themselves, they will know we normally have tiers of different armor. And we're coming in with 1 tier above Legendary. It's the only kind that you can find on Holoroth. It is obviously after you've been able to solve the puzzle at Sunwings. If you're able to solve the puzzle, you have a percentage chance when you unlock that chest of picking up red armor, which is 1 tier above Legendary, gives you 6 lots of armor instead of 5. So we might at the very beginning see a lot of players dropping into that position, taking advantage of the fact that when the first circle is open, you have 1 resurrection available. Because like I said, it's the only one of its kind. So once it's gone, it's gone. And while yes, it's probably not as important because it's not trios, we're not going to see things like a Yuetian or a Tian, who obviously they scale. When they go for that transformation, their health and attack damage scales with the loot that they have equipped, making it extremely important that you load out your transformers with things like yellow or purple armor as fast as possible. It's still going to be a massive boon to some of these players in the solo, so that when you go for things like that Yoda ultimate, and after that first slash where you become vulnerable and grabbable, you have a little bit more padding on your health bar to be able to survive all of the slashes.
And how much do you think from these kind of things are just a bait? Because obviously, you know, high risk, high reward and such. But one of the things that I really took away from the Bi-Weekly 1 finals was the person who came out on top wasn't necessarily the person who had the best loot, and if anything, like, we saw maybe a bit of hesitancy coming through from people who had the best loot, because it's like they don't want to, I assume, because they don't want to drop it, which is a bit counterintuitive. But either way, there was definitely not that strict trend positive correlation between like sick loot and sick gameplay. Do you think some players will just kind of avoid it because they're like, you know what, it's not worth it. Red armor, screw it. I'm not going to bother with it. I'm just going to play my normal game plan. I'm not going to go out of the way for it. Is that something you think we'll be seeing? Like just giving up on it altogether, or do you think it will be hotly contested, as you mentioned?
I think it's definitely going to really show a lot of players' play styles. Like you said, there are some players who like to go a little bit more hesitant and just play for survivability. There's a reason that we see Yoto and Justina, like I said in Season 1, being very strongly meta, because when you dropped initially, you would be able to survive that combat without having to burn your resurrection. The second that you weren't able to find some weapon, Yoto obviously has her F. She can use it for a lot of zoning potential. She can go for a lot of resets and healing in the middle of it. Then we have Justina, who likewise with her freeze ice form can make sure that unless someone comes in with fire tick damage, which you're not going to find straight off the bat unless you're going up against someone like Pandaman, who still likes to lock in that Taka, it is a lot safer to be able to go into that ice form and then get that reset of the reshield.
Taking a look at some of the players on your screen who will be competing today in the solos. Dongqing really wants to step up from what we saw from him last week. He was having a bit of a nightmare that time round, but it's cool, man. That was last week. This is this week. You know, he's here for a reason. He's a competitor, and he certainly deserves to be here, and he's going to definitely look to shape things up. And this is one of your favorites, a player that you mentioned before, Shah from GG. Someone to keep your eyes on. A very consistent player, not always the flashiest, but very, very consistent, and did get the MVP in game number 5 last week in the Bi-Weekly final. I don't think he's someone that you can write off. Is there anyone else you're keeping your eyes on as we go into our first game of the day?
We have to talk about Shushang, right? There's a reason the guy walked away with the Bi-Weekly final beneath his belt. He's a very good player. Dahui is another one that you want to keep an eye for, and it's really interesting too. A lot of these players, with how the point system works in terms of the heroes that you can go for, obviously you have a select number of times that you can pick a hero, and then once you're out of those points, you have to move on to the next. So in Season 1, we saw a lot of flexing between the Justina and the Yoto, but with the Ping being the latest hero on the block, we don't get to see her in trios, but solos is where she reigns supreme. Last week in the Bi-Weekly finals, 5 of 6 of the MVPs were running the Ziping. And it honestly is extremely strong. When you look at all of her utilities, we don't tend to see her in trios because it's very choosy. You can only pick one person who benefits from things like the shield and that tap extra little bit of dodge with your shift to make sure you have a little bit more movement to try and either chase after aggressively or be able to play a little bit more passively and use it as a backstep, a little bit more of an escape. But she also just got buffed.
Yes.
That's something that you and I were talking about before we actually started up today, while we were waiting and just jamming away to all of the beautiful, lots of swords out coming into play. So she now actually got Saving Grace. It has been buffed. Yes, the amount of percentage of heal increase has been nerfed from 30 to 20%, but Saving Grace's heal is now 35 health and 30 armor per second. And it lasts for her ultimate 24 seconds instead of 20 if you go for version 1. Aegis now lasts 16 instead of 12. And we do see a lot of players running the second version of the F, the second version of the ultimate, so that you don't have to worry about getting Mortal Defiance. The Soul Jade, you can survive one fatal hit and still live. And then on the second version of the F ability, well, you get the shield. That means that you can't be interrupted from non-focus strikes, which is absolutely massive in terms of controlling the neutral.
Just tanking everything up right there. Utterly disgusting, and why she's so strong in solos. Wang Liang on your screen right here was, if I'm not mistaken, the winner of season 1. Something along those lines. Was a very, very good player back in season 1, and pretty good last week, honestly, in the bi-weekly finals. Got 2 MVPs. Wasn't able to come out on top overall. A little bit inconsistent from him, but still, you know, definitely has it in the tank. A player to keep your eyes on. For me though, from FPX, like I haven't seen these guys compete in solos. This is not someone that I've seen. This is not a team that I personally have seen perform. But obviously, as an organization and as a team, we have huge expectations for these guys. And I know obviously they're very strong as well. One of the better teams, if not the best team we have in Giro. So definitely someone to keep your eyes on him as we move into our first game. We're going to take a little look-see here at the heroes that have been locked in for our first game. I'm excited to get this one started. All these names on the screen, oh my goodness. Oh, you got Panda Man, Cowboy, Shu Shang, Bro, this is like a star-studded lineup today. I'm really excited to see how this one starts off. And, you know, it's not, like I said, it's a marathon, not a sprint, but getting that first game, having something good to get that confidence rolling, just to get things started is very, very important. So we're seeing a lot of the Yotos coming through here. 4 Yotos for our lovely gentleman in the first lock-in here. I'm not really expecting too much else.
Oh, there it is.
Okay.
Getting a little bit of a difference coming out from Panzerman and one of our other players too. Gonna be locking in with that target. There's our first Zipping. Gonna be coming on out, as we can see. Yet more onslaughts of the Yodo. But it's going to be an interesting lobby, because a lot of these Justinas are going to be very strong in terms of that freeze bomb. There we can actually see Xiang Yu going for a Justina as well. But Taka is a direct counter to it. So, yeah, those fireballs. Those fireballs are going to make it a lot harder for those Justinas to be able to survive the freeze bomb. In Taka as well, it's a sort of counter to Yodo too. When she goes into that F ability, if you do catch her out with things like the fireballs, or you go with cannon splash damage too, you can actually get the AoE to still connect onto the Yoda when she's in the middle of it, which is another reason why we see Cannon being such a sought-after weapon. So we can have a look at where exactly all of these players are going to be dropping. Something to note too is that we're not on Holoroth just yet. That is going to be, as you said, game 3. So something we actually saw in weeks 1 and 2 was signs that these players had been practicing for Holoroth and were a little bit out of practice when it came to positioning when we headed over to Morris Isle, but we are going to be following along with last week's bi-weekly finals winner. It is going to be Xu Sheng for JDG, but immediately it's OUG who's been able to try and find a little bit of an engagement, doesn't really want to use up that Yodo F ability, knows that they can get stuck in that building and get potentially third-partied, and is going to be choosing to avoid the fight until those abilities are taken away, as it is 17J Al moving in, does not have that Yodo F ability, has to allow Luring King to be able to get a little bit of loot just off of the back of that F. Does have the Dual Blades, hasn't been able to find a counter just yet. They're getting a lot of damage, and there's the counter, and immediately follows on through. Luring King not going to have that F ability to fall back onto, just has to try and go for a little bit of an escape, but they don't really have grapples at the moment, and Ego is just going to be able to keep them in the neutral. Nice close and personal as the second counter comes through, and it is Ego walking away with the pick.
Yeah, Luring King not going to feel too happy about that one. Got parried twice in that encounter. Is going to go down. As a reminder, these early kills don't mean a huge amount, or the deaths I should say specifically, because you do get that resurrection at the beginning of the game. No one who dies here is going to be completely out of the lobby, as we're seeing DAY1 bring someone down as well with those purple weapons of his. Absolutely love to see that early game. But obviously getting kills is still great because it affects your score towards the end of the match. So you do like to see a lot of this aggression early, as the risk is kind of low, because if you do die, it's not the end of the world. You just respawn, you're Gucci. But obviously the reward is quite high because you can get those kills that go towards your points. As we're seeing Kaibao here from Wolves just chasing down, trying to find his prey. Like he's going to be a bit of a pickle, doesn't quite find the grappling to get for the chase there, and just going to run away as Dinglui here, just able to fly on by, get out of this one. Nothing too much, no harm, no foul. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. As we're just moving on here with this early game, we can see a bit of a cluster here in the area of this map right now, with Hongfly actually going on for Wang Liang. Wang Liang, as well, as a reminder, was pretty good last week in BIWEEKLY 1 finals. Got that 2 MVP. I want to keep your eyes on him. Definitely can bring it in, and was quite effective on the zipping and the Justina as well. So that's something that we might be seeing as the day progresses. As you mentioned before, Moxie, as well. Like, each player, you can't just spam the same hero over and over and over again. You do have to add a little bit of diversification to your hero choices, and that can influence things and how you decide to play your games out. As we're seeing Shah, someone we also said to keep your eyes on. Mr. Consistent here for GG, chasing down onto Luren King. Luren King here going to be in a bit of a pickle here. I believe he's already died once, if I'm not mistaken. So if he goes down here, he is done. So he has no armor. He's got a grey weapon. He's just hanging on for dear life. He was able to pick up that grey armor in the house there, but it's not going to mean anything. He's already lost it. As he is going to get that spiral circle here to try and keep himself alive a little bit here and just dodge out of some of that damage. He is running for his life. He may have just given Shah the slip, but oh no, Shah is just too smart for that. He's not going to fall for it, but he is running for his life. This chase is just going to last as long as Luren King has grapples. We're going to swap over here to a bit of a skirmish between 4 players on the other side of the map.
Yeah, H-Fly with that Yodo has already used the F ability, won't be able to Beyblade to safety. And it's seeing that a lot of players now have actually been attracted by the scuffle and is going to be removing themselves until that one comes online. Cao Bao has been able to find a little bit of a spat too, goes for the pistol shots, maybe wants to try and chip away a little bit of that health, but it's Dinglui that you have to worry about at the moment. There is the zipping, the F ability that we talked about being so strong. That shield makes it so hard for you to try and push in onto her. The shield, however, has broken, and now that they know that, they're actually able to use the grapple to immediately stop her momentum, so she's not able to use that one to try and escape, as Cao Bao is looking to try and trap them in. Yodo F ability is going to come through. Dinglui still going to be able to survive, is going to try to break line of sight and just get away, but the grapple shot comes out. Ultimate immediately to try and survive through it, as Shan, not wanting to try to contest, is going to go for a little bit of a repair job onto the pistol, as Cao Bao is now going to try their luck. Does have the Yodo ultimate available, doesn't really want to use it, is looking to try and get a little bit of a knockdown with those daggers. Has to actually use the bell to try and break line of sight onto the grapple, is immediately going to be able to get a couple of slashes at Sha, who is looking to chase and try to move in. There comes the first Yodo F ability immediately after. Sha is actually going to use one of their own to make sure that they're not able to get on top of the roof and escape, as we're actually seeing the repeated crossbow come through from Dinglui, just trying to soften up some of those health bars and maybe get them soft enough to come in for a cheeky little steal when you have that zipping F available. As JDG is going to be fighting in tunnels, just using that Yodo F, as we see a lot of Yodos do, to create a little bit of space so that they can get a reset and a reheal. As H-Fly does have the nunchucks, is just trying to keep themselves out of the fight at the moment. It's very positive play actually coming from a lot of these pros. We're not used to seeing this, but it feels like the weeks 1 and 2 have sort of won that course. Oh, beautiful counter. Will be able to get the full parry. And it is going to be Dunking not able to follow through. The spear comes out, is immediately going to be able to catch him. Out goes the nunchucks, and out goes the counter parry. That's Chu Cheng now immediately going to be going in for the Yodo ultimate. Is able to get one slash off, has to TP out on the second one. Third slash comes on through. Should be able to get the knockdown, but we're actually seeing a second Yodo ultimate coming out from Dunking to be able to counter onto Xu Sheng, and they're able to get the parry and the knock. Oh, massive play comes through, and it's Xu Sheng having lost one of their lives.
That was a great play there from Don King. In these situations, in these 1v1s between two Yotos, it's often who gets to save their ultimate last as to who comes out on top. And you saw it perfectly in action right there. So we're going to swap over to Luren King, who was able to escape Shah, but might not find the same amount of luck against Dubai here, our previous world champion. Just throwing everything towards Luren King, and that is going to be a kill and an elimination. He is out. He joins Mu in the Shadow Realm, waiting for the next lobby. We've got a lot of players here just sitting on one kill. No one has taken the lead away or anything like this. And as you mentioned, Moxie, it's a pretty passive early game, not something we're really used to seeing. It's something though I think is a bit of a symptom of game ones. Game ones, people come in, maybe their brains are a bit switched on a little bit more, they're a bit more try hard, and then once they get a bit tilted, they start playing more aggressive as we get into the later games. I don't know, I'm probably chatting utter rubbish here, but still, it's only the first game. We're going to see loads more action, loads more bloodthirsty stuff as Hongfly takes an arrow to the knee, but still continues adventuring, or tries to at least. But it's going to be Dong Ping looking for that hook here as Hongfly having to pop the ulti to get away from this one. A lot of bad guys on the map around here, and as we often see in solos, if there is a bit of weakness being shown, everyone else comes through. The vultures come through to try and pick up the kill, because it's all about the stats. It doesn't matter if you do 99 damage. If someone else does the 1, they're going to get the kill and they're going to get the points. Hongfly is going to be able to slide away from this one just for now, keeping his life intact.
See, it feels as well like the reason we're seeing a lot of passive play too is look at the loot that a lot of these players have dropped. We've got purple armor, but still just tier 1 weapons coming out from Carabao. I've hardly seen any. This is the first time really Dubai kitted out purple armor. Nice little purple sword as well. Looking to try and get a little bit of a knock. Oh, Yodo F going to be coming through, immediately circumventing any movement that you can find. Sha immediately going to have to pop Yodo off of the road. As we see a little bit of downtime, both of those Yodos just having a little bit of a gentleman's agreement. But there goes the dagger immediately into the ground. And it is now going to be Sha finding a little bit of value. Wants to try and chase onto Dubai. Note that they're weak. Note that they have the better weapon. And it is going to be Dubai just trying to lose their tail at the moment. It's putting them right into the path of everybody else in the area, though. As you mentioned, all of these players just waiting for that weakness. Sharks in the water. The Dahui is alone. That's just a kill alert. And he has been able to find the knock onto JJHD, as it is going to be Pandaman trying to connect in with that Taka. Is having to worry about the zipping and the shield break comes through. Does have the katana, wants to maybe try and use the range, but the nunchuck swap is going to be able to come out, and Pandaman might just have to try and use those katanas to get a little bit of damage as the Ping ultimate comes through. Pandaman wants to maybe try and punish this, but he is just going to have to try and reset as we see a little bit of distance created. Dingli are going to be swapping to that musket to try and get a couple of over-the-shoulder shots, maybe snipe out that Taka, as GG's Dongqing has been able to find a dust up too. Yodo F comes out to make sure that you're going to be able to get the reshield, but is currently being blocked at the moment. And he is going to be able to get the reset potentially, as now he's trying to just keep himself a little bit smaller as HY looks for that flank in as the third party. Saying you're not going to be able to find Sanctuary in the temple, is instead going to have to, on that Justina, just keep themselves on the sidelines of the fight. Does have the ultimate too. So if one of those Yodo starts going low, you can get the free to connect onto those players and steal the pick. But Dubai is going to activate the Yodo ultimate. Knows that she has absolutely no room to be able to try and tap dodge out of it. They'll be able to survive the first slash, but the second will be their sentence. And it is Dubai picking up an elimination.
Shah going down there, but not quite eliminated, still having 1 life left. Xu Sheng, by the way, we saw get proper eliminated a few minutes ago. He was the overall winner of our BIWEEKLY 1 final, and he's just gone in the first map. 0 points to his name, not going to get anything done at all.
Oh, Shah.
Yeah, Shah's in trouble. He's just died. He's not had any time to really loot up here. He's got blue armor and a grey weapon. He is not happy. And it's not just Hongfly after him as well. There are some other guys chasing through as well. There's Ding Lui and Dong Qing as well, both looking for a little bit of pie here. I'm sure they're going to be getting it, as Shah can just zip away to safety. I think he's given them the slip for now, but he's going to have to be very, very cautious. He has no loot. Has he gone or has he dropped him? I think he may have done. I think he's lost Fly. I think he's just chilling. He's
HY is engaged. at the moment with another fight. Dongking is actually keeping that Yodo entirely occupied, and it is the reason that Shah is going to be able to survive, but he still has to leave the area. He's trying to actually stay in this space to be able to get a little bit of loot, and that's really risky because this place has been pretty much picked clean.
And if you run into someone, they're almost guaranteed to have better loot than you, leaving you in a bit of a pickle. But Shah does live to fight another day, moving on, licking his wounds and just picking up any bits of loot and scraps where he can. We're still seeing Huanfly here in a little bit of a fight with Dongking. I think Dongking fancies this one, but we're going to swap over to Kaibao here from Wolves. Looking like he's in a bit of a pickle himself. He's on half health with that grey weapon, no armor. He surely is not long for this world here. The question is just who's going to get this kill. Is it going to be Dubai or is it going to be one of the vultures trying to shoot him? Ding Lui I can see on the other side looking for the shot, but it's actually Shah. It's Shah who comes through with his own shot. Going to pick up that kill there onto Kaibao. Now looking to go for a bit of vulture play himself as it does force Dubai to jump away. Shah here really turning things around, looking like he was being the predator, looking he was being the prey, excuse me, and turning into the predator. Now might find himself in a bit of trouble against Ding Lui. He's just going to try and poke him down a little bit with that swarm, with those attacks in. Not actually landing any hits right now. Shah really wants to maybe try and close the gap to fight the swarm, but he's only got grey weapons. I don't think he fancies it, but Ding Lui here in a bit of a trouble here too. Shah going on for that fight. Looks like this could be a close one right here. That's a good one. That's a good pacifier here. I'm going to knock him down as well. He's ridiculously low. The zipping here, just trying to keep herself alive, trying to survive, but keeps feeling the hurt as we're going to get a third party with the flamethrower from Zhang Yu. I can see Dubai as well on the minimap looking to get involved. There he is throwing out the ranged weapons. All about just getting that last hit. Like I said, does not matter if you do most of the damage, you just got to get the last hit off. As Shah going to go for a really good combo there with the nunchucks, keeping himself alive. Able to disengage for now as Reki now from Ventus. He joins the fray. He's looking to pick up Shah. Shah, no armor, no health, no weapons. Surely this must be it for him as he pops the ulti. He's going to look to jump away, but he's got a sliver of health remaining. The teleports are coming through. Can he survive this one? Can he hold on? I don't think it's going to work for him. He is able to sit inside his little swords here. He's going to survive a little bit longer, but not much longer. He is going to fall down to Reki, and that is Shah eliminated from game number 1.
Shah cat, he had like 9 lives. It feels like when he was able to escape from all of those engagements, but he will eventually fall. And we still have a whole lot of players alive in this lobby. As once again, the passive play is in full effect. A lot of these players just waiting for a shine of weakness before they can move in for the pickings with the cannons. As again, we're seeing the third party come through. Dubai having to immediately move in, trying to find this pick onto Reki, is wanting to try and make it past that Yodo F, but the flamer and cannons are going to be coming through from all of those players around us. They've seen those utilities have now been popped. One of those Yodos is now not going to be able to sit in the middle of her F to get that reshield. She's going to be vulnerable for the next 15 or so seconds, and Reki is the one that is currently being hunted down. Is trying to keep themselves alive, is having to contest this Tarka. Pandaman will be able to get the full parry. As Yodo F comes through, Pandaman trying to land one of those fireballs will be able to do a little bit of damage, but it's H-Fly with the pistol who's going to be able to snipe out the pick. And now it is just going to be H-Fly up against Pandaman. Does have his F, can potentially try to look to land it, doesn't even need it. Kitana comes on through, the strike will do enough damage. And now he just has to try and get away. As we can see all of the flamers, all of the cannons coming out, and he's just going to pop right out of there.
He is going to survive for the time being. Pandaman, one of our resident Tarka players, loves to pick that hero, especially early on. Used it for the first 2 games of our bi-weekly finals last week. And choosing it here again, one of 3, I believe, in this lobby to lock in that hero. A little bit unconventional. Not too many people decide to go for that, instead of opting for like the likes of Justina, obviously the Yoto and the zipping as well. But still would love to see Pandaman on that hero. Can make a lot of stuff happen. He is one of our remaining few here, as we're about whittling down to around half the lobby here. So we can see Zhang Yu leading the charge here with 3 kills at the top, followed closely by Dubai and Dao Hui, both on 2 kills each. And again, it's important that you finish high. You can't just get the kills. Like, it's nice for Reki and Shah here sitting on 2 kills, but they're out. They're eliminated. It's not possible for them to finish highly in this lobby anymore, in which case those multipliers will not be getting very high at all. And those kills don't mean a huge amount at the end of the day when it comes to that scoring. And we're getting to that point in the game here. 7 minutes left on the clock in game number 1, where it starts to slow down just a little bit. None of the players really want to do anything too risky, because again, if you get chunked down, you get low, then everyone else just collapses on you as this circle gets smaller and smaller, and the likelihood of getting third party gets higher and higher. As you can see here, Dubai is going in for that fight against DAY1-SOLO, but it's never, it's always a third party, man. Exactly as I was saying. 6, 7, 8 here, gonna go in for DAY1-SOLO, gonna look to pick off this kill, going in for the vulture play, trying to find it, but isn't actually gonna get it, as DAY1-SOLO is able to run away, but I don't think he's long for this world. He is exceptionally low. He's got no health, he's got no armor, he's still getting harassed and picked on here. There's so many people that just don't like him, it seems. He's made too many enemies in this map, and they're all coming after him. He's gonna have to do his best to survive here, but I don't know. He's got too many people hot on his tails, just zooming away, popping that ultimate, which is going to time out right here. And it is going to be Zhang Hu as kill leader in the lobby with the parry, sitting DAY1-SOLO down on his bum, and he is out. That is the 4th kill for Zhang Hu, and goodbye DAY1-SOLO.
Parries, they're so monstrous when you just don't have a Yodo F ability or an ultimate to pop to immediately spook them out, as 670 is actually going to cancel the Yodo ultimate early, was just using it to try and push that target away, but now you don't have it for when you're getting 3rd and 4th party. Pandaman is just harassing, is going to be able to look for potentially the juggle with the katanas, not going to be able to land the full chain stun combo. But can I just swap to the bow and do a little bit of damage from afar? Has to worry though, because Dubai's seen the ruckus and has noticed that one of those players is going to be low. One of them is not going to have the ultimate to be able to disengage with the TPs from, and is now going to be looking to chase and try to grab that pick. 6, 7, 8, wanting to try and bat back, wants to have control of this little cluster of rocks here so that they can break line of sight when the cannons start to come through, but that actually pushes them into the middle of the zone, and Wang Liang with the bow is going to be able to snipe out that pick, as we are down now to only 8 players remaining in the lobby. Zhang Yu already 4 kills in the lead at the moment. That can all change though as we head towards this very enclosed space. This is when the Yodos are going to become extremely terrifying, because you're not really going to have the room to be able to try to dodge out of the F or the ultimate. As space becomes the aim of the game. Keep yourself in a corner so that when things like the cannon splash comes through, you're going to be able to avoid the most of the damage. As Zhang Yu now goes hunting for Dubai, sees the golden armor, does not want to come anywhere near that flamer. But Dubai is going to try and chase after them, potentially try and push them into Pandaman, so that Pandaman can do a little bit more damage. Then you can come in with the Yodo ultimate to get the last couple of strikes and maybe steal out the pick. As Wang Liang just looking on this tree, using a little bit of that tech with the scale rush to try and keep themselves nice and mobile. Swaps to the swarm, has spotted out Dubai, is just using this as a little bit of a threat to make sure that no one is going to be able to get close, while juicing up those health bars, all the while making sure that you have the tree to be able to break line of sight. As Pandaman, 50% to the ultimate, wants to try and get this pick onto Dubai, goes in with the katana, tries to go for the focus strike, is not getting the full parry at the moment, but is just not finding any time to be able to do any part of the damage, as he is just going to be chipped away, having to go for a little bit of the crouch resets to be able to get the shield. But people have now seen that he's going to be low, that his resources are going to be running out, and they're coming in for the kill. Musket is coming out from 17JL's Ego, going for a little bit of shots, not finding it as fast as they would like. They're immediately going to push themselves back into the hidey hole, as we see not quite passive play, but just one of these pros looking for that little inkling of a weakness when they're going to be able to come in and steal a pick out from someone's lives.
Nobody wants to be that guy who takes the chunk, gets a bad trade, and then suddenly everyone else collapses in on them. Especially at this point in the game, we've got 3 minutes left. All you got to do is survive for another 30 seconds, another minute, and that can increase your standing by 1 or 2 points, which is huge. Dubai now is finding himself in a world of hurt, getting bullied outside of the circle. Dubai is armed to the teeth as well. He's got the legendary armor, he's got the legendary flamethrower as well. He's definitely got a target on his back because of that. If you can gang up on him, that removes probably the most singular, biggest threat that's left in this lobby. Dubai looks like he's in a lot of trouble as well. He's going to be on about 40% health. He's able to fit inside this house, but I don't know, man. A wooden house versus a flamethrower, I don't think that's going to work, and it doesn't. Dubai is eliminated. He is out, and we are down to 5 players left. Taking a look at Ego here, who's just sitting inside that Yoto F, just going to chill out a little bit here as all players again just looking on the outskirts of the circle, not dedicating too hard here. Panda Man going pretty aggressive on Wang Yang, looking for that play. And as we see very frequently with Wang Yang, he's only got a blue weapon, which you might think is a bit odd coming into this final circle, but he loves those daggers. And I think that's what he prioritizes the most. Doesn't matter what color it is, as long as it's a dagger, Wang Yang will play with it. We've just got 2 minutes left here. It looks peaceful now, but things are going to explode very soon right here. Who is going to be the first one to take that first step? Who is going to go for that initiation and go for that play? Obviously, it's going to be risky because if you do opt into the fight, you're the one who can get collapsed on by the other players.
They need to gang up on this Taka. If this Taka is able to survive and you come in with that ultimate in that final circle, everyone is going to be hit by the fireballs. This is exactly what the Taka wants. This is why we see Panda Man run that Taka, and they've been able to pin him down. Dual Blades comes through, not going to be able to find the counter, and immediately Flamer comes out from Zhang Yu just to try to pin down this Taka's movement. They know when that zone closes up, that Taka has to be gone, otherwise Blackout is going to be connecting onto all of them, and they are just going to be trying to smoke him out, push him out of the zone, and it is going to be Panda Man taken out. And now this is when the Yodos can feel just a little bit more comfortable. It is now going to be a matter of trying to come in with things like that tap dodge so you're able to survive the most of the Yodo ultimate. As we still have one Justina in play, so that freeze ultimate can be absolutely massive. Ego going to be operating the first Yodo of their own. Falls a little bit too low. Don King comes in with the snipe of the bow as Wang Liang just trying to keep themselves in the air as much as possible. Survive when the zone starts to close on through. Playing a little bit of floor is lava, allowing these players to chip down themselves so you can come in with the kill steal. Still holding on to the Yodo F and ultimate as well as Zhang Yu's trying to just do a little bit of play. First Yodo F is going to be coming on out. Don King tries to move forward, but there's the Justina ultimate that we knew would be waiting from Zhang Yu. Using that first dash to be able to get into the air, will be able to connect one player with the freeze. Still isn't able to actually get the follow-up dash because of the Yodo F, and now Don King holding onto an ultimate of their own. Above absolutely everyone in the lobby is going to be able to get every single strike onto every player below them. Has to use the last strike to get that TP to be able to connect. Wang Liang trying to keep themselves alive, but going into the Flamer will still be able to survive as John King comes in and is able to survive longer than everybody else, just playing airborne for the long con of making sure you're going to be the last one standing. But Zhang Yu is going to be walking away the winner with the most amount of kills in the lobby.
Don King finishing as the last man standing, but Zhang Yu was able to rack up so many kills in that first game, specifically compared to everybody else. I think he may have finished with, it was at least 6, he may have gone a little bit more than that as well as that final circle went through. But you can just see the variance in playstyles from the different players there as that final circle closes in, because Wang Yang, it's almost exactly as he was doing last week. Just playing for position, just exceptionally passive, just hovering around, as you very, very accurately put it, playing floor is lava with those grappling hooks into those cancels, just trying to defy gravity and physics as best he can, just so that he can survive as long as he can. And he does get those high placements, but not often with a lot of kills to back it up. And obviously you do need a mix of the two, and Zhang Yu got that perfect mix in that game. He did have so many kills, finishing in that top 3 as well. Easy peasy lemon squeezy for him in that game number 1. We still have 5 more games to go, but things are looking good here for Zhang Yu.
Yeah, and I mean, I think we're probably going to see the passive player come through for a lot of these players as well. Like, they've sort of clocked onto the fact that, okay, we're not actively practicing Morris Isles as much as we are practicing Holoroff at the moment, so it's better if we play passively, if we play for positions, rather than taking these fights that we're going to be outnumbered in, we're going to get third or fourth party, because it's not just one person playing passively, it's the entire lobby. So it's not a case of, okay, if we run into one person extra, we might be getting a little bit out of position. No, everyone in the lobby is waiting for that one player to play as aggressively as they were in Season 1 to be able to punish. And it's meaning herd mentality. No one is wanting to be that person who goes out early. No one is wanting to be the person to take a step too aggressively and get caught out by everybody in the surrounding area. And as a result, we're seeing some real slow burns of a series.
Yeah, so far that game number 1 was quite passive, as you put it. But it's not something I personally expect to continue as the day goes on. Just in my experience of seeing solos, and Season 2 specifically, as the game goes on, people start getting more aggressive and more aggressive. I do think game number 1, you're just putting the fillers out a little bit and seeing what you can get, and not necessarily rushing into things. But I was a bit surprised at just how passive we were, especially in those early games where we like to see a lot of action, because you have that free revive. So if you do go down, it's not the end of the world, so you can play for extra scoring, getting those kills, and maybe even securing some of that extra loot in the beginning, while not actually risking just getting immediately eliminated. Speaking of immediately eliminated though, a bit of a surprise for me, Chu Sheng. He won it all last week. He was the best solos players in that bi-weekly final. Literally came in first place. I don't think he got a single point in map number 1. And I'm honestly, I'm not an expert and I'm not a professional Naraka player, but the difference between finishing first and finishing bottom, there's somewhat of a difference there, and I don't think Chu Sheng will be very happy with it. As you can see, it is Zhang Yu coming in first. It wasn't the last man standing, but it doesn't matter when you get 7 kills and no one else in the lobby eclipses 2. You can see his game score there at 12.5. No one else even breaking those double digits.
Yeah, it's a surprise too. Like Luren King, Xu Sheng, all of these players that we normally expect to see really scoring high, but then they're very aggressive players. In Season 1, they had very aggressive playstyles, and they would be able to punish other players' aggressions around them. It's sort of what we've seen in trios, where teams who've been very good, like early out of the gates in terms of Season 2, at spotting teams' misdemeanors and punishing them being out of position. Now that teams have had a little bit of time to be able to synergize with their new rosters and practice on the new map, they're not finding the same amount of value. So they've been gone from normally placing around about podium finished to placing around about 14th and 15th, and it's the same for solos. A lot of these players in the past have been coming in for the 3rd and 4th parties, but we hardly really saw any proper 3rd and 4th parties. It was much more just mass invite of whenever a ruckus showed up, whenever there was noise and attention drawn, everybody, it's like meerkats, just peeking out of their holes, immediately trying to spot all of the danger that was going on around them.
Our MVP of game number 1, unsurprisingly, is going to be Zhang Yu. Just take a look at that. You can see, honestly, that's not a particularly high damage total for an MVP. 17,000 right there. But for 7 kills, that is kind of crazy. Like, that's quite a low damage total for that amount of kills. But, I mean, compared to everyone else in the lobby, man, like, they didn't even get more than 2. So, definitely well paid for him in that first game, able to pick up the MVP. Anything that stand out for you there, maybe in the Soul Jades or anything like that you just think might be worth
honestly
mentioning?
It's the Justina, like, it kind of shows how much damage you actually need to do in terms of these solos. Like, normally when we see things like Yodos, they're hitting above the 25k. But with Justina, because of the survivability that you have available, especially with the ultimate, the fact that when you dash through someone, you can freeze them in their tracks, it is so crucial if you're going for a 3rd party to be able to either connect that freeze on so you can immediately grab the pick and then use your next dash to be able to disengage so there's no punishment, or you can get the freeze, do a whole bunch of damage, and then use your free shell form when someone else uses an ability to try and zone you out, and then you can cancel it out early and catch them as they try to disengage. Justina is so good at not only getting the 3rd party and getting that pick as fast as possible, but surviving the consequences when you actually push forward aggressively. Something that we actually saw the Yotos struggled with early game, right? When we saw the initial drop, Yotos would then have to hold on to their F a lot longer than they wanted to the point where they would just run away from 1v1s until they had the loot that they wanted, and then they would circle back and feel comfortable using the F, because once you use the F, unless you drop somewhere like Secret Tunnels, you're not going to be able to have your ultimate fast enough to actually use it as a zoning tool, and everyone just waits for that Yodo F to be out of the way, and then they pin you down.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and it's worth mentioning as well, while we're talking about hero choices, Zhang Yu was the only Justina in map number 1. Everyone else, most of them were running the Yotos, as you mentioned, so that might even play into his hands as well. Like, if he believes that, you know, Justine's not. This isn't even his final form. He's playing Justina and not the Yoto. So really well played by him. Obviously, it might also convince some of the other players to pick that Justina. And I think in a meta where going for those third parties and trying to like just vulture your way through to getting some kills, just everyone bundling in on someone who's low on health, someone like the Justina has so much value, and especially if you're playing for the last circle, because you can just like whack everyone in with that freeze too. Personally, I was happy to see Pandaman make it late into the final circle as well, but unfortunately, just as you predicted, he was ganged up on so that he couldn't get all that AoE damage off as the circle got really small. But I want to see more of that. Having 3 Tarkas in one match is on the high side for what we see nowadays. Like, it's not usually as popular. Unfortunately, we only got to see Pandaman really take it towards the end, and it didn't quite work out for him. But are you expecting maybe like a Valda or anything like a bit weird coming through, like Wu Shen maybe as well coming through? It's like an oddball pick here as we move forward in some of these games.
I could see Wu Chen coming through, especially on Holoroth, just with how much focus there is on verticality, having that TP. And I've been talking to Rin about this too. I have a bucket list of things I want to see occur on Holoroth. One of the things at the very top of the list is a player as Wu Chen activating a trap on purpose and then using the ultimate and role swapping, Uno reverse carding your position with someone else so that when the trap activates, it catches them instead of you. Like, that's the one thing that I want to see happen. I know it's probably not, but if it does, I'm gonna have the biggest smile.
Hey, we got a water wheel kill last week, did we not?
We did, yeah.
So if one of those happens, then maybe we can see something happen with the other traps. Though with the Wu Chen, it is a little bit more of a setup. But my goodness, I would love to see that happen in a professional game as well. I'm very excited to see how things change up as we get onto Holoriff. As a reminder for you guys watching, the Holoriff is going to be game 3 and 6 today. So it's still sticking to the Morrisal for the majority of games. We just finished game number 1, so one more Morrisal game before we get on to Holoriff. I'm excited to see that one go down. Obviously, it's the first time we're going to be seeing it in pros. And yeah, it's going to be fun to watch it happen. Anyway, that's going to be it for game number 1 for us. We're going to take a quick break, and then when we come back, we'll be all ready for game number 2.
Tightening the net around him, and he is punished, he is taken down, but it's not quite done because JJ strike back, they fire back. But they've got Santi now with the Yoto ultimate trying to make this damage stick, trying to dodge away. Can he finish him up? The healing from the umbrella is there, and it's still...
It looks like they will get an elimination. No, J-Team actually ends up getting it. And a double grab comes through from OUG's Wade. And then the double grab happens immediately. And Wade's able to do it again. And he grabs him a third time.
He's playing it fairly calm and collected for now, just buying some space for his team. Finds a grab. Lovely stuff. Ping Tao from AOW is going to be going incredibly low. But There is a massive Viper stun to lock everybody down from GG here. Looking to finish LXN down. The meter dump coming in. An absolutely colossal amount of damage. And down he goes. JJ, because G are running them through. JJ are down there, out of the lobby. One and still too many players. SS pinned against the wall. He is in a rough situation. They are somehow able to turn it around. Lucky goes down. OUG. Mystic Mike's 120. That is massive for them. Oh, what a snipe from SS! On the edge of the cliffs as in comes SS with a big stun for the side of OUG. Who is he going to lock down? That's going to be a kill onto Ventus. They're able to secure that one. Mentality may just go down as well. As we cut over to OUG, the winner of our first bi-weeklies here at the Naraka Bay Point Pro League.
Beautiful scenery there in Shanghai, but not as beautiful as the Morris Isle and Hollow as we're going to be seeing later on today. It's only game number 2 though, so another match on the Morris Isles. Honestly, I feel like I'm beating it to death a little bit that we're going to be playing on Hollow today, but I'm just quite excited to see it. So one more game Morris Isles, and then we get into the Hollow here. My name's Soxlub. I'm joined by Moxie. We just got one game under our belt, and I was kind of surprised with the passivity. Is that a word? I don't know. It is. Yeah, of the first match, as I know you mentioned a few times as well. But was there anything else that was kind of a bit surprising for you that you expect maybe to change coming into game 2? Maybe a player or just like play style in general?
So I think it was actually kind of strange that we saw not a lot of zipping. Like it was one zipping in the entire lobby, right? And I think a part of that is that players have realized she's really good early game, a little bit of a fall off mid game. But when you get to final circle, it becomes even harder to really pull her off. Like the healing that she does, while it's really good, the fact that you can now get 20% increased healing effect from things like your health spells and your armor regens, great for saving resources in terms of that final circle war of attrition. But she doesn't have a lot of aggression out of her. She doesn't do a lot of high numbers. So if you're coming into that final circle and you're going up against something like a Yoto or a Justina, it's not actually going to be enough to do the damage and get a kill. You're going to have to be sort of leeching off of someone else's damage that they've done. And the amount of health that you get after things like that Yoto connecting onto you when you don't have anything to break line of sight is going to be even harder to be able to stay standing. So I think a lot of those players have realized that while she's extremely strong early game and being able to control the neutral, once ultimates start coming through, she can actually have a lot of value falling off. But maybe we'll see a little bit more of her in this next lobby as players start to get a little bit more comfortable and want to take those fights and go aggressive. Because if you're playing passive, you don't want to run someone who's good at controlling a neutral fight that you're not taking.
Do you think it's fair to say as well, like early on, if you're expecting other people to pick Yoto, you kind of just pick it yourself so that you can Yoto into Yoto and get like a more favorable matchup? And so maybe that would lead to more like zippings and stuff later.
Definitely. So like we actually even see, like you have one Yoto F and then we have the 2 Yoto Fs which we call Beyblades. Because it basically nullifies the Yoto F ability. It sets you back on that even footing. And a lot of the time as well, we see Yotos, you actually even hit the nail right on the head in the first series. The Yoto who ults last tends to be the Yoto who comes out on top. And Yoto actually, it's been very interesting sort of tracking her position in the meta, because most of the time it's actually based on how easy it is to dodge out of her ultimates. And actually what happens now is that you can have a little bit of holding time now for when the slashes come through. It's not a bada bam, bada bam, bada bam of when the slashes come through. It can now be bow, ba ba, bow, ba ba ba, bow, making it a lot harder to be able, we're gonna like a little percussion.
Yeah, I like that.
I
like that a lot.
It can be a lot harder to actually predict when you want to tap dodge out of the strikes, and so it forces a lot of Yodos to actually hold on to their ultimate and then use an ultimate of their own in retaliation. So you go for the first slash, then you TP to relocate, and then you look for the second slash, rather than being able to rely just on tap dodging out.
Sorry, I kind of had a bit of a brain fart while you're doing that. Could you do it again? Was it bow, bada, bow, 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 or was it bow, bada, bow, 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 bow?
So I could have just matched it up to the backing music that we've got at the moment.
Yeah, that's it. That's exactly. Maybe that's what the players do, man. Maybe they're listening to their jams. They're playing some professional Naraka and like.
That's
oh, yeah,
how I play my Naraka. I play listening to Swords Out, like.
Yeah, just that one song on repeat, just on
just
loop.
Just that one
endlessly.
song on repeat. It puts so much weight into absolutely everything. Like, I tell you what, you drop in and any like mundane task in Naraka where you're just sort of grappling up a cliff or scaling up a tree, when you've got Swords Out backing it, ooh, it feels epic.
I can imagine that. Oh my goodness, Grey Soul Gem. No hesitation, no hesitation. Yeah, slap that down in my inventory, baby. I'm good to go. Getting a bit distracted here, but it's cool. We're just waiting for game number 2 to go into the lobby. Hong Fly on your screen right there. One of our aggressive players, I would say. Every time that I see this guy, he's always on my screen, and if he's on my screen, it means he's fighting. And he wasn't able to finish particularly highly in our first game. That kind of playstyle does come with a relatively high risk and high reward. Obviously, we'll see whether Hong Fly can get a higher finish in game number 2. Dubai, of course, finishing, I believe it was 5th. He was in that final circle, close to it. A pretty good loot as well. I believe he had like a golden flamethrower and golden legendary armor as well, but found himself in a bit of a tough situation, getting poked out in that final circle and then dashing into a little hut versus all those flamers, which didn't work out too well.
Scissors, you know. Rock, paper, wooden heart, fire.
Fire tends to come out on top. Yeah.
It does tend to come out on top in terms of the rock, paper, scissors of Naraka. Yeah, and I mean, I think for him too, like, he was trying to use the Yodo F to cover the doorway, but then he wasn't able to cover the window too. And the flamer just eclipses the reach of the Yodo F too, so you wouldn't really going to be able to escape that unless you had your ultimate up and you could use, after that first initial slash, the TP. But then a lot of those players in the surrounding area are going to see you just burn through 2 of your utilities and defenses very quickly after each other. As we can see Pandaman, who's going to be looking to quite literally burn a couple of players in these lobbies if he is going to be locking in that Taka. I like to see it.
Will.
I know Rune and Davi love to say, like, Pandaman's always a caster favorite just because he tends to be the one to consistently run Taka.
Yeah, and he's got a great name. Pandaman is by far the
That's
best
true.
name we have here in the Nbpl. He made it pretty far in game number 1, and he is one of our talented players that we have here. I have high expectations for him, not just because I want to see it as well, see him get into those final circles. As you mentioned as well, like the Taka, if you're able to burn everyone down as the circle gets smaller and smaller with that AoE fire stuff, like, you're actually absolutely sorted. But it does put a little bit of a target on your back. As we're taking a look here at Reki from Ventus, was able to make some things happen, but a bit of an average performance in game number 1. But that's fine. You know, we got 6 games. It's early days. There's no pressure for you to come out on top all of the time. It's just that consistency. You know, just a few tweaks here and there. I believe he was one of the players that did get 2 kills, which was actually tied for second in the entire lobby. So just not able to finish higher. Which would have really landed him those points. There's Luren King on your screen now as well. Another player who was really up against it in that early game, looking for a bit of a change of pace at the beginning of the Morris Isle coming into game number 2. He was bullied and picked on a lot, got an early death in, which is never ideal, never something that you want to have happen to you. Held on for pretty long, honestly, all things considered, but still, he's playing the game on hard mode when he has to start like that, and that is not something that he wishes to repeat, I would assume, going into game number 2. We're having a bit of a delay here getting into our next game because of the typhoon in China, which is, as you imagine, causing a bit of a messy situation and just delaying us getting to the game. Also the reason why we had our delayed start. So apologies for that, but we will get in as soon as we can. JJ Hard Tears, or I call it JJ Hard, but it's JJ HRD. I mean, but that's just so hard to say. That's
It's
JJ
2 teams.
HRD 678. How many syllables is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 syllables. 8 syllables, man. I'm not paid enough to say 8 syllables.
I'm surprised he's not 456 because he was so good at fourth partying. Like he
Oh
was
my
coming in, he was saying, "See, we've got the transitions. English literature degree, folks. This is what it gets you. Fun wordplay." Like he was coming in for all of the fourth parties. He was doing a very good job as well as like getting a lot of the information of the area around him, seeing the players that were low, hitting that player, focusing that player down, and then being able to detach themselves from the fight. As opposed to some of the players like Hongplay, who was just chasing chat for a solid 1 minute 30. Just round and around the temple, and Shao just goes, okay, well, if we're just gonna go in a circle, what if I just add a 3D spanner into the mix and go up?
He did. He went up and he survived pretty long, honestly. Shah was definitely an escape artist in game number 1. I mean, I say that as a compliment, but it's never really a situation that you want to find yourself in. If you are in a position where you're having to run away from people, then something's gone wrong. And obviously that's not... You much rather want to be the chaser than the chasee. As we are going to get finally into game number 2 here, taking a quick look at the heroes that have been locked in. A lot more Justinas here. Well, unsurprisingly, as it was Justina that won our lobby in game number 1, you can see people are already just completely switching over to that hero. They're like, yes, that's a good hero. I want to play that. Some more coming through here as well. I believe that's Ataka coming through from who is that on the side? Yeah, it's Ataka as well.
Ataka.
Who unfortunately finishing with a fat goose egg in game number 1, not able to make anything happen. But outside of that, nothing too sexy here for our picks. So we've got one more here. Is it going to be anything sexy? Absolutely not. Just Zipping and Justina. So one Taka. But aside from that, we've got a lot of Yotos, a lot of Justinas, and a lot of Zippings. So it's FPX's Moo here on the Taka. He's the one I'm rooting for to get into that final circle to see those sexy, fiery plays. But if anything's history is to go by, it's going to be difficult for him to make it there. As we are going to get into game number 2 here on the Morris Isles. We got some cluster dropping here. I'm expecting some juicy, aggressive action to begin with Moxie. Are you excited for game number 2? I am ready.
Yeah, this is going to start off with a bang because a lot of those players actually clustered around the northeastern part of the map. High loot concentrated areas. There's another reason why we just see a little bit more passive play coming out from Series 1. A lot of players not really wanting to contest into the high loot areas instead going to be playing for survivability, as it is going to be OC's Zhang Yu who is coming out for us to follow through at the moment, as Panzerman is now going to be hopping over to, is looking for a fight into FPX. This is the only Taka in the lobby at the moment, and you're going to have to be a little bit concerned about that, considering you're on a Justina, so you can't go for the freeze form because you're going to take the fire tick damage. Panzerman goes for the ice shell and immediately is removed. This is what happens when you're a Justina and you run into a Taka and you have no loot to be able to get out safely. Honestly, seeing that Taka, I would just have disengaged. Knowing that
that's so BM. Look at that, the banner at the bottom. KZ Panda Man POV. Yeah, if you wanna watch someone in ghost form just running around the map, there you go. You can check that one out.
You'll be able to get back to a Spirit Ultra in time. But that's definitely not the way you want to start off Series 1, especially when you're a Justina and you're wanting to play for when these players are clumped up and you can get the most amount of connections with your freeze. This Ego is going up against Ding Liu at the moment, who is trying to just push in, but Dao Huey potentially comes in for the third party, will not be able to find the pick. Might be able to connect onto Ding Li though, who's extremely low, has absolutely no shielding, has to go for the freeze to be able to get the reset. As Dao Huey is now just going to wait to come through. Justina Ultimate is actually able to catch Dao Huey out, who's going to pop a Justina freeze of their own, and now the chase is on both of these Justinas in their ults, both trying to use those dashes, but for Dao Huey it's a little bit harder to be able to survive because the nunchuck dump is coming on through. Do not have the freeze bomb available, as they're going to have to now wait. But Ding Liu not actually going to use it to reset, is instead just going to try and catch Dao Huey as they come out of that freeze bomb and get the knockdown. But this puts them in a horrible place because now they're going to have to go for the freeze bomb and potentially look for a reshield. They don't have any heals. They have been able to get a reshield on, but the counter. And Dao Huey will be able to survive and get the pick.
Wow, what a fight that was there between Dao Huey and Ding Liu. That was, it looked like Ding Liu was just going to get absolutely obliterated there, but he really put up a good fight. Unfortunately, not able to make it happen in the end. But still impressive stuff here as we're seeing Zhang Yu, our winner of game number 1, absolutely bullying Shah here as he is going to fall down. Look at the loot that Zhang Yu's already been able to pick up. That's purple armor and purple weapon. Shah is eliminated. He's gone. That was his second death. Goodness gracious, that is not what I expected to see. That was a player Mr. Consistent I think of when I look at Shao. He's had some good gameplays in the previous week in BIWEEKLY 1, but not happening here in game number 1 or game number 2 as Lu King is also gonna bite the dust here. He is eliminated too as Dong Queen now against Chu Shen, who's also against 6, 7, 8, and Reki on the side as well. We got a 4-man party here. Dubai might be looking to make his way in as well. These kind of fights don't often amount to much because everyone knows if you start fighting one person, someone else is going to come through. And what a parry that is by Ego onto Donglui. Donglui's in a bit of trouble now because he's already died once. He is going to go into that Justina freeze. He's going to be able to regenerate a little bit of armor, but it's only grey armor. It's not going to be a lot at all. He's going to be in a lot of trouble here. It's another parry. Ego absolutely obliterates Ding Lui and eliminates him from game number 2.
2 parries, and you don't even need to go for the full meter dump of the nunchucks to be able to finish that one up, as we are hopping back to the party. It's been put on pause at the moment, as all of these players who were sparring over the rooftops going to be going a little bit slower as they wait for things like the ultimates to come online. Dongqing with that Yodo app going to be able to use it to heal up. Grapple comes on through though, and this is the ping app. You can't really contest this. You're not able to interrupt it, as it is just going to be Dongqing trying to just disengage from it. Dongqing, though, gets caught on the grapple as they try and move away, and is now caught on the low grounds as we have a third party coming on through. The player's done all of the work, but still hasn't found the pick. Dongqing has to emergency pop the Yoto ultimate. Will go down to its snipe coming out from 679, who once again comes in with that brutal 4th party. Xu Sheng has to use the Justina ultimate just to disengage. Try to break line of sight, make sure that no one's able to tail them, but unfortunately puts themselves now into the crosshairs of more players flanking around the back, as Dubai is going to be waiting to try to push onto that Justina, as Xu Sheng is still being chased away. This time it's Zhang Yu is going to be able to try and find that one. As they go for the freeze bomb, will be able to survive just a little bit longer. Zhang Yu tries to get that final strike with the horizontal strike from the longsword, but Xu Sheng still going to be able to live for a little bit, as all of these players now just trying to get that last tap onto this Justina, and Xu Sheng is actually using all of this panic to try to just break away from the fight. Goes down to the dual blades from 678, who's picked up in that engagement 2 third parties successfully.
Xu Sheng there in a lot of trouble. I expected more from this guy coming into week 2 here, BIWEEKLY 2. He had a really tough game 1 and is off to a really tough start here in game number 2 as well. Everyone's just picking on him, but such is the way of solos. If you find yourself weak, everyone will just bundle in and try and finish you off. As Dubai as well, speaking of weak, is going to be struggling here against Zhang Yu, who's really been putting down the pain. He did get that sick early loot, and since then he's just been playing so aggressively, trying to go for those kills. Unfortunately, he's only been able to find 1 so far, despite the fact he's always in someone's face, always up in their grill. Not quite been able to get the stats to show for it just yet, though. But of course, another low kill game in total. No one eclipsing 2 kills just yet. We are in early days, of course. Plenty of time to pick up those kills. As we stand here, it's just Dao Hui and 678 who are on 2 kills. As Munao is in a little bit of a pickle. He is our only target in the lobby and is going to be in a lot of trouble against Kai Bao, and drops straight into the loving embrace of his nunchucks. That is going to be a kill onto Mu, but not quite the elimination. Just going to be using one of his deaths. Get that revive up as we swap now to Dao Hui, our kill leader here of the lobby. Our joint kill leader, I should say. Just throwing out a little bit of range projectiles onto 678. Another one of our joint kill leaders. There's not too much happening there. Just going to get some disengages. Panda Man now onto Chu Sheng. Chu Sheng has been struggling, man. Look at this. He's on half health. Pop to force the stasis. He is going to be running away and just hiding for now, as Panda Man looking to recollect, regroup, and just keep on chasing Chu Sheng, man. Absolutely no mercy. Chu Sheng is in a lot of trouble. Is he going to be able to turn this one around, though? Panda Man having to pop the ultimate, going for those dashes, going for the freezes. I don't think Chu Sheng is long for this world. Is going to get the grapple onto him. He's in a bit of a pickle. Can Panda Man finish it off? I think that's going to be it. Chu Sheng is down. He is out, and he is eliminated. Another 0-point game for Chu Sheng. Our previous winner of it all in the bi-weekly 1 has had 2 games now with a fat goose egg. Nothing to show for himself.
Katana is just one of the best weapons in terms of being able to push into an uppercut just with the charge strike, and it is now going to be DAY1-SOLO trying to chase after Ego. Has been downed. Cannon Splash comes through, not able to find the chip damage it's looking for. So he was just looking to use that cannon, land one of those shots onto this disengaging player, and then you can come in with the dual blades and use the fact that you can actually charge them up and move at the same time. And even worse for players to try and deal with, it doesn't actually have a blue focus circle. So it's even harder for these players to actually track when they're going to be able to counter. It's the only weapon in the game box that does not have that tell. It forces players to look at the weapon rather than the color. As 678 has been able to move on to the ballista, isn't really finding players around though, as everyone now is just hugging the feet of that tower, so they're going to be out of line of sight. As it is now going to be players just grappling in with that cannon splash to connect onto the player when you don't have any cover to be able to hide behind. As Dongqing has actually been able to bait Zhang into using that freeze form. Uppercut will be able to find one slash, but not going to be able to get that stun lock. Zhang Yu is actually going to be swapping to the Flamer, trying to just keep a little bit of distance between them, but Dongqing comes in with the cannon, gets a little bit of exit splash damage, and then will remove themselves from the fight because they actually fell a little bit low and wisely choosing not to get close enough to the player with a flamethrower, as it is going to be grappled just to launch onto tower. Make sure that you're not going to be picked out by the ballista, as DAY1-SOLO at the moment might just be able to pick up a cheeky Morris Blessing.
Maybe, as you got 5 people here hanging out around the tower. Dongqing, king of the castle right now at the top on that ballista. Not going to be able to find too much here, as everyone knows, everyone is very aware that there is a big fat ballista at the top of this tower, and you do not want to be standing anywhere where that ballista can fire off on top of you. So just going to be hugging the tower as closely as possible. There are so many people here, man. Reki's here, Xiao Yu is here now as well. Zhang Yu, excuse me, is now here. And we might be seeing a little bit of a fight break out right now, but you know, still somewhat early days here. We're not in that point where it's just a bit of, oh my goodness, what a shot there. DAY1-SOLO is going to take a world of hurt from that one. That is the power of the ballista, and that is why everyone was hugging the tower. My goodness, that is a lot of damage. That is very spooky. Dongqing is still up there as well, if I'm not mistaken. He is looking for maybe something. Yeah, he's going to be disengaging from it now, as the circle is going to push that ballista out of action, as we swap to Zhang Yu here onto Panda Man, looking for a bit of a rematch here. Panda Man forced to pop the stasis, is still burning away, however, and it is going to be that ultimate as well, as he just tries to dash away and zip on out of there. He is going to get out for now, but it's a return ultimate from Zhang Yu to keep the chase going. Will he be able to follow onto Panda Man? I'm not quite sure. He did fail one of his grapples. Yeah, I think that's it. I think Panda Man's going to be able to walk away from this one. Just going to be sliding away into safety here, as we now swap into Ego versus Wang Liang.
Yeah, it is going to be Ego versus Wang Liang. Dagger that you have to worry about versus the nunchucks, as both of these players potentially going to be looking for that parry. Ego does have the full meat stump available at the moment. Will be able to get the block. Has to actually pop in with that Justina ultimate, as Wang Liang now looks for that chase, knowing that they're using it to disengage rather than try to aggressively freeze this Yoda in position. But you're hurting them right into the third or fourth party, as Ego, forced to drop that F ability to be able to keep themselves safe, has been able to try and lose this tail, but players have seen that he has no shields. He has hardly any health bar, and they are chasing, as you can hear the musket shots, the pistol shots coming through, as every player now looking to try and grab that last little tick of damage. Cannon shot. Somehow Ego on an absolute sliver of health will survive, but they'll go down to Wang Liang in the end with the pistol. But Wang Liang now might be in a little bit of trouble, as all of these players potentially looking to push in. They've known, though, that the player that was low enough to maybe come in with a snipe from the cannon has been removed. Now they're just going to disengage and wait to see if they can spot another moment of weakness before coming back in with the same ambush, the same splash damage. As we have a little bit of a spat coming potentially forward as the Morris Blessing has now spawned. We don't have any monks or Temis in the lobby too, so it is going to be hardly fought over in terms of trying to get on top of those chests so you can pick up those weapons. Moon looking to try and get this connection onto a Justina, not really going to be able to find what they're looking for. Uppercut with the dagger, going to be able to secure a little bit of damage, but this thing is going to pop that ultimate and will be able to keep themselves safe, as we can actually see Bane's Breath coming out just to try and secure up this position so that one of these players can try and push in with the movement, as Wang Yu is going to actually be able to find Panda Man with the dagger, takes the fire tick damage, but immediately distances themselves from the fight, as Mu, our only talker in the lobby, is going to be able to connect a flame onto one of our Justina's H-Fly, allowing them to get a little bit of breathing room, as Bane's Breath is making it really hard for these players to try to move around. No one really wanting to come out from their hidey holes in case they get pinned down into these locations.
The Bane's Breath is about to expire, as Huangfly here, who actually put the Bane's Breath down, if I'm not mistaken, is going to be able to pick up some of that loot. And just moving on from this one here, we now have 6 players eliminated from game number 2, including most recently Panda Man and Ego. They are out of it. It's dropping now to 6, 7, 8. We have 4 players here sitting on 2 kills at the top of the scoreboard. Another somewhat low-scoring game as far as individual kills go. We've not really got too much happening, and that makes it a little bit tricky here. All to play for as this final circle will begin to approach as we reach around the 10-minute mark here of the game. And a lot of kills going through here. No one's really satisfied with just sitting on the 1 or the 2 kills. A lot of kills to be had. And of course, if you can pick up all of those kills and finish high, you're absolutely golden. That sounds very obvious when you say it out loud, but that is the way that Naraka works. And everyone's going to be gunning for those, some more literally than others. As we swap now to Mu. Oh, a good fireball there onto Huangfly. Huangfly is going to be in a bit of a pickle, popping the stasis. But it doesn't mean too much, and he's going to get third-partied from Shang Yu as well. Mu's in a bit of trouble now too. Huangfly and Mu are both up for the picking. What a shot that was! Holy moly, Shang Yu bringing Huangfly down, clipping his wings, and Huangfly is eliminated. What a play that was! Holy moly!
Those pistol shots, like I tell you, you have to be so scared. As Mu, our only target in the lobby, still going to be alive. It might just be temporary though, as they are currently being chased down. They don't have the ultimate to be able to get a little bit more agility either, and Reki just with these grapples is doing so much damage will be able to down the Taka. And that unfortunately is our Taka, the only Taka in the lobby. Knocked out before we hit final circle, and the win condition can be achieved, as Wang Liang was actually close enough to the Morris Blessing, only really had to contest 6, 7, 8, and with the armor that they were able to pick up, it does look like they were the one who on that Yoda was just able to drop the F ability and secure up that chest. As their loadout's looking pretty nice in terms of the defensive, not so great in terms of the weaponry. As Dongqing now moving forward does have that dagger that he does so prize. JJHRD678 looking to come in for the third party. Grapple's going to be coming through. Doesn't want to go after the play with the flamer. Is instead going to be putting their sights onto Dubai. But Dongqing, spotted extremely low, is now going to look far juicier a target for the Sipping to try to get on top of. And she is going to be able to try to corner lock them. Not going to be able to find the pick. Will actually cut them off onto the roof. As we have a little bit of a chase. Grapple connects. Dongqing just about able to dodge around the hay bale to avoid the follow-up damage. The 6, 7, 8 is having to be a little bit concerned. This chase is going on far longer than they would want to. Dongqing now going out into the open, right into the path of Wang Liang with the flamer, who's going to be able to pick that one up too.
Wang Liang now getting 2 kills. He's actually getting some of the kills before that final circle, which bodes well for him, as he's a player that likes to kind of just play a bit passively and then get to that final circle before he starts popping off. The fact that he's able to get some kills even before we get to that point means that he has a high chance of actually doing some good numbers in this game. Zhang Yu, our previous winner from game number 1, still sitting in first place pre here with 3 kills. Honestly though, this game's been all about those, you know, that third party, that chase onto Dongling there was, or Dongling, excuse me, was you know, 6, 7, 8 wanted it. He did all the work for it, but then he realized there were other people around. It's like, I can't stay. I'm not the healthiest myself, and just gives that kill over to Wang Liang. This is a bit of a time in the game where we get a bit slow coming in here. Not too much happening. No proper engages. Maybe a little bit of ranged poke coming through here and there. Some rockets flying through, maybe some just something to chip a little bit of the armor off. No one wants to dedicate, because if you do that, it's so easy to get third-partied, as this circle is getting smaller and smaller and smaller. And now that we're nearly at the 5-minute mark as well, it is not only smaller, it is just objectively small. If you do find yourself in a fight, it's very easy for someone else to join in. And with the circle being so small and pro players being pretty good at Naraka, they have the awareness to be able to see when things are happening, when fights are going down, and they will absolutely punish you for taking that. No one wants to be the first person to engage that fight. So we're just getting a little bit of a downtime here, a little bit of a lull, as the players are just chilling out here, waiting until they're forced to make that move. And until then, we're just going to be shooting our ranged weapons and getting a little bit of poke.
Yeah, well, there is one player who's shooting ranged weapons, Wang Liang, with that pistol, looking to try and find some shots onto Daohu. Can't really get close enough to contest, though, as we actually saw a purple greatsword in the hands of that player. Not something you want to get up close and personal with. As zone starting to get even smaller, all of these players not wanting to really put themselves into sites where they're going to be spotted out, because even though this zone has a lot of buildings, there's a lot of open doors and a lot of windows, and a lot of these players are rocking the cannons, and you literally just splash the damage through the windows to connect onto a player holed up inside, and unless you have something like a Justina ultimate to pop to be able to barge your way out of, it can be extremely difficult to try to escape those enclosed spaces, which is why we're seeing the players just taking over high ground rather than putting themselves into small knit areas, unless they don't want to be spotted. If they don't want to be spotted, if they want to play for stealth, if they want to play for a little bit of a long con and save on resources, that's when we tend to see them start to hole up. As Dubai, you can see the amount of damage that this zipping is taking when you're just coming around this low ground, trying to find yourself a rooftop and pushing all of those players into more damage. They know the chip damage can come through. You don't necessarily have to do 95% of the health bar. Everyone else around you can do the same job, because remember, if you have to actually repair your ranged weapons, you can't keep using them. You have to use a repair pack, otherwise you're not going to be able to fire them, as Dubai now comes in with an absolute stonker of a dual blade pick. Not going to be able to find the kill, as Reki with the bow will be able to swipe it from underneath their noses. As Zhang Yu now, just trying to escape that zone, is potentially caught up on the high ground, has been able to get back on top of the cliff without punishment, as all of these players now going to be scurrying back for a little bit of a refresh, a little bit of a reset, as the zone starts to encroach and push them together closer.
Reki with a cheeky still there, taking that kill away from Zhang Yu, who was trying to take it away from Dubai, and that's the magic of solos. It's whoever gets that last hit. And that's why you just don't want to be the person to make the first play, because if it doesn't go in your favor, everyone bundles in on you and there's nowhere to run. It's such a small circle, everyone else is going to come through, and you're going to be in a lot of trouble here. So swapping now to Wang Liang, again looking for a bit of poke on that ranged weapon. Doesn't have the rocket, but did have the swarm, I believe that was, I saw there. As Dubai here, we're now looking at not a single kill to his name here in game number 2. Still putting through a lot of hurt here as Wang Liang on that flamer, just looking to get as much damage as possible as the fight's coming through. He doesn't pick up the kill. It's 678 who eliminates Kai Bao at the end here. And now 678 himself might find himself in a bit of trouble, just running away, half health, low on shield as well. Not a lot of places to run to, but still a lot of people to run from. Hunting him down, Zhang Yu being one of them, also got Dubai in his sights, but 678 is the low person. It's the one everyone wants to pick off here. A few more hits and he will be going down, and it looks like he is eliminated to Dubai. He's going to pick up his first kill of the game. Zhang Yu still sitting on 3 kills, not able to pick it up. He's found the last few of these kills getting stolen away from him. He must be pretty annoyed at this one. There's only 3 other targets, 4 players total. Not going to be able to reach that 7 kill total that he did in the previous one, as now he takes a little bit of harass here from Reki and Master Sniper. able to put a little bit of damage onto Zhang Yu, who's now finding himself in a lot of trouble, as we are going to get that final fight here with the circle closing in. Zhang Yu popping the stasis. Dubai looking to hurt him up with his own cannon, but it's now the ulti from Zhang Yu. Just trying to dash away to safety and freeze people as he goes through it. I don't think he's long for this world, though. He's going to be in a lot of trouble, and it is Dubai who picks that one up. He's now joined for first place kills in the lobby without coming into this final circle with a single kill. There's 3 players live now. Wang Liang, Reki, and Dubai all to play for right here. Moxie, take me through this final circle. Who's going to be taking it away?
This has got to be Wang Liang. This is one Yodo who's just waiting on an ultimate. As you can see, both of these Zippings trying to stay out of range of that flamer, hound them down with the cannons. Fire Tick damage will be able to connect onto the Yodo, but Wang Liang, once again, playing floor is lava, just playing for verticality, so that when you pop the ultimate, you're going to be able to pick up both of these players. Has been able to secure the ledge, takes a little bit of cannon fire damage, in 6 seconds will be able to have that F ability. Is actually going to pop it a little bit early to be able to get a little bit of a reset. As both of those Zippings now start to move forward, Dubai with the Flamer has been able to claim up the high ground, but they're still not able to find the pick. They have to be so scared about when the Yodo ultimate comes through. And here it is, Reki on the low ground, going to be caught out by Wang Liang though, as he comes in with the katana. Dubai trying to land the final killing shot, goes for the F ability. Both now Zippings rocking that shield, both holding on to the ultimate as Dubai pops into the cannon, takes so much flamer damage, moves forward with the shield still intact though. Ultimate finally comes on out. Reki trying to get a pick onto Dubai, who goes in with the dual blades, is looking to try to push in, but that flame is making it so hard for the Zipping's movement, as she will be able to pop her F. The Spirit Twig's going to be getting even more healing, as Reki now just trying to keep themselves on the low ground and tap dodge and go for the uppercuts. Flamer comes on out, trying to connect on to Dubai, but Dubai not able to live through the amount of damage that Reki with the Flamer from on far and the dagger when you get close is just able to absolutely hammer into your health bar. And again, it was just like the talker in map 1. There seems to be just an agreement from both of those Zippings. We're not going to be able to win if that Yodo is able to get the ultimate off. So we're just going to team up and kill her.
Yeah, Wang Yang there was in a good spot to take it all. He had his legendary armor and his trusty dagger, but as you mentioned, a bit of a slip up I think on the end there, kind of getting in between the two Zippings, and then in the end he just gets taken down in 3rd place there. Reki was able to pick up a few of those scavenging kills, and coming in 1st place as well, last man standing. Gets that MVP, gonna be a nice one for him, as I believe he didn't get too many points in that first game, so really does mean a lot to get that in game number 2. Zhang Yu, of course, was had another pretty decent game, not finishing in 1st place like in game number 1, but regardless, he's still got a fair amount of kills, and maybe like top 5, I would say, as that game came to a close. Still though, big fat goose eggs for Chu Sheng, and what's his Shah as well was another one who, you know, we expected things coming into today from those players, and they haven't delivered at all yet. We've still got a few more games to go, obviously, and the next game will be that reset onto the new map, which is very exciting. So maybe that's just the kind of thing that these players need for that fresh start. But so far, not a good beginning to day number 1 of our bi-weekly 2.
678 though is definitely a player that's been impressing. Wasn't able to make it alive into the top 3 in terms of survivability, but in terms of 3rd and 4th partying, I'd say he was the best in the lobby. Like, Reki was coming with some brilliant snipes, don't get me wrong, the bow work was absolutely insane, but 678 just able to use the survivability that was available to you going into those engagements, knowing that you had fallbacks, trustfuls to be able to put onto your own shoulders, so that you weren't going for aggressive utility usages. Instead, you were holding off on it, waiting for everyone else to do your work, and then swooping in like a vulture the second that you saw your prey lagging a little bit, and then just immediately gone from the engagements. We even as well saw sometimes he would chase, but he wouldn't have the full blinders on. That can actually happen to a lot of players when they go for the 3rd party. They just chase and chase and chase, right? You look at Hongfly and Sha. on Series 1. But 6, 7, 8, when they were chasing, I believe it was Wang Liang, like they're chasing, or rather Dao Hui actually, they're chasing Dao Hui, and he goes out into the open, and 6, 7, 8 gives up the chase because he knows if he goes out into the open, it's not one player that he's facing, it's about several, and he's able to survive. He doesn't come in with the kill, but he's able to live longer and pick up more along the way.
That might come back to bite him, obviously, because those kills do mean a fair amount. As we take a look at the scoreboards for game number 2. First one getting into double digits, and the only one is Reki with a 10.4 score. Pretty low scoring on the high end of things here, with Dubai and Zhang Yu coming in 2nd and 3rd respectively. But the difference, honestly, between 2nd all the way down to 8th is pretty close. There's not too many points in it. And really, that has been the showing of today. Like, not a lot of kills for the top end of the lobby there. Just 4 kills for Reki, who came in 1st place, a few on 3, the rest on 2. Like, it's really that no one is running away from this. Which, you know, if you are having a tough start to this, like, you know, the likes of Xu Sheng, Lu Renking, and Sha, who are on 0 points in this game, but also did not do well in the previous game. If you've not had a good start to things, this is something good to see, you know, because no one is running away with this right now. You have one good game, you can easily come out on top, you can easily be 1st place again, or at least in top 3. So there still is potential for you to come back into it. Zhang Yu, I would say, is, you know, having a good day of things. Came in 1st in game number 1 and 3rd in game number 2. But apart from that, I'd say it's still wide open here on day number 1.
Yeah, I mean, it's really interesting too. Like, when you look at the scorelines, it sort of goes to show how these final circles are actually playing out. Because normally what happens is we have someone holding on to a Yodo ultimate, or a Justina ultimate, or a Talker ultimate. We get to final circle, there's like 6 players surviving, and they're able to connect onto all of the players around, and they just bag in literally 15 seconds, 0 kills to 6. And that's not really happening because all of these players are playing just so passively. Even when that final zone closes up, we normally only have about 3 players left, as we are going to have our first Zipping Ying coming in for MVP. Reki is the one picking that one up, and no real surprises. A lot of damage, a lot of healing as well, able to come in and stick around for those fights for longer, control that neutral while also still having that shielding and regen continuously bursting through, so that you can actually stay aggressively in those fights if a third party does start to come into your flank a lot longer than someone like a Justina or a Yoto does, to the point where sometimes we're seeing Justinas, if they don't have the freeze form available, pop the ultimate to try to disengage and keep the chase going on long enough for the freeze form to be back when they get tangled up in a fight eventually.
Yeah, something I noticed as well with Reki's MVP card there, he has a lot of range damage, which, you know, it's kind of just how things have been going, I would say, today. Best performing players have been the ones that are able to just, you know, poke from far away and then maybe finishing people off. And obviously Reki had some really sick snipes in that game too, and was able to pick up some kills that way. I was quite impressed with overall with kind of just like how he played, and I think he's been in game number 1 he was decent as well. We're getting a lot of looks in to Reki, and he was still running around and just smashing everyone. I'm honestly just like, the fact that we haven't had any particularly bloodthirsty games yet, or any players that have really like stood out as bloodthirsty players, makes me really curious for the rest of the day, especially as we go on to our next map here on the Hollow Rift, because I just wonder how that's gonna how is that gonna mess things up? Because you're taking players outside their comfort zone onto something that they've not competed on professionally yet. Obviously they practiced it on Shogun scrims and stuff like that. Like, this is they're not blinding into this map first time or anything like that. But it's a new map. It is literally the first time it's gonna be played here in the Nbpl. And I want to see if that shakes up some strategies and some tactics, whether people decide to play a little bit more passively because they're not as familiar with what's going on, and so instead, you know, they're just like, not sure what's happening here, I'll take it easy, I'll chill out a little bit. They could be thrown around this corner, I wouldn't know. Or whether it's just like, you know what, we don't know what's going on here, we're defaulting back to our instincts, which is go ham, go crazy, fight, and we get loads of fights going in and loads of engages. I am obviously hoping a little bit maybe for the latter of those two. But to be honest, I'm just excited to see how the Hollow Rough goes down, which is our next map coming up. And for some players, we really do need that reset. I don't want to harp on the same people over and over again. but I'm going to do it anyway. Shah, we need to see more from him. Mr. Consistent, what's going on? He was not good game 1 and 0 points in game 2. And I think the biggest one, obviously, is Chu Sheng. Was number 1 coming out of our bi-weekly final 1. Literally number 1, the best. Cannot get better than that. And I don't think you can get worse than what he's doing right now. Like, I'm not being rude when I say that. Quite literally, I think he's got 0 points in both these games. Like, it's a very slow start for him. Fortunately for him, though, he did kind of he was trending upwards when he did come in first. But either way, 2 goose eggs in your first 2 maps, it's not what you want to see.
Yeah, I mean, I think a large part of it is that some of these players are just out of practice. They've been scrimming on Holoroff. It's whether they've been trying to keep their ranks up as well. So they've probably been on this map far more than they have on Morris. And with Holoroff, with how it's set out, there really is a lot of importance in where you actually want to drop, because not only is it a new map with all of these different traps, it also has different weather effects. We like to call them biodomes, right? Where you have sometimes snowfall, sometimes you have sandstorms, you've got the ghostly mist too, which can spawn ghostly little grabby hands that spawn out of the ground and can yank you and silence you for a second, couple of seconds, like making sure a little bit like a Viper ultimate when it hits. And we've also got all of these different traps. Like, we talk about things like in the Plume Temple, the chandelier above the head. We've got the whole puzzle with the statues in terms of south of Plume Temple too, whether or not we're going to see a couple of people try and land Salvation to try and pick up that loot box as well, because we saw a lot of people going past it because of the loot that they were carrying. If you can already open a golden chest and get yourself a bag of golden goodies, you're going to be off to a great start before you've even had to use your first rats.
You said golden goodies, but there's another color we might be seeing as well, right?
We might.
The extra sexy red. Yeah, that is exclusive to the new map in that big chest where you fold the statues around and you spawn that loot box. We might be seeing that. I think that's pretty interesting, because either you really want it and so you go crazy for it, or you're like, no, this is a bait, I'm not doing it. We'll have to wait and see, and unfortunately we won't have to wait too long. We're gonna be heading to a break, and when we come back, it's game number 3 on the new map. It's Holoroff. We'll see you soon. Beautiful scenes there in Shanghai. I'm so excited for game number 3. It's the new map. It's Holoroth. The first time you're gonna see it here in the Nbpl. It's only a few moments away. I'm so keen to get this one going. The players have obviously been playing this like not competitively, but in their scrims and in their ranked games and stuff. Like, I just want to see what we get. I think the map is exceptionally beautiful. You know, all the different biomes that you get, like the snowy stuff, the desert stuff as well. I think it's really pretty, and with the funkiness that you can get out of it, if you're not too familiar with the new map, there's like loads of traps and stuff you can pull off as well. Like we spend all of the time on Morris Isle just waiting for that water wheel to kill someone. There's like 10 times the amount of things. There's 10 water wheels essentially in the new map, and personally, that's what I am looking forward to seeing. My name's Foxtrot. I'm joined by Moxie all day long. Moxie, what are you looking forward to with the new map? I've kind of stolen your thunder by saying the traps, because obviously that's number 1. Aside from the traps, what are you looking forward to seeing?
Well, I honestly, I just love how diverse every sort of effect in Holoroth is. You have all of these different things that can crop up across the map. Obviously, you've got the weather, which can hit specific areas. Snowstorms only going to hit snowy areas. It actually has a really fun interaction. If you stay in a snowstorm too long, you get a little bar directly below your minimap in your top right-hand screen of a corner called Chill. And normally you'd be like, okay, taking something chill, that's good. You're being nice and relaxed and calm. No, if it gets too high, it eats into your ultimate meter.
I love that. Normally chill's good. Yeah, well, when you're in a snowstorm, okay, fair play, fair enough. Not so good. Yeah, you don't want your ultimate getting sapped away. That's a bad thing. So it almost acts like a mini circle, I guess, in a way. Essentially just like a zone that you want to get out of. You want to go away from it.
There's a little bit of a weird interaction too. It drains your ultimate bar when it's charging. If you actually pop your ultimate, it doesn't drain it faster than when you're using it. So what people are actually doing as a workaround at the moment, and what I would not be surprised to see if we do see it in here as well, is that when a snowstorm is about to hit, you pop your ultimate to guarantee that you get the full amount of it, rather than getting the ultimate bar drained away. Because there are things that you can do. Obviously, you do have the cleanse debuff items around the map too. You can try and hole up around a campfire so that you can get a little bit warmer and bite off the chill that way. But we also have things like the sand cognacs, which are these tiny little plant things on little vines, which when you hit it, you actually get blinded partially. And I think it's going to be really interesting to see what exactly the players have to play, and also what they say about moving on to the new map and how it's going to differ.
我觉得今天就是打得比较好了，我就是已经很满意了，只是还可以做得更好。就有点不甘心吧，这个周冠一步之遥没有跨上去。更换眼镜是因为我之前那个眼镜，就我戴耳机的话就太夹了，所以我才更换的嘛。然后剪头发就是纯属是因为头发太长了。就是我是根据英雄来选择这个打法的吧。比如说妖刀姬我就选择运营，然后银子瓶的话我就选择就是敢打嘛。然后顾清寒的话也可以打也可以运营的，反正就这3个英雄嘛。
It's nice to hear the different strategies there from Shah, talking about different heroes that he picks and how that changes his playstyle. And of course, as every good gamer knows, you have to have an excuse when things go wrong. His was his headset hurt his head. I think that's pretty fair. I've not heard that one before. I'll have to add that to my repertoire. Obviously, we know Ping is one. Cold Hands is another one as well, as we start getting into winter, as summer is we're waving goodbye to summer. It's halfway through September now, and the Nbpl of course running through to November. It's going to get colder and colder, and those hands are going to need to be kept warmer and warmer. Anyway, I'm chatting utter rubbish here. We're getting a look at our players. So we're moving into game number 3 on the new map, onto Holoroth. We've said it a million times, I don't need to say it again, but it's exciting. Oh yes, Zhang Yu on your screen has been the most consistent performer today in his first 2 games, finishing 1st and 3rd respectively. He's the only player that has managed to score more than 4 kills in a single game today as well. We've had some very low scoring games, some quite passive games as well, and maybe a change in scenery is what these players need, for a change in playstyle, bring out that aggressiveness on. The
thing is, Holoroth is a big place. Like, it's really big. So I'm not sure if we're actually going to see properly isolated fights, whether or not players are going to be dropping into those locations, and there's only going to be about 3 players close enough in the surrounding area to actually be able to pick up on fights going down and being able to potentially barge on through, or if we are going to see all of these players drop in the very highly sought after spaces, places like Plume Temple, places like Salvation, so that you can potentially try and figure out that puzzle, which if you're like me, and when you played things like Skyrim and you had the Golden Claw quest and you had all of the pillars, like it was the puzzle where you had 3 different pillars or 3 different pictures of animals, and you had to move them around, and then you look directly behind the pillars and you could figure out which animal you I made a list. I was there for like 2.5 hours just being like, snake, bird, fish. It's the same thing for the Salvation puzzle. If you go directly below Salvation, you'll find one of those the rollers, but at the same time, you'll also directly underneath each pillar find a glyph on the wall pointing to the direction that the pillar needs to be directed to be able to complete the puzzle and unlock the chest. So don't be like me and spend 15-20 minutes running around being like, try this one north, try this one east, try this one south, try this one west. Go below, figure it out.
So we won't be seeing the players just standing still for 2 hours with their piece of paper trying to figure out which direction the statues need to be turning in. There it is, guys. The first time you're seeing it by Pening on the icy ground. Oh, okay. We're already getting a bit of mix up here in our champion picks. Cicada's going to be coming through hot here. Revatch. Okay, that's interesting because Cicada, I feel like it's a bit of like a skirmishy, like aggressive choice. Valda as well coming through here, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
Okay.
Look at him.
I like this. This is a good start.
I am enjoying this because, like, Wu Chen as well. I'm really happy about that. We're going to have a Wu Chen, so you're going to be able to have things like the Soul Blade block to make sure that when it gets to the projectiles, obviously with how much of a focus vertically there is on this map, ranged battles are going to become something that you're going to have to be able to survive, and Wu Chen obviously can block those projectiles, so too can the Yodo F ability. Cicada is going to be really strong too, because remember his ultimate does increase damage if an enemy is airborne. And what we actually have is a couple of things like the jump pads where you're actually able to get jumps lasting longer. And with the focus on, again, that verticality, you're going to be able to get a lot more damage on the airborne players who are going to be in the air far longer than if we were on places like Holoroth. Notably, too, we are going to have still a couple of Yodas, a couple of Zipings, as Chusheng is unfortunately immediately going to have to just activate that F ability to get the shield. Not looking for the fight, though. Luring King will be able to beat them away, as it is just the Kens at the moment that these players are trying to fight over. Ego looking to try and push into Luring King, but Luring King able to come in top with that Trove a little bit faster than Ego, not really allowing that Zipping to take the fight on an even footing. So Ego just having to play a little bit more passively and look for loot rather than that immediate engagement. As there's the Salvation Temple, it is going to be Zhang Yu who actually drops into it, but there is a fight going on as Dao Hui is potentially going to be moving in with something like the Ballista or just looking for that low grind fight, as both of these players now going to be scrapping over controlling this grind so you can complete the puzzle and get the chest to open, as Zhang Yu will be able to chip away the health immediately. Dao Hui now going to be going in for the Zipping F. Both Zippings going for the F. Dao Hui falls extremely low. I was being able to knock down Zhang Yu onto the ground, not able to find the follow through. Zhang Yu will be able to punish that, and as you can see, the Ken comes out and she can now then look to control the statues and potentially get that juicy red armor online.
I'd love to see whether or not Zhang Yu decides to go for that, completing the puzzle and getting that red armor. But for now, we're just going to take a look at some more scrappiness happening. There's so many people in this area. There's like 6 different players here. Reki, our previous winner of game number 2, just going to be hanging out here quite literally, is Chusheng. For me, there are 3 players that I want to watch for this game: Chusheng, Sha, and Zhang Yu. Chusheng has not been able to put up a single point so far in these 2 games. And as a reminder, he was our best player, our #1 player coming into today. He won it all in the bi-weekly finals last week. And again, 0 points in game number 1. 0 points in game number 2. Even right here at the beginning of number 3, he's on the back foot, having to run away from this one. not able to make those aggressive plays happen, and obviously quite the opposite. Of course, it's not the end of the world early on. Even if you do get knocked out, it's cool. You're just chilling. You resurrect. You've got another life. It's all good. It's 6-7-8 now. We're going to swap over to some action here between him and Don Quing here. Don Quing with that purple armor looking to chase him down. 6-7-8. No armor left. Really ridiculously low. Is going to survive for now. Don Quing going to give up the chase. As it is Zhang Yu, he's done it. He's completed the puzzle. He's opened the box. And he's the only one here. What's it going to be?
It's not right on.
Yes.
It is a chance.
No, but he got a legendary dual blade,
small
I think,
chance,
right?
but it is legendary dual blade. So already not having to wait for things like the Morris Blessings, like that's massive. You've now come at such an advantage in terms of the weapon reloadout that you have, as we are following Reki, who has activated that Yodo F ability. They're trying to hunt down. It looks like it's Xu Sheng once again on the back foot, caught between two of these players who are looking to just sandwich him in between that fight. And Xu Sheng is just forced to just try and disengage at the moment. There's not a lot of shielding left. Will be able to come in with the F ability to be able to get a little bit more shield, a little bit more of a regen. But again, just not really able to use it and look for those fights like we heard in the interview, right? If you activate that Zipping F ability, you want to use it to go aggressively forward and take the fight. Xu Sheng is having to use it so often to just disengage that when a fight actually comes towards him, he doesn't have it left. And now, how about coming in with that ballista? All of these players just left to try and escape the damage that comes through.
Oh, good parry there from Don Quing. Gonna eliminate, or not fully eliminate, but just knock out 6-7-8. That's one of his lives gone. We're still left with 16 players. No one's gone out too early right here. As Dubai, though, is going to be chased down from Panda Man. He's very, very low. Got no armor left. Very low on health, too. Can Panda Man find him? Does look like he's able to get it, actually. As Dubai might be in a bit of a pickle, but he's giving him the slip. Oh, my goodness. I didn't even see how that happened, but he managed to get out onto the roof here. But Panda Man has found him out. Can he keep chasing? It's all about the jukes and the moves and the seduction here for Dubai if he's able to go away and survive just a little bit longer. I think he's honestly giving Panda Man the slip. I think he's done it. Impressive stuff here for Dubai to survive for now.
I think you can hear the thank yous. He has found him.
He's found him.
This is the problem when you're trying to give a Yodo the jukes. You can't just book it away with the grapple because you will be caught by the ultimate as you try and disengage cleanly. So instead you have to just break line of sight. And unfortunately it means that this grab lasts a long time as Panda Man thinks about charging up that skill rush. Is not going to actually charge it up entirely. Is going to allow Dubai to live temporarily and then immediately comes back in. But you can still see on your screen some of these players are starting to move a little bit closer to that fight. And now, because of how long Dubai has actually been able to survive, Panda Man might now find themselves going up against an enemy who's heard the commotion and wants to try to peek in, as Dubai has been able to get a little bit of a reset, go straight into Panda Man, though, who's doing a whole bunch of damage. But the counter and parry is going to be able to come through. Yodo F ability to make sure that Panda Man can pick up the weapon, get a little bit of a refresh, and then look to land the damage on. But this is what we were talking about when we were discussing some of these players. They put the blinders on. This fight has been going on a very long time, and Panda Man is still looking to try and get the pick to connect onto Dubai, who still is alive and should be able to come in with an ultimate in a matter of moments to be able to either get the freeze to connect onto this Yodo or just be able to disengage cleanly, as Panda Man's still looking for that pick.
That fight's lasting so long, even the spectators got bored of it. We're swapping now from Zhang Yu, who is going to knock down Kaibo. He is done. He's not eliminated, but he's just one of his deaths gone. Huangfly looks like it's next on the docket here for Zhang Yu. Huangfly very, very low on health. Those legendary dual blades doing a lot of hurt, so much pain right here. How do you even fight this, especially early? Takeda just popping that ulti, but not being able to get too much from it. He's going to have to disengage here. Zhang Yu looks for the chase, looking for the re-engage. Huangfly is going to be struggling a lot here. Gets a little bit of a heal off, but I don't think it's enough, to be honest. I think he's going to be struggling. There's the parry. Oh, but is it? No, is it enough? It's not quite enough. Yeah, but yeah, it might just be enough. I don't think so. He survives for a little bit longer, but with the shield, Huangfly is on a slither of health. How is he still alive? I don't think it's going to last for much longer, though. There it is. He's knocked down. and he is taken down. Zhang Yu getting 2 kills in that exchange. Sitting pretty at a total of 3 here as we swap to some more action. Dong Qing now getting chased down by Ding Lui. There's so many players here. 8 players in the vicinity. We could be getting even scrappier here in our first game on the new map.
Yeah, that was just all those players scrapping over the Morris Blessing. That's why it's so important to land Salvation, to try and get that chest, because it's not as contested. We're actually going to see Ding Yu coming in on that Wu Chen. Actually not using the version of the ultimate we tend to see. It is the version of the ultimate which allows you to push projectiles from one portal to the other rather than TPing you out, and you may just go down to the dual blades because of that, which I'm known for his mobility, but not if you don't choose the ultimate that allows you to disengage freely from those fights. As it is now going to be Dongqing that we're following. Does not quite have the legendary dual blades, but purple is still pretty decent this early on in the match. As Wolf's Cao Bao running one of those Takedas that we get to see has the ultimate charged up. Not yet going to have the mythic grab to be able to guarantee a counter to come through. But we'll have it in a couple of moments. Hits the bell, just make sure no one's going to be able to look for that third party, then goes in for the pick. There's the counter grab! Immediately into the ultimate, and with the airbomb, Justina should be able to get so much damage, forces that freeze form out early, and then looks for the chase. Justina has been able to actually use the wall to try and scale rush away from as Cao Bao now looking for that chase, needs to get this kill to land quickly, and if you want to get those codes, you're gonna have to move quickly, because once they are gone, they are gone, as Cao Bao is gonna be able to, poof, it's the magic trick, make the Justina disappear.
He disappeared. Kai Bao is gone. Love that. Absolutely beautiful. As we're swapping out of Chu Sheng versus Wang Liang. Wang Liang, our #1 world champion, versus Chu Sheng, our #1 BIWEEKLY winner. So far, Chu Sheng is coming out on top, but it's all to play for right here. There's going to be a little bit of wound licking from Wang Liang. Doesn't typically decide to go for these early skirmishes. Is Chu Sheng who's actually going to opt into the complete disengage. Swapping now to our kill leader in Zhang Yu with those legendary dual blades. Honestly, that is just so disgusting to have, especially this early. Kai Bao now going for the chase onto him. If Kai Bao knew he was going up against legendary dual blades, maybe he'd be a little bit more scared here, but it's all Gucci.
You've got the mythic grab. Like, that's the thing. Even if you're going up against legendary dual blades, you have the mythic grab, which is guarantees the counter, essentially. So good at controlling that neutral and potentially parting the legendary dual blades for you to pick up.
Yeah, and that is one of the reasons we see Takeda just being such an aggressive champion as well. Aggressive hero, I should say. Like, just the ability to pop that F, if you say the mythic grab, and just completely counter for free. It's so busted. It's so strong. It makes it really easy to go for these skirmishes and these fights. And I was a bit surprised to see so many Takedas. Like, it's not someone that's completely foreign to the solo games, but to see, I believe we had maybe like 5 of them in this lobby.
Yeah.
And only 2 Yotos as well. Really did surprise me. So we're going to see here, speaking of Takeda, Shah going up against Reki, our previous winner, our MVP of game number 2. Not going to be able to make it happen just yet, though. Reki looking to turn this one around. Shah is in a bit of a pickle. He's going to pop it, though. Can he survive this one for now? The ultimate coming out from the Yoto. Shah is in a lot of trouble. He's in a world of hurt. He's even in the circle right now. I'm not sure if he's going to be able to survive this one for too much longer, but he is holding on just for now. But he's got a blinking health bar in the circle. He's got to get out of that one. Is that a snipe from Chu Sheng? It is, you cheeky boy. You cheeky little blighter. Steals it away from Reki right under his feet. And Chu Sheng with his 2nd kill of the map. Now looking to turn it around onto Reki as well. Oh my goodness, now that was a filthy steal from him, and Reki is super tilted, man. He's lost the kill and he might just lose his life as well, but it's ego! Another steal! Still, there's no honor among thieves, I tell you. Chang Xuan maybe able to make it that first steal happen, but not the second one. Zhang Yu are able to kill out Dubai as we're swapping out a Panda Man going for a fight. There's fights everywhere, Moxie. What's going on, man?
Well, Zhang Yu is immediately going to be coming in with a little bit of that ultimate just to get the regen when going up against Pandaman, still having those legendary dual blades, but not below. Pandaman able to come in with the counter, picks them up off the ground, and
no.
Zhang Yu now just has to try and go for the ball just to stop able to, in the can, loot his dual blades back. I tell you, we're playing past the parcel with those weapons.
Holy
The music
moly,
has
hot
stopped.
potato.
Zhang Yu is going to be able to retain them, as Luring King is going to be looking to just claim any items they can off of this Morris Blessing. It's not really going to find all that much purple armor going to be picked up for the Justina, as we are seeing a couple of players close enough, as it seems like we have a little bit of a sandstorm, or a Bane's Breath rather, occurring. As you can just see one of those jump pads a little bit to the north of Wang Liang. If you run and jump through those, then you get a fly. It's pretty fun. You get a jump really, really high. And when you're having verticality, it's really nice because you can just immediately get on top of some of these buildings and contest those players when we go into the sort of lull that happens with the cannon fires and the splash damage that comes on through. As you can have a look at the bottom of your screen, Sandstorm is the rising wind. Those are the jump pads. That is the official Naraka name that we call them. And it also spawns new troves. That's the same for the snows as well. Like when a snowstorm hits and a sandstorm, you get new troves in the area, so your loot gets replenished.
Honestly, okay, I can't go over what happened between Panda Man and Zhang Yu. Like, that was actually just nutty. Like, parrying the legendary dual blades out of Zhang Yu's hands, picking them up, trying to turn it around, getting shot in the face with a bow, dying, and Zhang Yu picking them back up off his moldy corpse. Absolutely banging. Oh my goodness, that's so pretty. Look at the sand here. Look at it all just giving way to the under the feet of Wang Liang and all of this fighting that's happening. There's 4 players here: Lu Ren, King, Reki, Wang Liang, and Chu Sheng. I see another person as well. I believe it might be Fly, firing shots from the distance as a new challenger approaches. Kai Bao on the top of the rocks as Wang Liang now having to run, turn tail, get out of here as fast as he can. But you can see on the mini-map, there's 4 people chasing after him. Honestly, these sharks, man, they smell blood and they just go for it. Wang Liang is in a bit of a pickle, running towards the circle here. Obviously, you might think of the circle as a danger zone. You don't want to go into that. It hurts. But when you're being chased by this many people, maybe it can save you because they don't want to chase you into it. But I don't think he's going to survive either way. It is Huangfly, the archer that I mentioned, who was just looking to pick off that kill, does get it in the end. And that is Wang Liang eliminated from game number 3 on a fat goose egg, not a single kill to his name.
Oh,
my goodness.
was able to get on top of the Morris Blessing. Yeah.
Look at it.
Every single player in the surrounding area is converged on top of that Morris Blessing, but it's Dao Hui who's able to come out on top. Legendary greatsword, legendary armor for the Ziping. As Cao Bao still running with those purple dual blades. It's normally a pretty good loadout, not in terms of shielding though, and this is now something that you are going to have to worry about. Has already used the Mythic Grab too, so it's not going to be able to easily control the neutral, but goes in with the charged right click of the dual blades. You can actually see the Sand Cognacs immediately behind Luring King. If those actually get hit, well, you're going to get partially blinded. So, oh no, wait, no, those are the cactuses. Ah, that's even worse. If you hit those, then they explode and deal massive amounts of damage as well as knocking you back. So it is going to be something that some of these players are going to have to be a little bit careful of when it comes to that lull phase in range. Just Dongqing able to just control the high ground at the moment. That's a little nifty spot. Is potentially going to be able to collapse onto Xu Sheng, who this time has been able to survive far longer than in the previous lobbies, but once again has to pop that Zipping F ability to disengage rather than try and control the neutral in terms of those fights. As that Hui now comes in with that great sword, is taking a lot of the meter dump in terms of those nunchucks, has actually been pushed outside of the zone, has to grapple back in, and immediately is going to put out fires horizontal strikes from the longsword, as they are just trying to grapple themselves back up, using a little bit of the uppercut tech to continue their momentum and get the most amount of distance possible so that they can distance themselves from a fight and go for this recharge. Because when you see a legendary greatsword wielding player on that low health, you follow and make sure that the weapon goes down. But Dao Hui has been able to survive, and they will still hold on to the greatsword.
I cannot overstate just how important that reset was for Dao Hui. If you have, as you mentioned, legendary weapon, legendary armor, and you go down this early, that is a cardinal sin. There's no way that you can go down this early with that level of loot, and he is able to survive. I honestly thought, though, there was a good time there. It looked like he wasn't going to be able to survive, and that would have been absolutely diabolical for him in this game, especially since he doesn't have a single kill. This is the time to get that kill, man. When you got that loot, there's people like Shah running around on your blue armor and blue weapons. It's fair to say that you're a little bit more armored up than him. Your armory has been a little bit more generous to you. Abjar, as you mentioned, in that bit of a lull state here with the ranged weapons often coming through, but with the position of this map, you're just able to kind of sit on the like there's so much to hide behind here. It's so hard to make these ranged weapons happen, whether you're sitting on stairs, whether you're sitting behind a building, under a roof, inside a building. Those last two are kind of the same thing. It's just so much to get away from the ranged attacks. The 678 just took a huge chunk of damage there.
Yeah.
And he's now going to get chased by Luren King. He's in a bit of trouble. Moxie, this could be the end of 678.
Yeah, Luren King is chasing. 678 is trying to run. At the moment, players haven't really noticed that 678 is that vulnerable. That is why he's going to be able to escape. Seems like he'd had to actually use that zipping F ability a little bit earlier. Will have the ultimate in case he gets chased down, but at the moment he has been able to get the full reshield and should be able to reclaim his spot on the rooftop. As we see, just using a little bit of those scale rushes, making sure that you can climb up the building a little bit faster. You're not going to be as easily followable by some of these players. As DAY1 is at the moment just putting down so much threat. You don't want to get near this greatsword, not when it's going to have all of the momentum of that scale rush and the damage it can follow. As GG Sha looks like he's getting chased off of the high ground at the moment. Ranged fights starting to occur. So having a little bit of a fight onto the low. All of those players extremely low. DAY1 actually taking a massive amount of damage from the charged dual blades, but Sha had to get extremely close quarters to be able to deliver that one, and has now put themselves into prime position to be spotted out. DAY1 looking to try to punish. Knows that they have the better weaponry and can look for that stunlock. The greatsword's width a little bit better than the dual blades when it comes to controlling that amount of space in melee, but still not really wanting to go for that engagement, knowing that with the loot that they're carrying, if they do find themselves in a spot of trouble, they are painting a target on their back. As once again, the lull continues. We start to see these players just have a little bit of feelers out, trying to see whether or not one of these players is falling into an out of position space that they can immediately punish, but it seems like it's Xu Sheng who could be in a little bit of danger, is looking to try and grab onto Luren King, who is just going to be trying to evade them for a little bit longer. But as the zone closes up, that lull is about to explode.
Absolutely. The circle is getting very, very small here, and we still have so many players alive. 10 people in the lobby still, with only 3 minutes left in this tiny little circle going through. There's not much happening right now, but that can all change. Just give it a few seconds, man. Give it a minute's time. It's going to go crazy. DAY1 is the one to keep your eye on here with that sick loot that we mentioned. Not just is it good loot, but the greatsword. It's great, no pun intended, for controlling small areas. And what's a smaller area than when the circle's all closed in? It's the perfect thing.
Look at Reki.
He's trying, man. He's trying, bless him.
He's playing it smart. This is what you do as a Yoda. You know that you don't have the weaponry to be able to beat out them.
As well.
Everyone is just waiting for that zone to close in, and then you come in when the fight goes to that open space, and everyone is just in focus of everything that's going on around you. You come out from the sidelines and look for that Yoto ultimate ability. As Reki, there's no time. You're not going to be able to look for a third party. Even if you are able to find a pick, you're not going to really be able to loot when you're still running blue armor and everyone around you is on legendary weapons. You're not going to live long enough to be able to get that reset. As DAY1 now is getting knocked down to the low ground, should be able to get a reshield. There's still no one really chasing after them. The Rock's doing a very good job of hiding a lot of those ranged encounters that can look for the follow-up damage when one of those players gets knocked down to the low. As Luren King is currently in a little bit of competition. Dongqing falls extremely low, has to pop that zipping F ability and grapple back to the top. Remember, you can also pop your ultimate as zipping earlier than when it hits 100%. You get less seconds of it activated, but you still get the heal generated. And in these moments, that can be absolutely crucial, Sha falls extremely low. DAY1-SOLO tries to get the connection to go through, as Sha at the moment is going up against Cabao, who also knows that Sha is extremely low. Luren King and Reki has found a new spot, but Reki has been spotted out by Luren King. Not going to be able to keep themselves in the corner, but that Yodo ability still going to be there. Hongfly falls extremely low, gets potentially taken down, will be able to get the zipping shielding, as they've been able to spot out the Takeda. He goes down to the dual blades, and Shu Sheng now with that will maybe be able to get a little bit of a reset. As DAY1-SOLO still running on that bracelet, still not really being pushed into. They're just looking to pincer onto those players who get pushed into him. Wolf's Cabao will go down to the legendary greatsword, as DAY1-SOLO looking to charge up the scale rush, not able to connect it onto Luren King, immediately falls back onto the wall to be able to charge that one up again, so you have the most amount of damage with the fastest attack possible, so you don't have to worry about pushing into those players in terms of the fight and how long that it runs into. With Reki on the Yoto, doesn't really want to use the ultimate up just yet, takes a lot of cannon splash damage, has to use the F ability to push into Luren King's alcove. Luren King going to immediately operate into that Justina F ability, as we've still seen Reki holding on with the Yoto ultimate, might just be able to land onto all of those players left alive as the ring starts to close on through. Sha comes with a Takeda ultimate, but here it is, Reki with the Yoto F, every single player below them. First slash comes out, second slash comes out, third is able to find another one as well, and still Reki is alive, goes for the reset of the reshield, swaps into the katana to try and get a land of a blink strike, and Reki on the Yoto. This is why you have to worry about the Yoto in the final ring. It is absolutely devastating. Comes in, blue armor, blue weapon, survives against legendary armors, legendary greatswords. Granted, doesn't come up with the map lobby. It is Dongqing walking away with the most amount of kills, but Reki, what an absolute showing.
He's still going to be very happy with that one. Going to get a lot of points finishing at first place in the last man standing, but as you mentioned, Dongqing there being MVP of that map, the combined kills and placement, earning him the highest points. That was an absolute fiesta of a final circle there. We still had 10 people alive, like a minute 30 seconds left. That was absolutely absurd. Ridiculous stuff. Shu Sheng was able to get on the board there a lot as well. The man on your screen right now. I had a bit of a slow start to today. Games number 1 and 2 not going his way, but that game number 3 was a lot better. I certainly expect to see him maybe 3rd place or so, maybe top 4 I would expect, definitely. But Dongqing able to come out as our MVP. That was crazy, man. That was crazy. I was not expecting there to be that many people alive on the final circle. I really wasn't. And honestly, I'm impressed by Sha's ability to stay alive all that time as well, right? Like, he had like a blue weapon and grey armor for like most of that game, and was still able to make it into the last final moments of the game. What are your kind of standout moments from that game 3 and from our first seeing of Holoroth?
So first of all, I'm really happy that all of my theory crafting on how important that chest at Salvation could have been, because DAY1-SOLO just controlled early and mid game entirely with those dual blades coming through. You can see how much importance it is going to have, and the fact that he only really had to worry about one contest coming out also meant that he had all of the time to be able to go through the chest. He didn't have to really quickly batter against one of those players who was waiting in the wings for when the statues aligned and the chest popped up. Because just like Morris Blessing, it's not like fingerprint ID. It doesn't matter who's the one who actually moves the statues to the right position. Someone can still swoop in and steal that loot. And secondly, my big takeaway, it isn't really for solo meta, it's more for trios. You saw how that final circle played out, the amount of verticality that was there, the amount of rocks and cliff edges that all of those players were trying to grapple around and maneuver around and scale rush up off of. I think we're going to see Transformers and Trios massively fall off in terms of pick rate, because you try and put a monk there and she's just going to clumsily hop around from rock to rock, but he's never going to be able to climb all the way up into those cliffs and properly contest that high ground unless we see something like a Wu Chen get fitted into that support role instead of the Kurumi, so you can potentially try and TP him up there. I think we're going to see Tian take a massive hit in terms of pick rate on this map.
Well, we should be seeing that tomorrow, if I'm not mistaken. That's our Trios Day tomorrow, and we'll be seeing more Holoroth there. We'll see whether your theory comes true about Transformers not being as good. It makes a lot of sense. We even see that on the Mora's Isle as well. Like, it's just the flatter ground you are, the more open space you are, the better those Transformers will be. Let's take a look at the scoreboard for game number 3. Dongqing coming out on top with 11 points total and 5 kills. Reki coming in second, who was our previous winner, who was our last man standing on that map as well. Chu Sheng coming in 4th place, much better performance for him considering he was laying goose eggs so far today. And Zhang Yu, who you mentioned, getting that great loot right at the beginning of the game, able to solve that puzzle and pick that up, actually carries him to a 3rd place finish with 8 points. All in all, it was more of the same for Zhang Yu. I've been very impressed with him. Consistency is key here in Naraka. It's certainly a marathon, not a sprint, when you're playing 6 games in a day. But is there anything else here, Moxie, looking at the scoreboard that kind of jumps out at you?
So, for one, Reki coming in, like I said, we pointed out the loot that he was running into in that final circle. Like, he actively knows, I'm not going to be able to push into these players' faces. I don't have the loot loadouts to be able to. I'm just going to have to hide myself in a corner and wait for that final circle to close up and come with the Yoda ultimate. He's 1, able to survive, and 2, he's able to find free picks with it. When you're still running blue armor and blue weapon, and everyone else around you is like, legendary armor, legendary greatsword, legendary dual blades, to come second in terms of podium is absolutely clutch, and it does go to show that, again, it doesn't really matter about what loot you're coming out with. It's much more a case of the utility that you bring to the table when that final circle starts to close through, as we can have a look at what Dongqing was actually running with. A lot of damage done for the zipping, 22.5k with 12k healing. Goes to show just how strong she can be, both in terms of early game but also late game too. Just having that reshielding, being able to take these fights super aggressively and put yourself into positions where you can look for those third parties really is absolutely instrumental in how many points you can pick up in every single round.
I say a stark difference here in our MVP for game 3 compared to game 2 with Reki. Dongqing did the vast majority of his damage, 21,000 out of 22,000. With melee weapons, whereas the other way around, Reki was doing most of it with ranged weapons. And I think you can certainly point to playstyle differences for that one, but I think a lot of it comes to the map, and especially with the when we start getting to the low stake, kind of like the 3-minute mark, and obviously as the final circle closed in as well, really hard to get effective ranged weapons going through when there's just so much like terrain and buildings and stairs and verticality. It's just so difficult to make those ranged weapons happen. You kind of see it on your screen here, just the melee weapons being the most effective tool in this game, and Dongqing being able to pick up that first place there. I want to as well just like give a little shout out to Shah. Essentially, as you were saying, like everyone else having sick loadouts, sick weapons. He was very starved as far as that goes, and he was still able to pick up, he feel like 3.6 points, I think it was. Either way, when you have that loadout, like you're very happy with that. And likewise, Dongli with the man, he had the legendary greatsword, legendary armor, and he didn't get a single kill, and it was just like I mean, that's your time to shine, man. This is where you got to pick up some points. Like, he's been struggling a little bit. He struggled last week, he's struggling so far today. You got to feel like that was it, man. You got to feel like that was your opportunity. You could have gone for it there. And if it's not going to happen in that scenario, you have to start wondering, like, okay, so where is it going to happen?
Yeah,
if it is going to happen.
The problem for me, like, whenever we actually went to his POV and he was showing that greatsword and looking for the scale rush off the cliff, he got very cautious when the scale rush didn't connect onto one of those players. So if you have the scale rush with the greatsword and it's able to connect onto those players, it pretty much guarantees the knockdown. So you can then immediately find the follow-up with the vertical as they're trying to get up, and that should guarantee you a pick. But every single time that he would look for the scale rush and it wouldn't connect onto one of those players, he would actually go back to the cliff to reset the scale rush until he was able to find the connection. And at that point, the circle is already closing up, and all of the players around him, they're all just being pushed together. So instead of a scale rush connecting onto to one player and you having the luxury of time to be able to finish up on that pick, you're being thrust into all of these players who are just unloading things of like the dual blades charged left click, which immediately just flurries every single weapon slash into the air. And it means that all of the damage that you should be doing, you're not doing any of it. You're only doing about 1/10 because literally 9/10 of a second, you're just resetting your position.
Yeah, well, we've heard enough from us who talked a lot here. Let's hear from someone else. Let's hear from a professional player who actually knows what they're going on about. Sorry, Mox, you know what you're talking about as well. We've got an interview.
Hi everyone, welcome to the post-game interview. I'm Leah. Congratulations to Xiangyu from the team OC after 3 games and be the MVP. So first, let him say hello to us first. 现在小雨跟我们大家打个招呼吧。
大家好，我是 OC 的小雨。
Okay, welcome. So today is the first day that we put our new map Holo Roofs into the competition. So of course, after like the 3 games, how do you think our new map? 那其实今天也是第一天，我们把火龙果放在我们的比赛当中。那小雨打完这个地图，觉得感觉怎么样？
感觉这个地图挺好玩的，可以去中间解那个谜，然后拿一把轻武器。
Okay, I think this map is quite interesting, especially I can to work out the puzzle and get golden weapons from the blessing. Of course, you mentioned about the puzzle, so why you choose to work out the puzzle at the earlier stage? And were you like worried about maybe there will be other opponents come and get the weapons from you? 那其实提到这个谜题啊。也想问一下小雨，因为刚开始你就去选择去解谜了，为什么会有这样的决策？就不担心别人会跟你抢一抢吗？
因为如果说去那边把那边的人杀光之后，就可以就是放心的解那个谜啊。如果说没打过的话，还有返魂，还可以去别的地方慢慢搜，然后刚好打过了，把人都杀了。
Okay, so I was thinking about if there was some people at there, I can kill them all and get the blessing. If I didn't like win from the fight, I also can review from the game and I can fight again with them. So it's not quite like lose something from the fight. So I was like, if I get the blessing, it was a great thing for me. Okay, so why there was so many Takuda in the new map? 那为什么你觉得新地图会有这么多的武田信中呢？
因为新地图，我感觉的话，新地图的建筑物比较多，然后玩武田的话，就是打不过的话，就是更容易逃跑一点。
Okay, because I think there was a lot of buildings in the new map. So if I use Takuda, it can help me like if I didn't win the fight, I can escape from it. So is that the like reason you think Takuda is the most feasible hero for the map? 那你会觉得就是武田是最契合这个地图的英雄吗？
算是吧，武田和樱子平都比较适合这个地图。然后武田的话，就主要是武田打樱子平比较好打，然后刚好这个地图玩樱子平的比较多，然后所以武田就玩的人就多了。
Okay, I think so. Actually, I think both Takuda and Ziping was a 2 hero fit for this map. But you know, if I choose one, I would choose Takuda because Takuda can like fight better with Ziping and it has a more possibility to win from the fight. So I think Takuda is the answer for this map. 好的，谢谢小雨来到我们的这个采访，希望之后后3把比赛你可以有更好的发挥，好吗？好。Okay, thanks 小雨 come to our interview. Well, let's have a rest and highlights will continue later. Bye bye.
Though the odds aren't in my favor, I will soar above the mountain. I won't give in nor surrender. I'm the phoenix in my head. All the scars beneath my armor, I will wear them like an honor. They remind me to be stronger, like the phoenix in my head. And they can try to bring me down or push me to the edge, but it won't work. Oh no. And they can try to bring me down or pull me to the deepest grave, but I will rise 1,000 times. Oh, rise 1,000 times. Oh, see, my blood is in the shade of a burning scarlet sunrise. The end is my beginning. I will rise 1,000 times.
I fall and I rise from ashes. This time I'll come back stronger. I know life is getting harder, not like I would choose another. My tears and healing powers, just one drop to recover. Can't stop me cause I'm the phoenix.
I will rise 1,000 times.
I fall and I rise from ashes. This time I'll come back stronger. I know life is getting harder, not like I would choose another. My tears and healing powers, just one drop to recover. Can't stop me cause I'm reviving.
From the ashes, from the brokenness, whoa, and all the pain. They can try to bring me down or push me to the edge, but it won't work. Oh no. They can try to bring me down or pull me to the deepest grave, but I still see my blood is in the shade of a burning scarlet sunrise. The end is my beginning. I will rise 1,000 times.
I fall and I rise from ashes. This time I'll come back stronger. I know life is getting harder, not like I would choose another. My tears need healing powers, just one drop to recover. Can't stop me cause I'm the phoenix.
I will rise 1,000 times.
I fall and I rise from ashes. This time I'll come back stronger. I know life is getting harder, not like I would choose another. My tears need healing powers, just one drop to recover. Can't stop me cause I'm reviving.
I will rise 1,000 times.
I fall and I rise from ashes. This time I'll come back stronger. I know life is getting harder, not like I would choose another. My tears need healing powers, just one drop to recover. Can't stop me cause I'm the phoenix. I fall and I rise from ashes. This time I'll come back stronger. I know life is getting harder, not like I would choose another. My tears need healing powers, just one drop to recover. Can't stop me cause I'm reviving.
Rise 1,000 times. From the ashes.
We had our field trip. We've been on holiday, but it's back to the Morris Isles here for game number 4. Halfway through the day here of our bi-weekly week 2. Exciting stuff, honestly. We're seeing a lot of diversification coming in. That third game, way more aggressive. And that's what we like to see. My name is Foxtrot. I'm joined by Moxie. As always, as I mentioned, we're back to the Morris Isles here for game number 4. We will be going back to Holorith in game number 6. Kind of back with the usual here, and do you think we'll be seeing maybe some more passive stuff again, because it was 2 passive games of Morris Isles, and then the aggressive Holorith? Is that a trend that will continue, or will people be like, nah, you know what? We've just played an aggressive game. Let's take it here as well. Let's keep the aggression up.
I feel like we're probably going to see a retreat to the passive play. Like, you can see that these players have had a lot more practice in terms of knowing where they want to go on Holoroth. A lot of these players as well, when it comes to Final Circle, had positions that they immediately fell into that they wanted to upkeep. And it does mean, unfortunately, because you now have that balancing act of not only versing yourselves in each and every single hero so that you can flex in terms of solos when you run out of the amount of times that you can just one-trick Yodo and have to move on to the next. You now do have to scrim different maps, different weather conditions, different traps, different layouts, and different set plays. And that's going to eat into time. So I can 100% see that teams are a little bit less confident on the Morrisile than when they moved on to Holoroth. That's why we saw a lot of really early aggression coming out from Holoroth as those players moved very quickly to secure up the most wanted spots of the map, as opposed to Morrisile, where it's sort of retreating back into themselves, having a little bit of a more passive play at the very beginning, make sure that you're going to be loaded out in terms of loot kit, and then coming in and punishing weaknesses, only looking for the fights either when you know that there's going to be players around you and you're all scrapping for that last little percentage of a health bar, or when you've been able to hit one of those bells and you guarantee no one is going to be within line of sight and you can look for that engagement of a 1v1.
You could lie to me and said that we would have aggressive gameplay instead of passive. I would have been a lot happier. Anyway, that's enough of us. We've got a video for you guys to watch. We'll see you in a bit.
我本来想着我的分70分是最低的嘛，然后想着随便打点分，能多高就多高，然后到时候总决赛计成分会高一点，然后打着打着就发现自己有机会夺冠了，然后我就越打越勇了，越打越好了，这样子。对，这一次拿到周冠之后进总决，压力小了一点，然后但是之后我还会，每周都尽力去夺一下这个周冠的，啊，每周都会好好打的，只是这次拿了之后，就不会有那么紧张了，心里有底了，自己可以打得更放得开一点吧，这样子。
Jusheng talking there about how, as the day went on for him in the bi-weekly finals, he got more and more confident. Hoping it's the same here today. His first two games not too good, but a bit of resurgence there in game number 3, and hopefully a sign of things to come. Wang Liang, the man on your screen as well, been quite consistent both last week and this week, finishing relatively high. Not always going for those like fights and the skirmishes and the aggressive plays, but always gets to in those final circles, and once you're there, anything can happen, to be honest. So bit of one of the more cerebral players we have here in the Nbpl, not necessarily going for those really hard aggressive plays and going high up there in kills. When you look at these two players, Moxie, which one have you got your eyes on coming into game number 4?
I mean, it's got to be Shishang, right? He was doing it a lot better when we moved over to Holoroth. I'm hoping that he's going to be more confident trying to take those engagements. If he is going to be fielding that zipping, because one thing that we've noticed is that players will keep track of abilities. Like with the Yoda, once the F is gone, you know that you can push in. She doesn't have that zoning capability. If push comes to shove, she has to unload the ultimate, and from that she can become very vulnerable after that first initial slash. When it comes to the zipping, it's very much the same. Once you exhaust that F ability and you know that, okay, the shield is gone, we don't have to worry about the 10 seconds where you literally can't get interrupted from non-focus strikes. Plus you get that extra dodge to be able to do what you will, whether you want to aggressively chase after the picks or play a little bit more defensively and use it as an escape circuit. They will just press into that zipping. It has a hefty cooldown, and they will make sure that they're able to punish you if you pop it early. And one thing that I was seeing whenever we would go over to Shishang's POV when he was running that zipping was a lot of the time the F had been popped and he was running away from fights rather than trying to go into them.
Yeah, and it's not something I want to see because I like bloodthirsty aggression. But obviously, you know, there's reasons for doing these things, and it's not just about kills in Naraka. As much as it looks like a hectic perma-fighting type of game, it's also important to finish high. That's how you get those multipliers, and that's how you get those points at the end of the day. Obviously, you want a combination of the two. In a perfect world, you get lots of kills and also finish high, but it's kind of hard to do that because if you are fighting, it's the high risk, you know, and there's more likely that you're going to be likely to get third party or fourth party or whatever it might be if you are going into those fights consistently, and that's how you get knocked out really early. So it's understandable how some players go for more passive play styles, play more for those final circles. We're taking a look here at the hero choice coming into game number 4. Some pretty standard stuff. Justina, Yoto, I believe we saw a bit of zipping there as well. Anything else? Maybe a Taka, maybe something? Yeah, there's 4 Yotos. No, nothing too exciting here. As we do get on to Morris Isle for game number 4. A lot of centralized drops here, so all the players are going to be around the middle of the map. That's going to be quite exciting. Maybe we'll get some more aggression in that early game, and hopefully take a step away from game 1 and game 2, which were a little bit quiet in the early. You do have that revive very early on, so you can take a fight, and if you die, you come straight back. It's all Gucci, no problem. See if players take advantage of that as we head into game number 4.
Yeah, a lot of Yodos, so very much not surprising how central these players are dropping. Yodo with that F ability is very aggressive early at the start of these games because it does damage and it also buys you spaces. We are going to be following Dongqing from GD, who just goes behind the waterfall, has been able to find themselves a nice lot of troves to be able to search through. Will immediately be able to find blue dual blades, and it seemed like purple katanas, if I'm not mistaken, before we hopped over to OC's Zhang Yu, who is now going to be looking for a couple of loot drops themselves. Hong Fly with the purple nunchucks already going to be very happy with the drop that they were able to pick up as soon as this game pretty much started. And it is now going to be looking aggressively to try and find a couple bits of armor. Wang Liang and Ego are the first fights that we're getting to see from map number 4, though. As F ability comes out, Wang Liang doing a very good job actually of just skill rushing over it. But Ego now feels themselves a little bit on the back foot, doesn't really want to take this duel, and will disengage until the F ability is going to be back online. Something that we might not get to see coming out from Wolves' Cao Bao, as Shan knows that the F ability has been removed, and they are being chased down with the nunchucks. It's potentially looking to find a counter at the moment. Hasn't been able to find it just yet. Comes back in with the longsword. Ooh, gets a nice couple of shots onto them. Not quite able to go for the juggle. And immediately swaps on to the pistol, maybe trying to get that exit snipe. Not going to be able to find it, but has done enough to be able to push back their oppressor and will be able to survive the engagement themselves.
Speaking of the pressure, the Panda Man coming in here as that third party, trying to hit down Moo, who's gone very, very low. It is Panda Man who picks him up at the end of the day, and 678 is not going to pick it up himself. He's not going to be happy about that one either. He did all of the work and doesn't get any of the reward, as he himself, 678 now in a bit of a pickle. Ego coming through trying to pick him up. There's so many people here just looking to get those early kills. Chu Sheng as well trying to go through. Ego with the bow shot that picks him up. We've seen so much of that today. Those really sick snipes. Being able to get those last hits. He might just pay for it with his life though. He's going to get the reset on his F ability, but resetting the F ability with the Beyblade there from Panda Man. He's going to try and bring him down. A great parry from Ego, however. Just trying to stay alive, and where there's Chu Sheng and Panda Man. All of these players are a little bit low here. This could go either way.
Ego wasn't able to actually capitalize on the successful parry because Xu Xing came in for the third party, and it's actually Ego now who is on the back foot, has to panic pop the Yodo ultimate, gets the first slash, gets the second. Xu Sheng not quite able to dodge fully out of it. Ego with that ultimate being able to buy them the time to get the F, but again the Beyblade comes out on top to entirely negate the impact. And Panda Man's gonna be able to find the parry, but not quite able to look for a reset themselves. The Xu Sheng is still looking, tries to get that block with the nunchucks. Xu Sheng will be able to get a little bit of a knockdown, but Panda Man goes into the Yodo ultimate, will catch Xu Sheng with the first slash, not going to be able to find any more damage with the others though, because Xu Sheng does activate that Justina F ability to negate the damage that comes on through. And now with a reset, Xu Sheng with that Justina ultimate is going to have to be very careful about how you come into this fight, as the Yodo F ability is there to try and shut you down.
Panda Man sitting pretty here with 2 kills early on into map number 4. As Chusheng just going to hook down Panda Man, shoot him a little bit with the bow. As you can see, there's third parties and fourth parties here as well. Wang Liang joining the fray here, trying to pick up Panda Man. It is going to be Chusheng with that bow, finding the kill as Zhang Yu picks up a kill here onto Dao Hui as well off screen. Chusheng now against Ding Lui, one of the vultures who was trying to steal that kill from him, not able to pick it up. Chusheng just trying to get that reset, needs to get a little bit more armor. Great turnaround though for Ding Lui. Now he's the one in trouble. He's the one going for the reset here, popping that F just to buy himself a little bit of time, get that armor back up as we swap over now to Dubai versus Wang Liang. Wang Liang looking to chase this one down. Dubai in a little bit of a pickle, but using that line of sight to get off a bit of armor there. Is going to be able to jump away as Ding Lui having to pop his ulti against Sheng here. Is going to get away just about for now. But Chusheng, no, he's not giving this one up at all, is he? Ding Lui is in so much trouble here. Is going to be able to sit in his F for a little bit while longer. Just get the shield. I don't know if it's going to mean too much. He is going to get knocked up, but Wang Liang is right behind. There's the third and the fourth party. It's Dubai with the pistol. He's going to pick up the kill. Now that is a big kill steal if I've ever seen one. He's turning around onto Wang Liang, who gets that sick parry, but I'm not sure if it's going to be enough. Chusheng now looking to rejoin this one. It is going to go for the loot from the deceased member that he wasn't able to kill, but still able to get out the spoils. And now there's Shah, there's Wang Liang, there's Dubai, there's Chusheng. All four of these guys looking to pick up a kill. Wang Liang looks like he might be the victim of whoever it is able to get that last hit as he's just trying to dash, duck, dive, dip, dodge away from danger. And I'm not sure. I think he's away for now, but Shah is hot on his tails and he's got a blinking health bar. He might not be long for this world. I think just for now, he may have bought himself enough time.
We've also, for how long this game has gone, not actually seen anyone eliminated entirely just yet, Fox. Even with how aggressive all of these players are, but it does seem like it is gonna be Sha being able to pick out Wang Liang, who will be able to use that zipping F ability, that extra little bit of shielding, to be able to escape the engagement. As Wang Liang still not quite out of the woods. Mu unfortunately gets caught out by Luring King, has to go into the Yodo ability, uses the first flash, immediately goes into the second after that teleporter. It's just using these flashes to be able to reposition and escape the zone as well. As Mu now not quite able to find the pick, is in a real pickle, has to drop that F ability so that now they can try and shut down Luring King. But unfortunately, they're forced out of the F, they're forced back into the corruption. Luring King will be able to get the pick onto Mu at the end as Cao Bao is now going to look to try to pick up one of these players. Sha again on a little bit of a tough position. Has to use the zipping F to be able to get that reshield as the third party attempt comes on through. Cao Bao really wants to try and land these shots, tries to swap to the pistols, not going to be able to land it in time as Dubai has actually been able to get a tech grapple chase onto Sha. Loses them in line of sight, not quite able to get the follow-up damage, but is following them over the rooftop. Sha not quite going to have the F ability until just now, but Dao Hui comes in, absolute sliver of health on the Yodo, and is able to find, doesn't get to find the snipe. Ego comes in with the Yodo flash just a little bit later, and will be able to get the pick onto the mirror. As Dubai now in courtyard is still trying to chase after Sha, who somehow is still alive, and it feels like we're on map 1 all over again.
How many times have we said that? Shah just escaping from danger. He is so slippery. It's so hard to lock this guy down. Every single time, and every single time. And it's a big reason, I guess, why we think of this guy as being quite consistent, because even if he's not able to get the kills, he just doesn't get knocked out early. And if you're good at running away, then oftentimes you can secure yourself a high finish. Speaking of, you mentioned, you kind of jinxed it yourself there, Moxie, how there are no eliminations.
Yeah.
Basically, as soon as you said that, Mu went down, Zhang Yu went down, which is a shocker. He has been our MVP throughout so far the first 3 games, and Dao Hui as well. So we're now down to just 13 players here. So we hit the 15-minute mark. We've had a little bit of scrapping as well. Something that's been a theme for today is there's not really been one player that's just walked away with the early game, gotten himself a lot of kills. And I think maybe it's because of all the snipes that have come through and all the kill steals. You know, even the more aggressive players that consistently find themselves in fights aren't necessarily getting the kills to back it up and to show it on the scoreboard. As we're talking about here, this is a 3-man fight himself with Ego versus Huangfly. And of course, Shah on the receiving end of a bit of pain, looking to just survive this one. He's going to be able to pick up the shield, and it's actually going for a chase on the Huangfly. Might be able to look at something there, but for now, we're going to be taking a look at Lurang King onto 6, 7, 8. Bit of a skirmishing happening here, but of course, it's never just these two. There is an extra Kaibao on the wings, just waiting, seeing if he can pick himself up a cheeky little kill. And just as a recap on the scoreboard, you can see at the top left, we've got 4 players tied on 2 kills and 5 players tied on 1 kill. No one is ahead of the pack just yet. All to play for here in game number 4.
Are we going to have another scrap over high ground as the final circle? It definitely looks like it at the moment, as you can see Reki going after Xu Sheng at the moment. It does seem like they were able to find a little bit of a dagger dash, but Wang Liang against Ding Liu is the one that we're going to be following. Wang Liang just able to pop that zipping F ability, will be able to re-shield up, and Ding Liu is actually getting to use this as a reset too. Going for a little bit of a repair onto those katanas as Xu Sheng. Patrolling the low ground, has the dagger. It's not the greatest loadout, it is still a blue, but the bow is going to be there for the snipe as well. As Ego drops the Yodo F ability to be able to get a reshield. Not really wanting to take this fight out in the openness of Courtyard against Dubai because they can hear all of these other players so close. And that is why we're seeing these players being very cautious about when they want to take these engagements, not going for the low ground, not wanting to put themselves into line of sight from those players on top of the rooftops who do have the bows, the muskets, and the pistols, and are looking for those splash damages. If a fight is taken, they want it to be behind cover so that when they do the hard work, they're able to get the reward from it rather than finding someone stealing that pick. As Xu Sheng now getting a little bit aggressive, swaps to the bow, potentially trying to do a little bit of damage as the chase begins, as Dubai is able to get a reshield. It's looking to try to find a couple bits of contact from themselves and potentially bait Ego into taking the bait and taking the chase. And it does seem like Ego is looking for the follow, as Badass Huangfly is just gonna be again on the rooftops patrolling, waiting to see whether one of these players is going to come out of position, and then you can catch them and punish. But for all of the aggression that we saw in the first circle, it's lulling out now. However, that's probably not gonna last, considering that is 2 Morris Blessings on the map that are about to be very hotly contested.
Look at the map, man. You've just got the entirety of the lobby just fighting over in the high loot area around the Mora's Blessing, and then there's Shah. There's Shah just lost. His compass has just gone all funky. He has no idea where he is, but at least he's not around any danger or any enemies, unlike Ding Lui here, who's really found himself an enemy in Xu Sheng. Gonna get that parry, gonna get that knock up as well, but he is gonna be able to escape. Xu Sheng on the chase, but I think Ding Lui is gonna be able to get out of this one just for now. Gonna be hopping around, getting that reset onto that armor, getting the purple armor back up. As Panda Man was swapping to now as well in a similar position. Just hiding out in the circle here, where he knows he's safe, not necessarily from the circle damage, obviously, but from the other players who are unlikely to be hanging around in that circle as well. Just chilling here. We've reached a bit of a low state right now. As to be honest, it feels like because of the Mora's Blessings in this high loot area, players are just kind of chilling out, as if it's almost like a circle in that town. Dubai now is going in onto Huangfly. Huangfly's in a bit of a pickle, trying to fight over this Mora's Blessing right here. He's able to armor up and just dash away out of that one. Lots of projectiles coming through from Don Queen. Now get a re-engage from Lurang King as well. Oh, Don King's keeping his eyes open on the prize here. If he can get a cheeky little hit, there's potential to steal away that little kill, which of course is what these solos are all about, especially today, trying to get their last hits with those ranged weapons.
Yeah, looks like he had the fire tick arrows as well, so it's going to be even harder for things like the Justina to be able to go into that freeze storm around him. As Lurang King goes for the zipping F ability, trying to take this fight, will not be interrupted by Dubai, but the shield has been broken, and now you're going to have to be extremely cautious because, like a signal, a flare sent out into the atmosphere, all of those players are going to know that you do not have that ability to sit on to get aggressive or play defensively, as we are seeing a Bane's Breath coming through at the moment, just slowing down all of these players' movements, forcing them to stay in the buildings, as Huangfly is looking to potentially punish anyone caught out by that one. But 6, 7, 8, one of our players who is extremely strong are coming in for those third parties. Is not actually looking for the third party at the moment. Is looking to just find that engagement onto Reki. All of these players not wanting to fight in Canyon, wanting to still have a lot of openness to their movement so that they don't get stuffed into these corners and crouched upon. As you can see, Shat again feels like the player that every single time is under so much scrutiny, has to pop that zipping F just to try and lose their tail. And it is going to be running out in just a matter of moments. Does have the full nunchuck meter charged up for the meter dump, but at the same time, you're being hounded by so many of those players, you're just not going to have the time to be able to invest in the full charge of the attack. And Xiao once more just on the run, but wherever he goes, you can just see the bow shots, the musket shots coming through from the sidelines as all of these players just trying to chip away at those health bars, trying to do a little bit of damage and steal a point into their favor.
I know the players play with nameplates off, so you can't actually tell who you're fighting, but they must know it's Shah. Because every single game, Shah is finding himself in the crosshairs of essentially everyone in the lobby. This guy just loves throwing himself into danger. You can see here as well, really populated area right now. We still only have 10 people, 3 people eliminated. We still got 10 people alive, which is crazy for this part of the game. I expect us, as soon as you mentioned that, obviously if you were to bring that up, it would change instantly in your cast of curses. But now it is still 10 alive as we're gonna get another fight over Amora's Blessing here. Dubai and Huangfly looking to make it happen. Wang Liang able to pick up the legendary armor, and he's got his trusty blue dagger in his back pocket as well. He's fully built, man. He's the perfect loadout for Wang Liang. He's got a legendary armor and a blue dagger. He doesn't need anything else. He's just going to play it chill now until he gets those final circles and try and go for a high finishes. To be honest, most people are just playing it chill at this point. Not a lot of action happening here as we reach around the 8-minute mark of the game. The circle will determine where players migrate to on the map, and depending on the situation of or the area, if there's a lot of buildings or a lot of terrain, you might be seeing a lot more of these ranged weapons coming through to just get a little bit of chip damage off, get a little bit of poke as we're swapping up to Dubai here, who's doing exactly that, trying to snipe down Panda Man as he's fighting Shah, trying to get a little bit of damage as Panda Man is going to take a fair amount here. He is going to be losing his health very shortly. There it is. There's no shield left. He is running away, and just look at it. Just look at the flies swarming onto him. They just know. It's just an instinct. People just realize. They sense it. They sense the low health bar. He could be in trouble here. He might be going down. Some snipes happening to him as he's in midair. He's really not feeling it now. He's trying to get out of this one. He's going to get a little bit of a heal, but I'm not quite sure if it's going to be enough to keep him alive. Everyone is barreling in to Panda Man. This shack has to be the most dangerous shack in the entirety of the Morris Isle. And as soon as Panda Man goes down to Dubai, everyone leaves. They were only there to try and pick up that kill, nothing else. And he does go down, and that is Panda Man eliminated from game number 4.
Oh, Dubai is being chased though at the moment by Ding Liu, and he is trying to get this pick onto the Yodo. F comes through, making sure that Dubai can't actually escape onto that second doorway, but that just means you're closed up against Dubai when he comes back in for you. Shield has been broken by the side of Ding Liu, and he doesn't have his F ability. He can only go for the ultimate to try to survive. Dubai is able to tap dodge through the first slash. Ding Liu is still able to survive just using the teleport, cancels it out early, and then grapples into the buildings just to try to break line of sight. Has to be careful, so low. He's going to potentially go down to the zone, but Dubai has been chasing. He's still looking to try to grab that really low Yodo as 678 is coming in, trying to catch them on the escape. Is able to find the pick as H-Fly is actually able to come in with the bow snipe. So once again, 678, one of our Yodas looking for that third party, does a whole heap of damage, but unfortunately gets the kill stolen out by the bow. As now all of these Yotos who are extremely low are going to be picked up. Dubai is next on the chopping block, goes for the ultimate, gets caught right in the middle of the flamer though. Will go down to the nunchucks coming out from Xu Sheng after the flamer had just absolutely decimated, burn away that Yodo's health bar as the zone is starting to close up. All of these players in the outer ring, 6, 7, 8 is the one who's going to go down. Gets chased again, sniped out by Hongfly, who just on the rooftop of this building, entirely uncontested with Blue Bow by the way, not purple, not legendary, just blue bow, is able to get so many of these shots onto those low health targets, and no one is turning to contest him.
If everyone else is doing the work for you, all you got to do is get that last hit, and Huangfly now sitting pretty at the top of the scoreboard with 4 kills. That's at least 2, maybe even 3 of those are coming from his bow. Really good stuff right there to just snipe away those kills. It all counts at the end of the day. It doesn't matter how ugly or pretty your kills are. A kill is a kill. And there he is sitting, like I said, at the top. Chu Sheng in second place now with 3 kills. Dubai, who was eliminated earlier, also with 3 kills. That's going to affect his placement here, but you still want to be able to, if you've got those kills, I wouldn't be surprised to see people like Huangfly and Chu Sheng just playing a little bit passive here. You don't want to go down at this point. You don't want to meet the same fate as Dubai. So you're really missing out on those multipliers, and that's going to cost you in the scores at the end of the day. Certainly don't want to be getting lots of kills and then just not able to make the most of it with your scoring by getting knocked out early. This is the part of the game, of course, where we get that low state. Just ranged weapons coming through, a little bit of chip, a little bit of poke, no one committing to anything. 4 minutes left on the timer for this map as the circle will be closing it in. And as the map gets smaller, players will be forced into these fights, but no one wants to make the first move because no one wants to get third-partied. They know if they start the fight, someone else is going to come in through. And they're either going to take your kill away from you, or they're going to kill you. Either way, it's not good. You don't want to be in that situation.
Oh, Chu Sheng.
Look at that. He's in a lot of trouble.
Does not want to be on the cliff. He's just being chased by the flamer. Fire tick damage is coming through as well. Like, this is a Justina. Has to go for the freeze, but again, he's just going to be caught out by Luring King moving forward with that flamer, immediately then swapping to the bow. As he falls so low, is able to use the Justina ultimate to be able to disengage and go for a reposition. And Wang Liang now comes in, but again,
Huangfly.
That's what the full snipe that he's been able to pick out with this blue bow. As the flamer just does 80% of the damage, and then Huangfly with the bow just comes in and deals the last 5% with one opening shot, and you can't even try and punish the guy because he's rocking the Yodo. So if you get close, he's just going to come in with the upper dash, and he comes in to catch Luring King. He eats the poison splash damage. He is going to be taking tick damage from that one, but no one can actually follow up on him because now he still has the app ability, he still has the ultimate, and until those get bursted out of him, no one can challenge him in how open this map is. As we're seeing Xia come in with the cannon, doesn't actually fire towards where Huangfly is instead keeping an eye on the players in front of them, which is something that Huangfly can potentially use because once more, they're on a flank, they're looking to steal a pick.
Huangfly is just the dirtiest thief in this game right here. How many times has he finished someone off with just his bow or just that left click from that dagger like we just saw? 6 kills now, by far the most in the lobby. Double that of the rest of the lobby participants combined. He's really on a good track here to make it happen. And the great thing about just sneaking away these kills, he's not putting himself in any danger. Look at him just on the right of your screen right here, hiding behind that tree, looking for a little bit of poke. This circle now is getting very, very, very small as Ego's flying a little bit of pain towards Huangfly, who's forced to join the fray a little bit. He might be in a tiny bit of a pickle. He is the lowest member here in the middle of the circle. Not where you want to be, being forced into that situation there. Is going to go for the hill or try to. It's not going to happen. Forced to pop the F, and now he's vulnerable. You have to feel that's it for Huangfly. He's going to be going down, popping the ulti. It's not enough. He is eliminated. It is Reki picking that one up. And what a shame for Huangfly with 6 kills. Finishing that low. Not going to be able to finish even into the top 5 as far as last man standing goes. But here it is, all to play for here. This circle is getting very, very small. Wang Liang, a frequent participator of the final circle, just chilling out here, has the flamethrower, has the legendary armor and his trusty blue dagger, just trying to make it happen. No one really wanting to dedicate too much to any of these plays. Reki playing the squirrel up in that tree, taking a lot of hurt from the flamethrower. So much range damage coming through here, but no one dedicating just yet to the fight. No one really going in for it. That melee attack not happening just yet, but Reki is low. Reki is exceptionally low, and Kaibao is looking to make it happen. Kaibao wants to punish this one here. Ego as well. Reki forced into the stasis, It might not be enough, though. He's now vulnerable as he runs into Shah, as Ego is going to run into Kaibao. He's exceptionally low. He's going to fall down. Ego is gone. He's dead. He's eliminated. There's 4 players left. Kaibao on your screen right now with the most amount of kills, looking to accentuate that number. It is going to be Shah picking up Reki as Wang Liang is trying to survive. He's trying to dash around and go into the air and just keep it out of the sight to Kaibao and Shah. Shah is low. Shah is going to fall down to Kaibao, and now it's just Kaibao versus Wang Liang. That flamethrower, you're not going to be able to beat that, and he can't. Wang Liang comes out on top, and he is your last man standing.
So Wang Liang actually was pushing all of those players. That final circle was split into 2 halves. Wang Liang is on one side with the Flamer, and he's pushing everyone else to the other side and pushing them into the close quarters so that they're exhausting the grapples, the resources, the reshields. And then once he's done his bit, he grapples over to the half and he stays in the air. And just coming in on that zipping, even though you know that you're going to be up against the Yodo, is able to tap dodge through 2 of the ultimate slashes, and then comes in with the heal to be able to survive the 3rd. And immediately, just with the Flamer, is able to put so much damage into the Yodo, who has absolutely nothing left in the tank. Is able to be the last person standing, but we have to talk about it. He was not the MVP. There was only one, and that was Huangfly, because that guy, I cannot wait to see the stats, especially in terms of how much damage his range did, because he was just living his best life. That was Huangfly's world, and we were all just living in it from the entire start of that match.
We were living in it, but most other people were dying in it. He was able to just like pick him off endlessly. Like, that must have just been so frustrating to play against, honestly. Like, I don't think Huangfly did the majority of damage in any of his kills. He was just there to pick it off at the end. I credit to him though, of course. Like, it's not easy to do that, and he was able to find that with a lot of ranged weapons. Obviously that bow, his trusty bow coming in with his best Legolas cosplay, it was honestly very impressive stuff. Unfortunately for him, he does get eliminated relatively early in comparison to that final circle. I think he was like the sixth person from the first, whatever, you know what I'm trying to say. And so he is going to miss out on a bit of the multiplier, but as you saw, he's still our MVP, still getting all those kills and stuff. It was really, really impressive. And it just goes to show, honestly, like, you don't necessarily have to work harder, you just have to work smarter. And Huangfly was working very smart in that game to find all those kills. He will be our MVP. And just as you say, I want to see his stats. I want to see... I don't even know if he's going to have a lot of damage in general. You know, like, I guess range does a lot of poke, and poke tends to pad your stats a bit in damage charts. But certainly there must be like 90% range, which was the complete opposite of what we saw in the previous map here when we were on Holorith. Because that was like, what? It was like 21k out of 22 was melee. I'm expecting a complete 180 here for Huangfly.
Yeah, I mean, it's really ironic too. Like, he gets pushed into the middle of the circle, has to panic pop the Yodo ultimate when he's like 10% health. He goes down to the Flamer, and the Flamer was actually something he was taking full advantage of. Because the game lasted so long, all of those players, like the Yodos, had been able to drop the F ability and open up the Morris Blessings, so they'd had a chance to get the Flamers. And the Flamers are great when you're just wanting to output continuous damage, but if you play your cards right, and you wait for the moment for a player who's holding a Flamer to walk into another player, and you wait for their health to be about 5%, and you let loose a headshot with a bow, you're gonna be able to steal away that pick. And it felt like of the 6 kill steals that we saw coming out from Huangfly, a good 4 of them were off of Flamer.
Yeah, it's really, really cheeky stuff. And Huangfly, honestly, well deserved for the MVP. This is one of the quieter players, I would say, that we have here in the Nbpl. Remember last week in the bi-weekly finals, he was someone that was always finishing around like 4th or 5th. And I do think this kind of playstyle, obviously we have to praise it for this game, absolutely, and there's no knocking it. But sometimes those kill steals just aren't there. It's very situational. It's not, you're not necessarily kind of crafting your own fate. You're trying to scavenge it from someone else who's done all the work, right? And so sometimes that just doesn't work out. What if people aren't knocking around on low health? What if you're not able to take advantage of other people fighting? What if you just whiff your shot? It's very, very easy to do. Huangfly made it look easy to actually hit the shots in this time round, but it's a very high variance play style, and good for him to be able to finish as high. I was a bit surprised though. We saw Zhang Yu drop out exceptionally early. I believe he was like the first player, actually. I think he was the first player who dropped out on that map, and that had been that guy. That was our guy for the first 3 maps. Like, he was able to, he finished first in the first one, and it was top 3 for the others. Literally the first person out. That is a huge fall from grace, and something he's going to want to pick up coming into game number 5.
Yeah, I mean, we did see a massive difference as well in how that match opened in comparison to the maps of the Isle before we moved over to Holorock. You got your wish. They went super aggressively out of the gates. The fights were extremely lengthy though. And I think that's another sort of knock-on effect of having zipping in the lobby. Like, if you don't immediately burst through that shield, those fights are going to last for absolute ever. As we can have a look at how exactly map number 4's game scores are going to pan out. No surprises that it is going to be Bowdaz Hongfly sitting pretty at number 1, coming in with 6 kills, and surely 4 of them, but perhaps even more, were just kill steals with a blue bow, which is something that I'm sure a lot of players in the lobby are going to be a little bit miffed about, given that he had double the amount of kills of second place's Wolf's Cabal.
This is so typical Wang Yang though. Look at that. 1 kill, 3rd place. He just does this. He just plays for position every game. He's not your aggressive player, but he is your smart player, and you'll always see him in the final circles. You always see him in the scoreboards here. Like, very often he's in like top 5, top 6, purely because he gets to the final circles and makes it happen. Chu Sheng was another player that we wanted to see a bit of a turnaround from. And so far, you know, game number 3 was decent from him, game number 4 as well. Finishing in that 4th place. And here we go, the moment of truth. I want to see what Hongfly did. What is it? 10,000 damage. 6,000, oh my god.
No, I was going to say, I'm not going to be surprised if it's barely above 10k, and lo and behold, it's barely above 10k, but that's all you need. We talk about it, right? There are different play styles, and when you have a circle that sort of closes out like that, where there's a lot of open spaces, not a lot of buildings for other players to be able to hold out from line of sight from as well, when you're the only one in control of high ground and you have space to be able to just sit up on the rooftop for when those fights begin, and then when you're waiting for the fights to start, you can duck below the top of the roof and you're entirely out of notice from all of those other players. You can just wait, pick your opportune moment, and let loose 1 shot, 2 shot, 3 shot, all of them killing blows, and immediately swindle everyone out of their kills.
It was so cheeky. It was so cheeky. When you're playing that kind of range play style, yeah, you don't need to deal with the damage. You just, in theory, you can reach the point that he was in with just 6 damage. He did slightly more than 6 damage, but you know, it's that kind of play style. It worked out for him. At the end of the day, he's the one who finished top with the highest amount of points. It was a relatively low scoring again lobby that time around, and no one really taking the ball by the horns. In like, it's not top heavy. That game specifically, game number 4, we didn't reach anyone even get double digits, which is the lowest that we've seen today. But again, as we move into game 5, as we move into game 6 here, it's all for the taking, because you have 1 pop-off game and you can easily swap into top 3, even if you've had a very quiet showing so far, because the points are very spread out amongst all the players here. And when people do win, they do not win by much, and they don't run away with it. So definitely still not out of it. We say it's a marathon, not a sprint. Well, we're getting to the part where you do want to start sprinting. It was always my most hated part of the 400 meters, where like it's technically a sprint, but you have to do a whole lap of the circuit, and it's like, what the hell? This is obviously not a sprint. A sprint is when the bus is like several yards in front of you, and there's only one other person trying to get on it. That's a sprint. 400 meters, you're having an absolute giggle. Either way, we're at the 400 meters now for game number 5 and game number 6, and we'll see who's got their running sneakers on, because I still believe, man, I still believe it's anyone's game right here. Anyone can come out on top at the end of the day, and not too many points to overcome, and I'm excited to see how 5 and 6 shape out.
So you're just bringing up all of these repressed memories from me of high school PE. I was the only person in my class who did like cross country, so whenever we had sports day, I kid you not, I would have to do the 400 meter, the 800 meter, and then the 1,200 meter.
I hate cross country with a passion, and my school was like a sporty school, so we had to, I remember it was snowing and I still had to run cross country, and I was just like, there were fewer things are worse than running cross country when you just don't have lungs. I've never been one for stamina, honestly, and Yeah, I really detested it. But anyway, it's enough depressing repressed memories from my childhood. And forgetting your kit as well. God, that was the worst thing. Gosh, that was so terrifying. God, I just
Remember when people would like make up excuses of like, oh, I totally forgot my kit. It's not that I don't want to do basketball or football.
Yo, you got in so much trouble if you forgot your kit at my school. It was so strict. Like you'd still have to perform. They had a box of like spare kit, and you just have to pick out even the shoes. You had like odd shoes on that didn't fit you. You had to wear everything because you still had to go for it. You just got in trouble still for not having it. And if you forgot your kit like twice, you get detention. It's like, oh, blimey, it was not fun times if you were a forgetful and non-athletic child. But I was any of those things. Obviously, I'm in peak physical condition as a gamer, and so as such, that's brought me to my career here, and it's why we're casting some Naraka stuff. And speaking of casting Naraka, it's been fun so far. We've now got two maps left.
Yeah.
We're splitting the maps on the Morris Isle and the new map, Holorif. I keep saying Holorif, it's Holoroth. I don't know why, I just keep saying that. We saw such a huge shift in playstyle coming into Holoroth from the Morris Isle. Like game 3 was so different. I'm kind of expecting the same, but I'm really curious to see if it's just like an anomaly for game 3, whether that was just a really aggressive game because, I don't know, just it is what it is, small sample size, or if it generally is a really aggressive map, which is what I want to see. Either way, you won't have to wait too long till we get into our next game because we're heading to a break. It's going to be the Morris Isle for game number 5. Don't go anywhere.
这边是击败了红木兰，拿下本场比赛的铁拳。这波能反杀，看起来想越这套操作，他输了。
Game number 4 is just moments away here in the Nbpl day number 1 of our second bi-weekly, and so far we've seen a lot of different things. It's been quite exciting. and not just in the play styles and obviously the way that the games have gone, because it's been all over the shop. We've had a lot of different winners and a lot of different point scorers, which is great. It's keeping us on our toes. But obviously the diversification of the maps. We've got the new map we happened to see in game number 3, and we will be seeing after this game number 5 coming through Morris Isle. Game number 6 will be on a riff. I'm excited. I'm also Foxtrot, and this is Moxie. We've been bringing you the games today. We've got 2 more left for you two. I'm excited. I want to see, if I'm going to set my expectations for game number 5, I want to see a bit more from Shah and Panda Man, and I'm keeping my eye on Wang Liang. He's sneaky. He's sneaky. He doesn't necessarily, you don't see a lot of him because he doesn't play too aggressively. So it's not always like the camera's not always like, the spectators aren't always focused on him because he's not always in the action. But he always finds a way. He always finds a way to get in there at the end. And I'd love if he could just add a few more kills to his gameplay, because he could score really highly with his consistency to finish up as well. Moxie, what are your thoughts? What are you keeping your eyes on for Game Flash?
I'm going to be keeping my eye on what heroes we actually get to see, because something really interesting about the Hongfly's game plan in map number 4, like he really did play off of those fights, and we actually even saw it in the highlight reels. It's like literally 3 in a row. He just comes in with a kill steal in terms of those projectiles, and a massive factor off of why he was able to do that is because of the heroes that were in the lobby. So 1, there's no Tammy, which means no ultimate to be able to block those projectiles. There was no Wu Chen either, so you didn't have the F ability where you're able to block projectiles with the Soul Blade. And also when the Yodas were actually using that F ability, they were having to use it to reset and re-shield and zone out all of the players on the front line. So you don't have it in the pocket for when someone on your flank is trying to snipe you out with the bow, because you've already used it. And in that reset cooldown, Hongfly would literally just pick out the Yodos who were vulnerable and being chased either out of the F ability because the Flamer is coming for them, and getting to be a little bit of a symbiotic relationship there. The Flamer does a lot of the work, and then you're able to come in with the bow. Or the F ability just wouldn't be that because they'd already have used it in the fight that they were in. And I think for a lot of these players, I want to see the adjustment of if someone is set away from a fight, and if one person goes down to a kill steal like that, fine, absolutely, these things happen, those fights can get hectic. If that continues to happen and that player is not actually pushed or contested for their positioning, something is going wrong. The blinders are coming out for the players who are remaining in the lobby, and I'm not going to say that they deserve their kills to be stolen, but it's definitely not something that you should allow to go underneath your nose for that long.
Yeah, 6 times is quite a lot to get kills stolen as a lobby as a whole. This is the thing as well, is do you start bringing the more aggressiveness to those kind of plays, or do you actually, does it bring you the opposite direction and make you play more passive? Because, you know, like, even if I dedicate all to this fight and I risk it because I could get third partied, I could die in the fight anyway, just lose the 1v1. No, with those risks on board, I'm just getting it stolen away from some guy on a rooftop over there with a bow. You know, like, do you just not even bother with it anymore? You just say, all right, I'm just going to play passive, I'm just going to play chill here. I'd be interesting to see if that, you know, how the previous game affects the next game as far as playstyles go, because we did see that a little bit from game 1. There was one Justina in the entire game, and it was Zhang Yu, and Zhang Yu won. And then in game number 2, there were like 6 Justinas in the lobby. So I wonder if that's kind of just like immediate memory, like scarring that these players have of having all their kills taken away. I will make them adjust their play style. Obviously, not to take anything away from Hongfly. It's a certainly valid place. So he came in first, man. He came in first. He got the points. That's all that matters at the end of the day. Taking a look here at 6, 7, 8. He's done pretty, like, he's quite an aggressive player. He's definitely been involved in a lot of the fights. Not being able to stay alive to the final circles too frequently, though. Maybe that's something that he would like to see it change coming into game number 5. Because if you're an aggressive player and you can get those kills, obviously you want to finish high, so you can get that multiplier Panda Man as well. I did say coming into game number 5, as we were bringing in from our break, here's someone I'm keeping my eyes on. It's another player who likes to play aggressive and gets those kills. This time around in game number 4, he was the lowest rated player with the highest amount of kills. By that I mean he had 2 kills, but it was still like quite low rated and below people who had like 1 kill and stuff, like who finished higher, right? Essentially he got kills but didn't finish very high. And obviously he's also our Tarka, our resident Tarka player. I want to see that more as well. I want to see more of the exciting picks. We haven't had too much diversity in our picks. We haven't seen a Valda yet. We haven't seen Tarka. Oh, sorry, we haven't seen much Tarka outside of the first game either. So yeah, that's something I'm keeping my eyes on. As Reki here, our previous winner as well, looking to try and replicate his success that he had in game number 2.
Yeah, we did have a Valda on Holoroth, but now that we've moved back to the Morris Isle, I'm very surprised if we do see it come through. She's really good at controlling a lot of the fight in terms of having that CC. If you're able to land that bubble too, it does guarantee a knock, but she finds a little bit more strength in terms of when you're playing with trios, because that one guarantee of a hit then becomes multiple guarantees of hits if you're able to communicate with all 3 of your players. Okay, someone's stuck in the bubble, we all hit them now, as opposed to just the one tiny Valda trying to land enough damage to be able to instantly win the fight. And especially now that we're up against things like the Ziping, where if the fight goes on really long, the Ziping is just going to be able to outlast, out-sustain you in terms of having the F and the ultimate, which you can throw down at virtually any time, as opposed to some of these heroes like the Yoto and the Justina, who needs it fully charged if they want to be able to actually access it.
Dubai, the man on your screen right here, was a very prominent victim of Huang Fly's poaching last game. Was definitely getting involved in a lot of the fights, but not able to pick up the kills, so again taking out from under him. That's something that will no doubt be burned into his mind as we get into game number 5 here, wanting to change that one up. Dubai is a player as well, like his history has been very, very positive in Naraka. He was that ex-world champion, definitely a talented player. Looking to kind of continue that into Season 2, but hasn't quite found his footing just yet. Speaking of Shah, we're on your screen here too. Again, coming into today, it was a player that you highlighted, Moxie. It's someone that I always want to keep my eyes on because I feel like you can't count him out. But it just feels like this game he's been the mouse in the mousetrap. Yeah. He's always just trying to scurry away. He's always finding himself in these situations where he has to disengage and has to run, and it's not where you want to be. He's never playing on the front foot. He's good at running away, I'll give him that, and he survives and he lasts for a while and he can get to those final circles, a bit like Wang Liang, the guy you see here. But it's not a position of power, it's not a position of strength where you're consistently running away.
Yeah, and if you're running away, like, you're not coming in with picks, so it doesn't matter how long you're able to survive, your kill multiplier is going to be next to nothing, as we can see how exactly the hero picks is going to fare on this, the last time that we're going to be playing the Morris I'll say Game 6, taking us back to Holoroth. I'm hoping that we're going to see just a little bit more diversity in terms of the hero picks that come through. The Ziping is very strong. We've seen it just being able to sustain through those fights, so you don't have to worry as much about the third party. The Yodo very strong at discouraging the third party with all of the tools in your kit. The Justina obviously very good for hitting refresh and reset, but I would love to see just a little bit more diversity, maybe a couple of Tarkas coming into the Slavi, but at the moment I just see 3 Zipings, 1 Yodo, a Justina, more Yodos.
Justina? It's
really,
not Ziping or Yoto.
I feel like after season... Oh, there we go,
Hey.
Valda.
There you go. There you
I
go.
got my wish. It's going to be
wanted
really
it.
interesting to see how exactly that fares, because like I said, she can be really strong in terms of the CC, and obviously after the Yodo ultimate with that first initial slash, you can actually knock a Yodo out of her ultimate with a Justina, with a Valda ultimate rather. So if we can see that coming into play, that would be great. But the fact that we don't see a lot of Valda is, one, even when you're able to secure the space, you don't have any follow-up damage unless your loot reflects that. And 2, in terms of early game impact, she has very little, because you can have that CC, but you're not going to be able to follow it into a kill, as opposed to the Yodo, who can just zone you out of any follow-up damage after the bubble's been popped.
We do love to see a bit of diversification, and that Valda being the only hero picked that isn't named Ziping, Yoto, or Justina. It's a little bit of fun. That's nice. We'll keep our eyes out and see if Valda can make things happen. For now, though, it's just going to be Huang Fly looting around the previous winner of game number 4 as we get into game number 5 here. Straight away into some action between Chu Sheng and Dao Hui. Dao Hui wanting to have a little bit more. He's kind of been struggling a little bit today, even in last week, to be honest. Season 2 has not been his season. He just, you know, this is the time. It's still all up for grabs. A lot of the players that have been finishing top 3, top 5 so far today are different players from the ones that finished top 3, top 5 in the previous game. And so that's something you can use to your advantage. If you just have one massive pop-off game, you can certainly find yourself in a much better position at the end of the day, as Shah now is looking to potentially join in here, just hanging out, just chilling with his cute pink hair and foxy ears. I'm not sure whether he doesn't even want to fight. He's just like, yeah, you guys go at it. I'm just chilling. You guys have a grand old time. Yeah,
There we go.
trying to poach, but now he's going onto Chu Sheng here. Oh, but it's the parry.
counter.
Oh,
That's unfortunate. And it is now going to have to push into that freeze very early on. Going to have to just hightail it out of there. Still hasn't been able to pick up that greatsword either, so he's currently weaponless. He has to go past the trove and hope he's able to find something. And the poor guy is just being bullied at the moment. As the first party could potentially come on through, saving Sha for a couple of seconds. But no, Chu Sheng is going to be able to land that hit. Yodo F ability to secure the recovery of the can, and then all of the players just immediately part ways. It's really mean too. It feels like all of them were just having an invite to gang up on Sha, and then once he goes down, he'll just split off, as it is Mu coming onto that Yoto. Has been able to find onto this zipping, already forces out that F ability, but moves on the back end at the moment. Is trying to charge out the katanas, but just does not have the time to be able to go for a blink strike, and it is going to be Dinglui coming away with that pick.
Mu has had a tough time of it today. I don't think he's even picked up a single kill out of all our games. He's really struggling here today in game number 5, not getting off to a good start. Oh, Reki! What? That was a masterclass of domination right there. He is going to bring down Dao Hui right there. As Chu Sheng now decides he wants to get involved in this fight. He might change his mind, though, when he sees he's kind of low. And he gets the parry as well. Reki really making it hurt, putting down the work here. Chu Sheng getting the reset from his F ability. Is Reki also going to pop the shield? He's parried now instead, and Chu Sheng looking for his second kill of the game. Reki is exceptionally low. Is he going to be able to run away from this one? Chu Sheng bringing down the hurt. He is going to get the nunchucks, whipping them around. Reki, one hit. He is taken down. 2 kills to Chu Sheng.
Oh, Luring King! Woo! Just survives, as Don King is actually now on the back foot themselves, but because of the rest of the players around, will be able to disengage themselves from the fight, as opposed to Luring King, who actually baits the chase out from Dubai. But there's the Valda, able to grab onto one of those players, immediately CCing them up. Luring King still going to be alive, though, as Dubai comes through, potentially to try and look for a little bit of a knockdown. Dongqing on the back foot, takes a lot of damage from that dagger, tries to catch him. There's the haze, will be able to connect, and Luring King actually immediately going to be broken out of it. Zavada's still not going to be in the clear. This is what I was talking about, Fox. Even if you're able to land that CC, you just don't have enough follow damage. You really have to use it as an escape tool, unless you have something like purple weapons to be able to take advantage of. There's Dongqing just trying to lose their tail at the moment. Extremely low, should be able to find themselves a little bit of a respite to go for that reshield. As Dinglui now coming in on that zipping, has the F ability to be able to try and push aggressively onto Cao Bao. Just a little bit ahead of them, still on that zipping. Dongqing, though, has been able to find Dubai. Hasn't been able to break through that zipping shield at the same time. Looks for the dagger rush, not going to be able to find any damage, just using it to scale over the wall and still be able to connect this chase with the player, as they know that that shield is going to be breaking in a matter of moments. As we're going to see the first Yoto ultimate of this match come through, immediately followed by an echo in the room, as Mu pops one of their own to try to go toe-to-toe with it. Mu extremely low when they pop that Yoto ultimate, still going to be able to survive and look for all of these flashes to connect. Will take a lot of damage as they fall to the ground, though. Mu just stuck on the back foot, entirely stun locked up, not going to be able to drop the F ability to buy themselves breathing room, and they will be down, and Nox, if I'm not mistaken, entirely out of the map.
Mu is eliminated. It's certainly not been his game today. He's still struggling, but we're moving on now for Luring King, and Dong Huing is fighting as well. I can't see. It's Dubai. Dubai is the last member here. They're all in the circle as well. Time is against them. They can't hang around for too long because that circle's going to do a world of hurt. As Lu Ren King is going to find that kill onto Dong Huing, and Dubai now as well in a bit of a pickle. He's going to try and survive for a little bit longer, but reminder, they're still in that circle. This fight has to end quickly. If this fight gets extended, like the tools of a Yoto F can do, and you're gonna be struggling as Dubai here, trying to look for this play, trying to interrupt Lu Ren King, going for that heal, going for the reset. Both of these players here, not looking for the fight. Dubai on the heels of Lu Ren King though, trying to catch him down while they're still in that circle. Just gonna go for those heals though. Keep themselves alive for now. Dash themselves away out of danger. I think Lu Ren King's okay, but he might be in a bit of a spot of bother. We'll see though. We're swapping over to Chu Sheng here against Wang Liang. Chu Sheng, our kill leader of game number 5. Wang Liang, the master of making it to the last circle, often by playing quite passively. He himself not being out, finding himself a single kill, excuse me. But just going to be backing away from this one. Doesn't have his trusty blue dagger. Without that blue dagger, what can he do? That's probably why he's running away from that one. As we swap over now to Ego, who's trying to find himself a squirrel in the tree named Fly. You got to be careful, mate. Fly can fire some sexy arrows, bro. We've seen that one happen. That was all the last game was. And we get a bit of a low in the action here, swapping over. And there it is. He's got the squirrel out of the tree. Ego now is on the hunt for Fly. Fly's getting a little bit low on health and could be in a bit of trouble as he's trying to run away from this one. The squirrel goes back to his natural habitat, climbing that tree. What is going on here? Ego tries to knock him out. He gets it. He knocks him out of the tree and the parry as well. That's beautiful stuff. Fly. He is not a happy boy, right? Oh, he's taken out Ego. That was a sexy play. And oh my, Hongfei's out. He's eliminated. He's done. The winner from last game is gone on a big fat goose egg.
That's unfortunate for Hongfei, not going to be able to find himself those kill steals in this round as Zhang Yui is trying to find a kill onto Panzerman, another one of these players that we'd like to see step up to the plate. Both of them so very low. The difference is that Zhang Yui is on the Yodo and he's able to pop the ultimate and absolutely pop Panzerman's head as he tries to disengage. And it is going to be Zhang Yui coming out on top. Now gets to go for that reset and claim the spoils of war. As we move on to Reki, who it looked like they were actually just coming off of the back of a successful Yurang's Rage onto Sha, has been able to find a lot of damage. Not going to be able to find a follow-through on the Yurang's Rage. Trying to just pin down Sha into a stun lock, but not really being able to find the movement. They're seeing that a third party, fourth party as well is going to be coming through. Pops that zipping F to be able to get themselves clear of the fight and will remove themselves from it as Xu Sheng comes in with a snipe onto Lu Ren King with that Yoto ultimate. There's Reki, now feeling a little bit replenished, wants to try to chime back in. But a lot of these players could potentially get sniped out as we do see the tussle over the chest starting to spawn in. Wang Liang comes in with the pistol, not going to be able to drop the Yodo F over the chest to cover. It has already been opened. As Reki now pushing in to the Ziping, who has popped the ultimate, will be getting a little bit of the reshield, is looking to try and go for a couple clangs of damage and not really finding the opening that they're looking for. Swaps to the bow to maybe do a little bit of poke damage, but Ding Lui is straight up gone from that engagement, has spotted something else of note, and that is a potential gate crash onto the circumstances of a Sha. Every single time we follow this guy, the poor dude just seems to have all of these players just after his trail.
Death taxes and Sha being chased around the Morris Isle. All things that are inevitable, as he is still alive though. He's not dead. He's good at surviving these fights, remember, as well. Yes, he does find himself in sticky situations, but he gets unstuck fairly effectively. Swap over now to Zhang Yu versus Ego. Zhang Yu looking to replicate the success he had in the earlier games at MVP of game number 1 and the first 3 games combined. Now chasing onto Ego, who finds himself in a bit of a tough situation. Zhang Yu with the purple jewel blades, the armor, isn't going to get that charge attack off. Ego though, oh my goodness, he's parried, he's done, he's out. He's in the dirt. He's completely in the dirt. And this beginning of this game right here, we've still got 13 minutes left. And we've got 6 members eliminated: Ego, Pandaman, Lu Ren Keng, Dong Qing, Mu, and Huangfly. And some of these names are people that we've seen finishing top 3 previously in our games today. They're all out. 10 members alive, 13 minutes into the game. Much more aggressive start to game number 5. Our last game on the Morris Isle here in day number 1 of our bi-weekly 2. As we just continue with some of the action, Kaibao just flittering around. Not too much happening here, trying to get out of this. There's absolutely no gear to his name. That's not something you want to bring into the final circle. A grey weapon and blue armor. As Wang Liang, look at this. He wants to go aggressive. Is it Shah? It's always Shah. Of course it's Shah. He's in trouble. Running away. I don't know if he's going to get out for this one. Here comes Reki. Someone else wants him. It's just 2 for now, though. Who's going to be able to pick up Shah? Both Reki and Wang Liang completely ignoring each other just so they could try and find Shah, who again is looking to escape out of a sticky situation. He may just have done it for now, though, if he can lick his wounds in this building, get that healing, get that armor.
They're still chasing.
Another day.
They know that he had to pop the ultimate to be able to use those dashes to increase the distance. And all of the fight that was in the low ground has now just moved up to temple. So that they can try and find Shah. This poor guy.
Ah, he's got his blue dagger.
Food in his pocket.
Wang Liang's full build, man. He's done.
He's got his full build, as we can see. Morris Blessing starting to come online for these players, and that is going to immediately signal a lot of these ranged spats. As Dubai with the bow is going to be looking to connect on, but this isn't range. This is as close range as you could possibly be. Beautiful counter coming out, knocks out Xiang Yu, but it is going to be no follow-through damage to be able to connect the pick, as the Zipping is able to pop the ultimate. We'll be able to get a little bit to connect, but Xiang Yu just comes in and is absolutely stunning them up against the wall. Li goes down, absolutely no escape. The ultimate just not able to get the healing necessary for the amount of damage that you were taking in such a short amount of time. It's just absolutely bursted through. There's now Dao Hui running around with the purple greatsword looking for a flank. Wants to try to push into some of these players. Bane's Breath coming out to try and funnel some of these players into the path of the greatsword. Grapple comes through. Pistol shot just to try and start the engagement so that the greatsword only needs a couple of things to finish off its prey. But at the moment, we're not really seeing a clean engagement, as Dubai's doing a very good job of just circumventing line of sight, keeping themselves nice and light on their feet, making sure that the Yodo can't aggressively chase in with the blinders because the third party potential is there.
I feel like I've seen this story before with Dao Hui, with his kitted up armor and greatsword. Hopefully, though, this story has a slightly different ending for him than the previous one. Not able to make it happen in Game 3 when he had that legendary loot. This time around, trying to reverse his fate as we swap over now to Xiang Yu. Today has been the MVP for me across the entirety of the day. Did have that one bad game, I believe it was game number 4. But aside from that, has been very consistent today. Always finding the kills, always making it happen and finishing top 3. I've been very impressed with the way he's been able to play. And Chu Sheng on your screen right now too. This is a player who started off very, very slow. Double goose egg, game number 1 and game number 2. But it's not about how you start, it's how you finish. And similar to, third time's a charm, mate. There you go. He's up, he got the grapple eventually. Has definitely turned it around here. Starting from game number 3 and is our second kill leader, as we can see here. Just looking at the mini-map as well. You got Ding Lui and Xiang Yu just hanging out together, but all of the players are moving towards that Mora's Blessing here. We're going to see some scrappiness coming out over here. I can see Shah on my screen. I just don't know how long it's going to be. Oh, it's already happening. He's already being chased down. There's 3 people coming after him. I didn't see the others, but they're all coming after him as well. He has scuttled away from this one again here as Dao Hui finds himself in a little bit of a pickle. Dubai as well. Not able to get the reset on their healing. They're forced to pop the ulti. I'm not quite sure if he's going to get out of this one though. Xiang Yu now joining the fight as well. Bloodthirsty Xiang Yu, our kill leader today. Looking for Dubai up on the cliff's edge. Isn't going to be able to find him just yet, but might be able to continue with some patience here. Does pop the F for the reset. There's another fight here. The complete opposite side of the way the camera was facing.
Look at Shang just sits above the Morris Blessing with the cannon until the Yoda F ability comes through to block the projectiles. But Sha is still alive. Dubai has been able as well to lick that Winston, go for the reset as we see Xusheng immediately trying to pressure onto Reki. Cannon Splash comes through, just trying to do even more damage and break the shielding so that you can come in with the nunchucks. They've been able to knock them down, not able to find the full meter dump at the moment. Zipping ultimate to be able to keep the Ziping up and alive. As Xusheng again swaps to that cannon, just being an absolute pest at the moment as all of these players are trying to run both from the cannon fire and the Bane Strip and the zone closing in on them as Reki is the one now, it feels like, who's been caught out, will pop that Zipping F ability to go for the reshield and make sure that they're able to disengage without being interrupted and stun locked down. And as a result, they have been able to squirrel themselves back up onto one of these rooftops. As now, without anyone really looking at Reki, 6, 7, 8 could be the one in danger, having to go into that Justina freeze from a little bit earlier than they wanted. As above it all, Zhang Yu just sits pretty, but Sha comes in, will be able to find the Dagger's Rage and claim a pick onto Dubai, who was a little bit too close on the low ground. Show the absolute assassination of a drop down. And wait, guys, this is Sha. Come on, you guys always see this guy. They just entirely leave him alone.
Sha, without his posse of bad guys following him around the map, unheard of. He does find himself that kill onto Dubai though, and would put himself into 7th place in this lobby. We are officially 50% of the way through the lobby as well. Half the players are gone, only 8 remaining, 8 men standing. 7 minutes left, however, might mean that it will be 8 for quite some time still, as this tends to be a bit of a lull phase here in this part of the game. Players are a little bit too hesitant to really engage into fights because they don't want to get third-partied as that circle gets
Speaking of,
I think Reki's in a lot of trouble here. Sha, finally! The prey has become the predator. Is chasing someone down. Reki is the one in trouble now. Sha looking for that kill. Reki without any armor, but might just be able to give Sha the slip here. Although he may be jumping away from one bad guy into another one. I think Sha's mucked it up. I don't think he's going to be able to go for the chase.
Oh no. And now it's on the other foot. Sha has to go for the freeze bomb so early. And he's just being splattered by cannon fire and muskets from afar. He will be able to escape. But now he runs the risk of falling back into that mother duck of everyone chasing after him, wanting to get the picks. Because he's going to be a little bit lower in terms of notice at the moment. Xusheng has spotted him. He is in a little bit of a rough spot, having to hug the outer rings of the corruption zone, but he is still trying to take this fight against Xusheng, who is just pulling out the cannons and absolutely obliterating him anytime he tries to challenge up into that high ground. As Kabao comes in, does have both the F and the ultimate available on that Zipping. Reki wants to get a little bit aggressive, has to already have used that F ability though. We'll have the ultimate to fall back onto. It's just going for a little bit of the beam hang at the moment, as all of these players just wanting more information about their surroundings, how many players are going to be close enough to them, whether anyone's going to be low HP and easily targeted, as it's going to be Wang Liang, who's now in a really tough spot, has to drop that F ability to be able to escape onto the more open high ground. And we're seeing a lull as, yeah, Sha for once is actually in a lot more control of their positions. They're the one coming in with the cannon fire and able to make sure that they funnel along everyone who moves around them. Has to grapple out, did actually pop that freeze bomb a little bit earlier coming out from the contest. As Cao Bao and Zhang Yu once again just playing a little bit slower, making sure all of their cooldowns are going to be online for when this fight starts to break through.
Let's not get it twisted either, despite the fact that we keep mentioning Sha in relation to him being chased around the map and being on the back foot. This is a very good player. This is someone that we had on our eyes coming into today. I definitely put some chances on him making it into this final circle, and if he does, doing a lot of pain as well. As we are swapping over to him and just watching him put down the hurt with those ranged weapons. 4 minutes left in the game. Within the next few minutes, it's all going to explode, but just for now, it's a little bit of chip, a little bit of poke with those ranged cannons. Not trying to dedicate too hard. Again, if you dedicate, you get third-partied, almost guaranteed here when the circle is this low, or this small, I should say, excuse me. Like, there's just almost no exception. There's always people around, they're going to go for you, and you're going to be in trouble, and you don't want to force that fight until it's absolutely necessary. So taking a look at Zhang Yu's loadout right here. 4 legendary Soul Jades. I don't recognize the icons. So is that sexy stuff?
I mean, yeah, legendary is always really nice, especially if you're gonna be out of the view. Shishang's also got 1 legendary to their name. It's not quite the stack loadout that Shangyu has at the moment. More worrying is their position right now, because you are out in the open on the rooftops, and once the zone starts to close on through, yes, you're gonna have their cannon, so you're gonna be doing a lot of splash damage when these players have to come out of the woodwork and openly challenge you. But at the same time, you are making yourself a target for players like Sha and 678, who also have high ground control to potentially try to push you out of and play a little bit of the cuckoo. As we can see, we still have 8 players, 8 players in the lobby left over. A whole lot of players, not a lot of space going to be left over. 678 playing just a little bit out of line of sight right now. Reki at the moment, I don't think he understands quite how close he is to Kaibao, who has spotted out their positions, and Reki can now start to move through, just keeping themselves safe. We saw this coming out of them when we moved over to Holoroth. They were the ones who, even with a blue loadout, were able to come in with 3 picks off the back of 1 Yoto ultimate. There's now XCG for Wang Liang with the legendary soldier for the Jewel Blades, guaranteeing that your Pelipper Flurry now has range damage to it. And he is just using this as a threat. Solo flaring out his location, using that Sankey, trying to bait players into daring to take that fight on the stairs so that they can get knocked down and he can look for the pick. And if they don't challenge him, he still gets to grab that space. And that is something that is going to be massively contested in a matter of moments, because all of these players are in the open. Now, if they fall to the high ground, they're going to be on the low, and everyone is going to be looking to pick you off when you fall down with that third party.
This circle is closing in here. It looks like it might actually end on a little bit of that rooftop, but a lot of verticality in the sense of multiple levels here. You're going to be adjusting around for position on that roof, as right now we can see, we saw someone up there, I think it was 678 as well, but Reki's just hanging out on the other side. Dao Hui as well here, looking to make it happen. This greatsword with that good splash area, damage area control, the cleave effect here, can be pretty good in these situations. But speaking of being pretty good, the longsword horizontal effect, knocking people into the circle, is always pretty good as well. Jostling for position on top of this roof. It's Reki and it's 678 right now. Dao Hui is going to have to pop his F to try and make the reset happen. Is going to get it just for now. 1 minute left and still no dedication for this final circle. I can't help but feel like that is not going to be keeping for very long here, as Wang Liang trying to throw out that legendary Soul Jade on those Jewel Blades. As you mentioned, getting that ranged attack off, a little bit more damage. Here we go, the circle is closing in, and so are the players. He's picked up his greatsword and he's going for it. He's not actually, because it's Wang Liang. He's just going to try and hold himself in the air, as he usually does. Make everyone else fight, and then you come in and pick them off. It's not a bad strategy. It works out for him very frequently. It's Dao Hui now. He's the greatsword user, looking to rewrite his tail. Knocked out of the air. There we go. There's still 8 people alive. What's happening? Zhang Yu is forced to pop his Yoto ulti early. Oftentimes that's not a good sign. Chu Sheng now popping the Yoto ulti as well. The circle is officially gone. Everyone is fighting in it. It's going down. Wang Liang is still alive. Chu Sheng! My goodness, what was that? He makes it happen and he comes out on top as the last man standing, and your MVP.
I think he just got 4 kills.
What the hell?
I think he literally just got 4 kills. I was looking at the kill feed in the bottom right corner. I was like, okay, Yoda ults are coming through. This is when it really is going to come down to the wire in terms of how much health you had when you activated the ultimate, and whether or not you had to use the slash to TP relocate yourself out, or you were able to keep yourself in the air and every single flash could immediately just rat-a-tat-tat into every player below you. And Xu Shang just instantly landslides in with 4 picks.
Honestly, this man, there's a reason why he was your #1 player of the first bi-weekly. What a ridiculous end to that game. That was absolutely absurd. And we were always highlighting him as someone who, you know, you wanted to see him show a little bit more, starting off slow. He's a bit of a slow burner type of player. And goodness gracious, how's that for slow burning? Now we're in game number 5, and you can see it, man. He's chuffed. He's happy with himself. He knows what happened. He knows what he's done. He's looking very, very happy. Even in that interview, he said, you know, as the day went on, he started getting more confidence, and from that confidence, he started playing better. And I think it's fair to say he played pretty well in game number 5.
Yeah, it's like so hard as well for a lot of these Yodo players. Like, there's a reason we see Yodo. She's really good in early game and late game. The problem is, if you're not actually around for late game, no matter how good your early game is, you're not going to have a lot of rounds coming through. And Yodo, her value rises the longer that the game continues. So, like in Trios for Transformers comp, like in Solos for Yodo, your entire objective is to survive to Final Circle. It doesn't matter if in early and mid game, you just play for survivability and use your ultimates to keep your backside safe, use your F ability to lock down loot places, and use it as well to guard and bounce at places like windows and doors so projectiles can't push you out of those zones. As long as you are alive for Final Circle, so that you can get a Yodo ultimate off, like the Yodo ultimate we saw from Xu Sheng, because that was just chef's kiss.
Honestly, it's so nice, isn't it? And this is what I really enjoy about Naraka in general as an esport. Like, that last circle is always so crazy. Like, we had 8 people alive with maybe, it was like 8-7 minutes left. And then by the time we got to about 50 seconds left, there was still 8 people alive, and there is no room to operate within there. I think we still even had like 5 or 6 people alive when the circle was completely gone. Like, it's just absolute chaos in those final moments, and trying to keep up with it is nigh impossible. And so then we get to wait for this, the scoreboard at the end to actually see what happened here and see who came out on top. I'm really curious to see. I mean, obviously we know that Xu Sheng got the MVP. I want to see how many kills he got and if he was able to secure a lot of points, because as I mentioned coming into this game, all of the finishes in this in the day today so far, all of the games so far have had quite a varied top 5. Like, the top part of the scoreboard, whoever finishes high, is different from game to game to game. And that means that if you have that one good game, you know, there's not just 1 or 2 people who are really high up there that you're trying to overcome. Like, you can easily take over things here. And there it is, Xu Sheng, your #1 player there, your MVP. 5 kills total, Shang Yu with the 6 kills there too. I think that's the highest 1-2 that we've seen today. 12 game score coming through from Xu Sheng and 8.8 from Shang Yu. 7.1 from Kai Bao here. Is there anything that kind of stands out to you? For me, I'm obviously looking at the 16th place player, slight fall from grace in game number 4, who was our best player, our first place player. I just say it was a high variance play style, and there's not really much more variance to it than finishing first and then finishing 16th.
Yeah, Shara as well coming in on number 5. Not as good as we know the guy can be, but honestly, like, there's a reason that it's always such a tragedy whenever we see Shara getting chased down by the amount of players that are always after him in all 4 of the games we've seen today. And that's because he's such a good player when he's playing Final Circle. And just as Xu Sheng, your value, the amount of points that you can put up on the board, just instantly, massively multiplies if you make it into Final Circle. And this is the first time that we actually got to see Sha make it to Final Circle. And I think he could have had a real big impact. The problem was we had 3 different Yodo ultimates going on all at once. Like, we had Xu Sheng ulting, we had Dao Hui ulting, I think we had Ding Lui ulting as well. Like, all of those were coming in, and it was just the fact that Xu Sheng, in terms of positioning, was above everybody else's. So his slashes were playing off of the damage already inflicted by the other Yodos, but because you're above them in terms of that verticalness, you're not actually taking the damage from their slashes either, so you're able to connect onto the Yodos ulting below you while keeping your health bar intact. And look at the amount of damage that he did. He only really came alive in the last 2 circles, but 19.3k done in that amount of space is absolutely insane.
I'd be curious to see what that damage number was before, like, the final circle, and how much it was after the final circle, because I agree. I think really closing that game out is where he got the vast majority of that damage. Like, that was just an absolutely insane ending to that game right there. And Xu Sheng deservedly getting MVP for map number 5. Just a quick shout out as well to Wang Liang, 4th place player that map. Always slowly, slyly finding his way into finishing high. Doesn't necessarily make the fights happen and make the plays happen, but just consistent in that sense. Like, he's not had any bad games so far. He's not really popped off in any of them, but always very frequently in that top 5. But the man of the hour here, Xu Sheng, someone we wanted to see step up a little bit. Started off very, very slow today, has brought it back, starting really from game number 3 and culminating here today game number 5 with that MVP, as we're going to approach game number 6 shortly, which will be our last game of the day and a game on Holoroth. I want to know, do you think we'll get a repeat MVP today? Because they've all been different MVPs so far. What do you think?
They have, and I think honestly, Holoroth is one of those maps where you want to go for the late as fast as possible. So I can definitely see if we see that same level of aggression from Xusheng, just going for somewhere like Salvation Podium or dropping Plink's Temple and trying to bag that loot as quickly as possible, and then just playing passively once early game has started out and you've got that really good loadout. Because in Naraka, there are 2 ways that you can sort of lose out when it comes to mid-game. One is if you get third-partied. 2 is if you die contesting Amura's Blessing. And if when you go onto Holoroth, you immediately have access to the Salvation Podium, the stress that you have over contesting those Morris Blessings and putting yourself into a position where you can be pulled out of the match early isn't there. You've already got the loadout, you've already got the legendaries, you might even have been able to pull out the lottery ticket of that red armor. So I think for a lot of these players, if they go aggressive straight out of the gates and then they slow the pace down, we could potentially see a player like Xusheng coming away with a second MVP in a row.
My thing that I'm going to be watching coming into the next game, as you mentioned, the Salvation and the chest, like the sick loot you can get from that. Last time we were on Holoroth, there was only 2 people contesting it. It was Zhang Yu, I think, and someone else. I can't remember exactly who the second person was. But it's just a straight up 1v1 in the early. And if you win that, you got access to all the loot. And I wonder if players now might think, oh wait, actually, yeah, we can contest that. I can go for that. Why not? Maybe they thought everyone was going to be dropping there. It's just like, nah, there's no point. I'm just going to go somewhere else. Maybe go for a more consistent start rather than like high variance, high risk, high rewards. Maybe that changes here. Maybe we do see more people go for the contest, because that is a really, really good chest to get early on, especially as you say, if you get lucky, that red armor. That's going to set you up for a lot of success. I think Zhang Yu got like legendary jewel blades and legendary armor from it.
Yeah.
Last game, and he had that from like 2 minutes in. Absolutely disgusting. So yeah, definitely high impact if you can get it. And maybe we see more people contest over it.
I mean, I would imagine so too, because Holoroth is also very punishing when it comes to scavenging. The amount of pitfalls and traps, in terms of like actually literal traps around the map that can catch you out, all of the environmentals as well. If you have to widen the scope of your search, you're going to be running into more and more of them. And some of them we didn't actually really even get to see. Things like the bear traps up by Imperial Village. If you get stuck in one of those, you essentially get wall hacks. If a player gets stuck in there for every 2 seconds for the next 30 seconds on your minimap, the player who gets stuck in a trap, you see that location. It gets pinged out to you. And you can book it over there and pick up that player, or you can just use it as information to know when you don't want to go for a third party, when you know that that player is going to be around. Like, all of those different environmental impacts can really have a massive detriment to how these fights, especially in terms of the 1v1s and solos, pans out. Because it's not like Trios where you can go, okay, well, we're scoping out our search, we're going to have someone move forward and make sure that they're going to be able to sustain in a fight long enough for people to come through. No, if you go forward and you go too aggressively, you're out. You have no one to come and bail you out. You have no chance of someone like a Karumi or a Wu Chen to TP out your kin and get a resurrection. Once the first circle closes up, you are done.
And you mentioned Wu Chen at the tail end of your point there. You were quite high on Wu Chen coming into Holoroth the first time around because of the cheeky things you can do with him, where you can sit yourself on a trap and then switcheroo with a bad guy and then trigger the trap for them instead. It seems like a bit of a pipe dream. It might be quite difficult to achieve in professional play. But I'm still, you know, it sounds very fun, and that's what I'm here for. So Wu Chen, if he gets picked in the next match, definitely someone to keep your eyes on for those cheeky plays. But aside from that, like we've seen pretty much the same 3 heroes constantly, as I guess is quite standard for solos, with the Yoto, with the Zipping, and the Justina. Are you expecting anything else here for the last game? Do you think people will just stick to the comfort of those champions, or is it time now to actually go for like your you know, like the ace up your sleeve, so to speak? Are we going to get maybe like a Tarka or you know, like a Volder or something like that coming through. Do you expect anything like that in the last game?
I think we might see more Takeda. Remember,
Yeah,
like in
that's
the
a good shout.
interview
Yeah,
after the map 1 of Holoroff, like there was so many Takedas in that lobby, and actually they talked about why the Takeda was really good. Like he does have that extra dash, the mobility that you get when you pop that ultimate form. You're going to be able to also play a lot of bouncer in terms of how the buildings are set up, and also the mythic grabs are great because if you're worried about running into something like a ping controlling the neutral, you can go for the counter, and that immediately slides the tables to turn onto That's the Thing. But I'm gonna have to wait just a little bit longer as we are going to be sliding into a break. Don't go anywhere though, because on the other side it's gonna be the second ever pro play of Holoroff.
Nighttime's approaching in Shanghai at the end of the day, and it's the same here for the Nbpl, which is kind of sad news. We've only got one game left, but it's very exciting news at the same time, because that one game is Holoroff. It's the new map, the second ever showing of it. We saw it once before today in game number 3, and it was bloodthirsty. It was crazy. We saw a lot of Takeda as well, which is not something you see traditionally in solos. So I'm very, very much looking forward to the repeat here in game number 6, our last game of the day. My name is Frogshop. I'm joined by the lovely Moxie. Moxie, talk to me a little bit about our next game. What are you looking forward to, whether it's a pick or a player or just like a playstyle in general or a biome from the map? Because there's like different things. There's like snow and desert and then nice temperate places. What just to gush a little bit about the new map for me. What are you looking forward to?
So first of all, it's gorgeous. I absolutely adore every single design structure that is in the whole roof. It is so pretty. Secondly, the thing that I'm really going to be looking for, because this is really the first time that we're actually getting to see it in pro play, right? We've had a couple of show matches. I believe when they first announced the match, the Nbpl actually did put on a couple of show matches where we had some streamers coming in and showing us this, but this is the first time that pros are getting to handle it, so we're getting to see how the meta is actually going to be going forward into this map. And for me, that means, are we going to see players decide to go for the Feast to Famine strategy of dropping into Salvation Podium? Are we going to see the first map of Holoroth having an immediate domino effect of all of these players now wanting to drop Salvation so they can potentially look for the loot? Because that is where the Takeda can come into play. Not only with the Mythic Grab, but with the Mythic Grab into a player running something like very early legendary dual blades, which is something that we saw on Holoroth, right? That was the counterplay coming through. Zhao Yui did manage to pick up the dual blades, then they got counted out of them. Panzerman unfortunately was not able to find the kill, did go down giving up the dual blades as a sort of kiss of death to carry with them. But if you allow someone else to have control of Salvation Podium, let them get the loot, then come in with the Mythic Grab to guarantee that you can immediately just yoink out the weapon from their own fingers.
Certainly going to be a risk-reward thing that these players are going to have to judge up in their heads. Because as you say, like, I mean, it's really, really good loot. It's exceptionally good loot if you can land there and you can complete that puzzle and get the chest for yourself. But if there's a lot of people contesting it, it's certainly not going to be easy to get your hands on it. In that first map that we saw the first time around here in game number 3 today, there was only 2 players contesting it, so it wasn't too hard, and we saw Zhang Yu able to pick that one up. And as you mentioned, legendary dual blades, legendary armor. There's even that chance of the red armor, which is a step up from legendary. So definitely high stakes coming through there. And I want to see if people, as you mentioned, drop into Salvation to try and pick it up, or at least contest it. It's not something you want to see your opponents pick up either.
See, there's a really tough way of contesting it though, because you don't actually want to contest it where the glyphs show up. Because a thorny roller is actually making the rounds where the glyphs show up, so you have to be very careful how you do your 360 around the circle to get the glyphs to know which direction to point the statue in. They have changed thorny rollers. You can only get hit once as the thorny roller goes through per rotation. It didn't used to be. It used to be splattered across the ground 3 times every single time a thorny roller made a rotation, but now you can only get hit by once. However, if you do want to try and contest Salvation Podium, I would honestly advocate it to be on the high ground so that you don't potentially get caught out by that environmental, as we can look at how the hero picks are coming through. I've already seen one Wu-Chen. I'm seeing a Taka as well coming out from Pandaman. And it is going to be the rest of these picks seeming just like the Yoto and the Justina, and the Zipping as well. No one's going for the Takeda, which is very interesting given how many Takedas we had seen on map number 1 of Holoroth, but I guess everyone sort of noticed, okay, the final circle, it can be sometimes really hard to pull off the Takeda. He can be really strong when you have the Mythic Grab up, but once the Mythic Grab is gone, those players, they're just going to get super aggressively and treat it the same way of when a Yodo or a Zipping is missing that F ability. Into their face, playing for aggression.
Yeah, I think that's a really good point with that final circle. Someone like the Justina seeing a rise in popularity there. She's very, very strong when she popped that ulti in those small spaces, especially when you have all those structures, those buildings that we were seeing. It was around the temple area that the final circle was in game number 3. Kaibao on your screen there is already exceptionally low on health. He's finding himself in a little bit of a pickle, but should be able to just run away from this one. I'm not sure if Zhang Yu is going to be able to chase it down.
He's looking for it.
He's certainly looking for it. He's found himself some blue armor over Kaibao. I think we'll be able to reset this one. We'll see how it goes down. He's going to be fighting with the broomstick against Kaibao. Obviously the most fierce of weapons here, and it's giving some health to Kaibao as well. Kaibao looking to try and finish this one off. Zhang Yu is getting a tad low, but they're just trading blows. They're both trading blows, and they're the only two players in this area. No chance of a third party here, and it should be Zhang Yu finding the kill onto Kaibao. That is why this guy has been one of our best performers today. I don't think I've seen him lose a 1v1 just yet. Speaking of 1v1s, Chu Sheng into Dao Hui. Chu Sheng, another player that's been performing very well. Our first place player in game number 5. Looking to start game number 6 off a similarly amount of success. Does find it there against Dao Hui, who continues his struggles today.
Well, Hong Fei is actually the one who, again, uncontested at the moment, is just hitting those statues. Does he know the order? That was the second time that he went back to it. Does he know that the glyphs are underneath? I mean, I'm sure you would expect it, right? But he's not actually got the concrete order of the second one. I don't think he knows the order.
I don't think he does. He might just have to give this one up. He might have to walk away. Nah, surely not. You can't be there just by yourself with that loot for picking and just don't know how to open the door.
This one east. It's not east. Okay, we'll try this one south.
Oh
that one
goodness.
west. Oh, that's such a shame. There you go. If he watches the stream back, he'll know.
Yeah, there you go.
To the ground. The more you know. As again, the Wu-Chan. The ultimate, it's the same version! It's not the TV, it's the projectiles! That's your escape tool, entirely removed. Like, the entire point of Wu-Chan is mobility. You either swap your POV with someone else so that you can guarantee get a hit to connect on them as the swap goes through, or you're able to distance yourself a good 120 meters as Ego is on the ballista, will be able to find Hongfly and punish the fact that that chest was a little bit too late as Ego again just holding on with that ballista. No one's been able to get on top of that chest as Ego now moves in for the kill to try and intercept, punishing the fact that with the ballista connecting onto Hongfly, they're going to be able to pick up the loot and potentially get in position to catch Zhang Yu, who once again has been able to get into the trove and once again has been able to find a legendary weapon.
That is such a tragic outcome right there, though, for Hongfly specifically. Like, he took so long to get the chest open, he doesn't even get it. That should have just been an easy in and out right there. He should have been getting that legendary weapon, but you know, it's a new map. This is what happens. You know, this is why it's quite exciting to see this, see players kind of figure this map out. I love it. Panda Man with, look at, he's a panda. He's panda helmet. I love that.
It's so nice to see it. Again, this is the skin. Everyone who's watched Nbpl Season 1 will know this is the skin that Panda Man has always loved to run in onto. Unfortunately, he's not quite able to fight. Oh, the counter comes through just at the right moment. So Pink's still going to be able to go for that F ability. So the shield does come through. Panda Man not quite able to find the knock. He's just using the Katana Blink Strike to try to make sure that he's going to be able to get the space necessary to go for a replenish of his health bar and reshield. As we're going to move in with Sha running those dual blades, looking to get a pick onto Dao Hui. Intercepts the grapple, goes straight in. Forces out that zipping F ability, but gets counted out and has to immediately go for the Yodo ultimate. Will be able to use the first flash, immediately TPing into the path of Dao Hui's escape. Unfortunately, gets blocked by line of sight by the canvas and is not going to be able to find the pick. Swaps to the bow at the worst possible moment. Drops the F ability to be able to keep Dao Hui at an arm's length, and the pistol shot not going to be able to connect onto the Yodo. As Dao Hui now, enough time has passed, has been able to activate the F ability for the zipping once again, and now moves in with a counter of a dual blade, and Dao Hui instantly decimates the health that Sha has remaining.
That was such an important fight right there as well for him. If he fails that, he's out. He's already died once. He would be eliminated, and that would have been Dao Hui's last participation in this day of the Nbpl. Let's just swap over now. It's Zhang Yu still fighting around this this chest. He's obviously got the legendary weapon. He's pretty happy. He's sitting pretty. Now he's just trying to make it happen with the weapon. Xu Sheng with that grey longsword. I mean, I'm not an expert, but I reckon the legendary nunchucks have a slight edge in that one. But it is actually Zhang Yu that's to run away, licking his wounds a little bit, as Wang Liang has been found here. The Wu Cheng, the only Wu Cheng in the lobby here, popping down that wind wall there, so that no one can chase down with the ranged weapons. Just trying to buy a little bit of time here, some little bits of space, and he is now going to turn over to Chu Sheng. Wang Liang doesn't tend to go for these fights early game, but that was a good counter. That was a really, really good counter. And now Chu Sheng is in a lot of trouble. And if Chu Sheng tries to run away, he's going to get third party. There it is. It's Reki. He's here. He's got the bow. He's aiming at Wang Liang, but he should be aiming at the other guy. There he is. He goes flying into it. He's parried again. Chu Sheng gets parried another time. A good counter once more from Chu Sheng onto Reki. Reki's now parried. My goodness, it's parry central in this one. Who's going to bring Chu Sheng down? The winner of our previous game in game number 5, the #1 boy, is blinking health bars. He's almost dead, but he's still alive. Somehow he's still alive, just running for it. And he does eventually get taken out by Reki. Chu Sheng dead, down, but not out. Does have that revive. Good play there by Reki to pick it up.
Yeah, at the moment, no one knocked out for good. Zhang Yu is leading, tied up with Reki in terms of leaderboard 2. Ego's looking to try and find this pick onto Dao Hui with the dual blade. Such a good weapon to look for the follow-up. Both go for the block at the same time, but Ego is the one who's actually losing out in this fight. Shields have been broken. Counter comes through. Dao Hui able to find the knock, and it is going to be immediately activating the zipping F so that you don't have to worry about being interrupted. But Dao Hui is going to be able to get a knockdown encounter of their own. But Dao Hui so low, doesn't have the app ability, has to pop the ultimate, is able to use the knockback effect as well to keep themselves a little bit safer for now. But Dao Hui and Ego... Oh, it's so close. Ego goes down at the last possible second. Dao Hui going to be able to survive. Thankfully, no one in the area to look for that third party. As Dubai able to get around the corner to block the grapple from connecting onto their backside, and luring King with the nunchuck forced to wait before they're going to be able to chase. Dongqing goes down to Zhang Yu, who still has those legendary nunchucks. Will be able to just dart down that slope to break the grapple. Immediately pops out that zipping F ability. In case 678 is thinking about chasing, but 678 is more than happy to just go for the cannon and see what spells will lay within.
Again, though, from Dao Hui there, just... it was so close, and if he'd messed that up, he was gone. He's really flirting with death right here, but fortunately, props to him, man. He's coming up clutch. He's coming up clutch in these fights in this last game. Kai Bao now, though, on the receiving end of a world of hurt. Chu Sheng chasing him down. Wang Liang as well wants this one. Kai Bao has no shields left. 70% health. He's going to have to try. Oh, that's a good interrupt though for Chu Sheng on the grapple. He's going to be struggling here, Kai Bao, to get away from it. He is again going to get interrupted from the grapple. That is just absolutely nasty. But Wang Liang, I can see him. He's coming in from the side. He's actually going to run into Doing as well. Kai Bao just out of the pot and into the fire right here for him. There's nowhere to go. On anywhere that he runs. Huang Fly as well is coming in hot here too. Every piece of this pie. I'm not quite sure. Is he going to be able to survive for this one for a little while longer? As Kai Bao trying to turn it around, trying to get out of here. Dongqing bringing him down. He's very, very low. Surely this has got to be it. He's surrounded by bad guys right here. 6, 7, 8 as well. Fly trying to pick it off. The king of stealing kills. BP in game number 4, purely from stealing kills, is looking to finish this one off. Looking to get that scavenging play, but Kai Bao, how are you still alive, mate? Doing his child cosplay in this one, running bad guys into each other, still trying to get away from this. What is happening? How is he still alive? How has he got away with this one? I generally think he's fine. He's good for now. He's out. He's done. What on earth was that, Kai Bao? Zhang Yu now with his legendary nunchucks has decided to put some pain onto some bad guys as well. Ding Lui here looking like he's going to be in a bit of a pickle. As it was Reki as well, getting quite low. Just going to go for that reset. My goodness. What the hell was that, Kai Bao?
This is the power of the zipping. The longer those fights go, the longer the chase goes, the more regen you pick up. And so Kai Bao, just able to keep themselves alive, able to run and kite those players into other duels, allows themselves to have precious pockets of seconds where they're getting the regen and it's not being interrupted by strikes immediately subtracting from the health bar. So that zipping F ability coming in massively clutch. the Carabao, allowing them to stay alive in this lobby. As Hongfly now looking to try to push onto one of these players. They've got a little bit of a chase. Does not have the bow. It is going to be the musket if they want to try and find that third party. Doesn't really want to take the fight out in the open. Just trying to be very cautious of their surroundings. As we've been here before, all of these players just vying over that high ground. No one wanting to get caught out from position. Sha a little bit further on the flank on that right side out in the open. But 6, 7, 8 has been able to find Dao Bao. And now the chase begins. F ability going to immediately be popped from the opposing Ziping. 6, 7, 8 still holding onto the Justina ultimate, waits for the shield to be gone, and then looks for the freeze to be able to connect onto one of those players. Has been able to spot out where exactly they've been running to. A third party potentially going to be waiting in the wings as Luan King gets caught by the grapple and stunned up. The AoE heal will come through. The ultimate just going to be able to keep themselves alive, but it's going to be temporarily. Luan King goes down to Dongqing, who comes in for the third party, and then with that pick selected, able to be renewed with the aggression of the Zipping F ability, immediately going to be making themselves scarce.
We've had 12 kills so far in game number 6, and no eliminations. They've all been onto different people, as Zhang Yu has come out on top with those legendary nunchucks. 4 kills to his name, sitting pretty in that number 1 spot. 6, 7, 8 here has unfortunately been one of the few players hasn't been able to pick up a kill for himself yet. But you must imagine with 14, no, not 14, excuse me, however, was it 12? I think I said 12. However many kills it has been so far this game. That means there's a lot of people and only 1 life left. As a lot of people will most likely be playing a little bit scared, a little bit passive as this this part of the game progresses here. Because obviously you made that one mistake and you're donezo. You're not going to run away in your ghost form, get that resurrection. Nope, you're just out of there. Oh, yeah, Luan King, though, he's in a bit of a pickle here. He's got no armor, no health either. 6, 7, 8, looking to get his first kill of this game as it's Sha on the chase of Luan King. Trying to make it happen. Not going to find it, Luan King. Just going to disengage here. Dongqing as well, not going for him. We get a little bit of peace, I say that as we swap to Sha, blasting an enemy in the face with fire. Again, just chilling out a little bit here. Not too much action as we reach the 10-minute mark.
Yeah, Bane's Breath as well coming out, trying to force all of these players into fights. Panzerman using those purple bushes, just crouching, staying invisible, keeping themselves up and alive. The only target in the lobby. We've talked about how important it is for this guy to make it into final circle so that the blackout can come in clutch. As Xu Sheng is looking to try to take out Ding Lui. Nunchucks comes through. Xu Sheng not able to find a counter. The uppercut comes out. Immediately going to be going into the raid. Yodo ultimate from Ding Lui to be able to try and survive and see the threat off. Xu Sheng falls extremely low. The spike's not going to be able to catch them fully out into the sky. The last slash going just a little bit too far to the left as they're trying to chase and follow through with the pistol, but they go too low to the ground. And Dongqing will be able to come in with the pick. The dagger do the last little shred of health left onto Ding Lui, making them the first of our players left immediately eliminated from this lobby. Dubai looking to try to grab onto some of those players. They spotted Sha out, who's getting a little bit too cocky coming in with that flamer. Immediately gonna have to pop that Yodo ultimate to be able to reposition and put enough threat down that these players aren't going to be able to follow through, but the flashes are about to run out. Shara's still not being able to find a pick. They're gonna be stuck in these really tough spaces and just have to try to use those daggers to be able to movement tech chase their way away from the absolute trail that is going to be dogging their footsteps in a matter of moments. As once again Sha goes a little bit too aggressively, has to use that F ability to be able to keep themselves safe, and just like hounds sensing blood in the water, all of these players are starting to move in and try to meet Sha head on. They have to worry about the flamer. 6, 7, 8 has to go for the freeze form to be able to keep themselves alive and goes into the corruption zone to be able to get a reshield, as it is all of these players stuck on the remaining edges of this circle. Now potentially going to be caught out as Dubai falls down to the low ground. Has to pop the Justina ultimate to be able to remove themselves, but gets caught by a grapple. And all of that movement that Dubai was looking to pick up has just been stunted out as they're forced to go back out of the zone for a couple of seconds to get back into the building, potentially get a reshield up on the purple armor in front of them and look for a reset.
Zhang Yu now the kill leader of the lobby with that legendary nunchucks. Brilliant parry. Oh my goodness, brilliant parry and crazy damage onto Lure King. Holy moly, that was absolutely disgusting. When things go wrong against a legendary weapon, they go very wrong indeed. But Zhang Yu is not safe just yet. He's still trying to find a little bit of respite here, trying to get that reset, trying to get that armor back up with... Didn't mention that yet, but with that legendary armor, my goodness, he is armed to the teeth. Very similar to what we saw previously on the that's the other one on Holoroth here in game number 3. As I mentioned, there was like 12 kills happening really early on. We've not got a single one since then. So it's been a little bit chill here. Nothing too much has happened here. Xu Sheng, however, will be very happy that Dong Qing was able to save him from Ding Louis. I'm sure he'll be sending him his card this year. And it was one of those two was going down.
A swarm too.
It's just not fair. How many of those salvation chests are there? How many did he get? Good heavens. I think this has to be probably the most kitted out player I've seen in the game, especially at this point, right?
Yeah.
Like, that is
For sure.
utterly absurd. Everyone else, Huangfly, grey weapon, blue armor. Luren King, blue weapon, purple armor. That's probably average for the lobby right now. And what does Xing Yu have? Buddy, 3 legendary. It's all gold, man. It's all gold.
They
It's
can't even get on
brilliant
top of the Morris Blessing to try and get any drugs left in this test. Zhang Yu is just chasing them with the swarm. This is going to be so hard for some of these players to start to come back in. You have to be very careful though. You are playing around the Panconiacs. If those do get hit, you are going to be partially blinded. You can still see the focus attacks being charged up. It's not a full blind. But it's definitely going to be a disadvantage even if you're running that loadout, as Dubai has to go for the freeze form. Ken's going to knock down H-Fly. He will go out of the game and out of the series very early on as we start to see these players look for those snipes. Xu Sheng forced out of the zone to try to escape 6, 7, 8 coming in with that bow. They're still trying to catch them and push them back into that corruption so they can get a little bit more damage and potentially find that pick. But Zhang Yu, here he comes. Swarm comes through. Wolf's Cow Bao is the one that they've got their eye on at the moment. No one can contest this player. Anyone comes in close and that swarm is just going to immediately activate. He even has the F ability in a matter of moments if they want to go super aggressively. Dongqing up on the high ground, a little bit away from the action, has been spotted out by the zipping as well. Not going to allow. There's the blind! San Cognac hit, and you can see it's not a full blind, but it's making it extremely difficult for these players to avoid the ranged weapons coming out. If you walk into the swarm when you're that blinded, it's going to be so hard to be able to tap dodge out of the damage, as the swarm will be able to do a little bit of ship. Pandaman still alive on that target, has been spotted out. Is trying to just use a little bit of that momentum to be able to get and collapse onto Zhang Yu at the moment. Has been able to collapse onto one of the zippings. Immediately though moves on to a second to be able to go for the juggle as Pandaman. Oh, it's a beautiful juggle coming through the katana, but it's just a temporary stay. He immediately just has to vacate the premises. As here comes Zhang Yu to get a knockdown, but Xiao's the one to pick it up.
Xia getting the cheeky little steal there. Nicely done by him. It feels nice that he's been on the offensive these past few games as opposed to the opposite, which was happening earlier on today. Pandaman giving me a proper chuckle there though. Like, what's stronger, 3 legendary weapons or 1 angry drunk man? Yeah, just running towards you with your hands out like, goodness heavens, I love that. When all else
approaching
fails,
you menacingly.
literally, very menacingly indeed. As it is Reki going to be able to knocking out Lu Ren King, our 4th elimination of a game number 6 here. Ding Louis, 6, 7, 8, Huangfly and Lu Ren King now are out of the last game here today of our bi-weekly 2. We're seeing the ulti being popped there from, I believe that was Dubai, just having, yes it is indeed, having to slip around here, trying to survive a little bit, but of course in solos, once you smell blood, you just go, you just swarm, and he's out. Reki with a sick shot there on the bow, able to knock out Dubai. That is going to be his 4th kill as well, tying up Zhang Yu here for 1st place in this lobby. Pandaman, no one wants to be down there. No one wants to be down there, and Pandaman not only finds himself down there, but without really much hope either. No armor, no health. Dongqing, he knows it as well. He's just shooting over and over and over, and Pandaman is struggling. No health, but has been able to get some armor back as the blind comes through. It's so hard to fight in these conditions. How do you do it? Dongqing doesn't know where Pandaman's gone. Goodness, he survives. He lives to fight another day. This Taka as well really wants to get to that last circle. He cannot be going down at this point. He's not even reached his final form. He wants to wait it out. I think he might be in a bit of trouble here, though.
He's in trouble, but no one really wants to push onto him because there's a potential that you get knocked off of cliff into the low ground and into the sand cognacs, which is going to secure a partial blind. Pandaman now has all of the time to be able to just keep himself on this cliff. DAY1 might be able to contest him, but again, the Taka having that range means that you can activate the sand cognacs without having to worry about the blind, as Dongqing now tries to come through and oust the Taka out from the ledge. It's pushing him now into DAY1, but Pandaman still just keeping himself out of sight, out of focus, so that when that zone starts to close through, he can look for the ultimate to hit. He doesn't have any room to be able to escape. Dongqing, though, can't activate a Sand Cognac this time to be able to blind them and save his life, and he will go down before the win condition can be in play. Zone starting to look real small, and there's a lot of players still alive. It is now going to be a great sword comes through, but the full meter dump potentially from Zhang Yu. Wu Chan still going to be able to use the ultimate, not able to TP away though. And now is going to have to face a lot of outward poke from the likes of Xiaohu with the Flamer on these rocks. This is making it absolutely impossible for some of these players to try to fight into. Wang Liang goes down to the nunchucks as Cao Bao with the dagger just trying to keep themselves nice and mobile. Anyone who tries to push forward is going to get stuck in that uppercut rush. But look at Xiao's position at the moment. Doesn't have the best loadout, but the positioning in terms of having that Flamer is forcing all of these players onto the left side of this map. Is finally going to be challenged by Dongqing, but Dongqing has to get close enough, and Cherish is going to immediately activate the Yodo F to be able to swap back to the Flamer, and we go back to square one.
1 minute left. This circle is getting tiny, and there's so much scrapping happening. There is nowhere left to hide. You got the corner of this house, and that's it. And that house is not safe, because if you start flying through those rockets, it doesn't matter where you are in the house. It's going to land inside, and you're going to be in a lot of trouble. Zhang Yu here on your screen has to be the favorite for this one. Yellow gear all around. Goes into the armory. The army man says, "What'll it be today, bruv?" He says, "Give me the 2000 Coldplay. Make it all yellow." He's going for this one here. I think he might be able to pick up a kill. He's looking a little bit scary though. Able to get the reset, getting the armor off as well. Just playing time here. Not necessarily having to engage, not being forced into that engage either, and letting everyone else chunk the others down. Just able to play a little bit passive in this one. DAY1 now charging up that greatsword here. Yes, Barry, he's done so. Oh my goodness, that is so huge. This circle is closing in on non-existence here, and we still have a handful of. Look at this. Oh wait, there's still so many players alive. And it's pure corruption hose. Look at Shah with that ulti above everyone, trying to make the Yoto ulti work, trying to get all that damage. Oh my goodness, Shah, how many kills can they get here? He's done it. What the hell was that, Shaw? You utter madman. Disgusting display of the final circle. I think it is going to be Shanglu actually winning the MVP when it's all said and done, but bloody hell, what was that?
Shaw just had such good positioning the second that ring started to close in. So first of all, he has the Flamer. And anyone who tries to contest him to right side eats into so many of their resources. And it is actually going to be Xia coming through with the pick. Like, he was entirely uncontested. Anyone who tries to move in close eats the Flamer. He's then able to drop the Yodo F, so there's no poke damage to follow through on the fact that he's going to have to go through a reshield. He's able to swap back into the Flamer and funnel everyone else into the building, which is massive, because it means you can hold on to your Yodo ultimate, knowing that they're going to have to be popping things like the Zipping F and the ultimate to be able to get safely out from the building back into the open space. And that means that those resources, they're not going to have when you come in with the Yoto ult. He's able to be the only Yoto ulting as well. No one's really keeping an eye on him. The only sort of spanner in the works that could have been there was the greatsword, but it gets counted out of their hands. And so all of the spin to win planning of knocking those players out of the zone and picking up those kills really quickly, gets entirely denied, and he's just able to come in and deal the brunt amount of damage and catch every single player below him, to the side of him, around him, all the while entirely uncontested. And because things like the zipping don't have the ultimates to be able to survive through the slashes, they don't have the shields to try to get their health regened, the blades do their work. The ultimate cleans absolute house, and Sha, by playing until final circle, finally walks away with a win. This is why we say keep an eye on this guy in solos, because he can have pop-off games like that.
It took some time for him to ramp up, but he finally got there in game number 6. It was poetic, and I feel great for the guy. He was bullied the entirety of today. Every single time we saw Shah, he was being chased by like 4 or 5 guys. He just couldn't find his mojo. He couldn't find his footing in those games, and he was constantly on the back foot. Credit to him though, he was still able to like survive and make it to quite late on into the game and still pick up some points, even in games where he wasn't able to do a huge amount. But in that one, obviously the perfect way to cap it off. That final circle was absolutely ridiculous. There was like 7 people when there was no circle left, and all I saw in the kill score was a Shah just making it happen at the end there with that Yoto ultimate, really putting down the pain and capping off a fantastic day of Naraka here in the Nbpl, and obviously on the new map as well, which is very exciting. I was surprised that we didn't see Takeda at all, but we didn't need to see Takeda when we've got sick Yoto plays. Look at that. I think he gets 4 kills in the end. There's probably all of them coming in that final circle right there. But pretty close between the 1st and 4th place as well. Dao Hui, very, very happy with that one. A guy who had been struggling quite a lot, I would say, today. Really wasn't his day. But finishing 7.5 points in that last game, absolutely beautiful stuff. Zhang Yu as well with those legendary weapons. Not able to bring it all the way to the end, but still, you will not sniff at 2nd place. Being our most consistent player, for sure, I highly expect he will be ranked number 1 overall when we get to the overall score here. A bit of surprise here for me would be Wang Liang and not being able to get a single point. And Hongfly, a bit of a fall from grace, finishing 1st, being the MVP in game number 4, and then game number 5 and 6, not being able to pick up a single point.
Reki as well from the side of Ventus was really impressive. Like, we saw Hongfly on game 5 have a really good sniper game, but Reki has very quietly but consistently been able to find these snipes with the bow every single time. If it wasn't Hongfly coming with a kill steal, it felt like it was Reki. And I think he's actually been able to rack up quite a lot of kills just very quietly. And so I think he might be placed pretty high as well.
I think that's a good point. Reki definitely was constantly making it happen, constantly getting some kills, and finishing fairly high throughout the day. Chu Sheng as well, number 5 there, our previous MVP, which just goes to show as well, like, today was just completely up in the air and there was no real standout performer. I mean, I will give it to Zhang Yu, and we'll see what the actual scores say, but the fact that we had different MVPs in every single game today really just goes to show the diversity of the skill and the talent that we have here in the Nbpl. As we bring up Shah's MVP card, didn't have a single legendary soul jade either, was really just relying on popping people with the Yoto ulti.
7.6k damage from the Flamer.
Yeah, as you do. Just chilling.
Oh, Flamers, they're just absolutely terrifying. Like, you have to be so worried about, like, you can't just, F through it because you're just going to eat the flame ticks. You can't really use the Yoto ultimate near it either. Like, you have to use that slash and TP after the first slash to escape the Flamer. If you don't have the TP up and available, the Flamer's just going to walk towards you and you might have to cancel your ultimate and just try and grapple away from it. And it was something that Xiao was consistently punishing. Anyone who came close, anyone who tried to ult near him, you would just pop that Flamer and do so much damage. As Davi would say, he would just barbecue any player that came near.
I think in this map as well, these like low range skirmishes just happen quite a lot, and we saw in the previous time this map was played, the MVP had really high melee damage, and this time it's Flamebringer, which, let's be honest, it's a ranged weapon, but it's essentially used in close quarters as like that low ranged weapon. I think it's quite exciting when you're forced into those kind of plays as the map gets smaller, as the circle closes in as well. And yeah, Shah being able to make it happen with that Flamebringer, getting that sick loot as well in there, always helps And I think honestly we've had a really good day of the NBPL today. I was quite surprised at the pure like difference of not just of MVPs, but even just like the top 3, top 5 that we're seeing on each map. For you, Moxie, like, what would you say is kind of like a big standout moment for you today that you've taken away here, and that maybe you weren't expecting, or maybe something that has really just solidified opinion of yours that you were expecting? Just what were your thoughts on today for the NBPL?
So I think for Holoroff, like, we're seeing a sort of difference in terms of how you start off the games as opposed to when you're on the Morris Isle. Morris Isle, you tend to just go for a lot of places where you know there's going to be a lot of loot. Not necessarily great loot, but still a lot of loot. With Holoroff, we're seeing you need to get the good loot immediately. So I think we're going to be seeing a lot of aggression, a lot of really hotly contested spots like Plume Temple, like where you do have that puzzle coming through. It's going to be interesting to see how the players handle the differences between the maps too.
Yeah, and speaking of, we have...
Hi everyone, welcome to the post-game interview. And Leah, we invite Ricis from Ventus to our interview. Let him say hello to us first. 谢谢 Ricis 跟我们大家打个招呼吧。
Hello， 大家好，我是 Ventus 的 Ricis。
Okay, welcome. So today, of course, I'm gonna ask you some questions about our Holoroff, the new map. So which new things give you the most deeply impressions in the map? 那首先第一个问题肯定是要问到你啊，因为今天火龙果第一天嘛。那你觉得在火龙果里面这些新的东西，给你印象最深的是哪一个？
就是之前的那个最后一把的那个叫什么沙什么啊沙魔域啊，对，因为我不知道那个东西可以致盲，完了之后也不知道是谁打了一下，完了之后我致盲5秒钟，我当时什么都不知道，什么都看不见，我怕别人把我弄死了，我就一直在跑，然后其实挺新奇的吧这东西。
Okay, so I think a sand contact because these things can like blind you like maybe 5 seconds in the game. So because I was not really quite know about this, so at that time I was be blind after the opponent attacked the sand contact, and I think it's really new and it's really interesting in the game. Okay, so I have a question about because in the like several solos before, Wu Chen was actually saw them appear in the game, but in today, Wu Chen appear in the game again. Maybe you can tell us the reason why? 那其实我们之前看到吴晨已经几乎被淘汰了，但是在今天的新地图里面又重新出现了，你觉得这个原因是什么？
因为上台之前我问过王良，我说这把玩什么？他说不知道呀。我说玩武田吧，他说玩武田不行，他说玩武田容易被集火针对。完了之后，然后不知道为什么就选了一手吴晨。我看到那个 F3 V3 的时候，我当时也懵了一下，我在那儿蹲人呢，我还。
Okay, so before the game, I asked Wang Liang maybe which hero I should play this time, but he told me he really don't know about the new map. Maybe Takuda, but I think Takuda is not like strong enough for the new map. If you use this hero, everyone will attack you in the game. So he played Wu Chen in the game, and he was like use V3, and I was quite confused about his operations in the game, so maybe there still need time to explore about the new map. 好的，谢谢瑞希来到我们的采访。当然，今天的表现也是非常棒的，祝贺你拿到了我们第2名的好成绩。Okay, thank Rishi. Come to our interview. Will the camera back to the casters. Bye bye.
Talking about how you still need some more time on that new map. That's the beauty of it being a new map. And that's why I was so excited coming today, because you just see a lot of wacky stuff. He was saying about how he was like, what the hell, I'm blind? What is this? You know, it's like, it's the new map, mate. There's a blind in the new map. You hit that plant and it blinds you. It's funny how pro players just do that. Like, you know, you get people who are very new to the game, beginners who just like click buttons and have fun, and then you get like the middle ground of players who are like really try hard and are like, oh yeah, well, we have to study a new map and do everything properly, and then you get pro players who revert back to the beginner players mentality of I just click buttons and have fun, except they're really good at it. So it's brilliant. It always proves true in every single game that you watch. And Reki, one of the unsung heroes, I would say. That's unsung. We talked about him, but a bit of a sleeper hero because he didn't really like pop off necessarily in any of the games. I would say like didn't have any like huge pop off games. He did get MVP right in game number 2, I think, but just in general, one of the more consistent players that we had, and I was really quite impressed with how he was able to play. What are your thoughts, Moxie? Reki, just in general, is this someone you're keeping an eye on moving forward in the Nbpl?
Yeah. I mean, I would definitely say so. Reki was one of those players who was able to adapt into what Holoroth changed up in the aggression and pacing that you needed to have, as well as how you interacted with how the map was set up in terms of that verticality. But we can have a look at how the scoreline is going to go for some of these players now that we have done all 6 games of today. Very surprising that Dubai actually is coming in ranked at number 9. This is normally one of those players who is usually within the top 5. Moo on the bottom for FPX, not really having a great day. Dinhui as well. Pandaman, one of the favorites, trying to make the Taka work, but again, just not able to put the win condition in where you're able to survive into the final ring. And then you rack up the majority of your points as we see things like the Yodo. And there it is. We thought, okay, Reki, unsung hero. No, he slots into second above Shusheng, who spots up on third, and it is no surprises. OC's Jiang Yu, who is going to be booking up that number 1 spot consistently, other than game 4, having really strong games, making it into final circle, and will be racking up the points with a good 10-point lead.
A bit surprised to see Kaibao up there. Like, we did talk about him a bit and stuff, but he was never, he didn't get MVP. He was just kind of chilling out, and obviously in a lot of these fights, but I wasn't expecting to see him in number 5. Wang Liang as well, not picking up any MVPs, but just with the way that he plays in his playstyle, you can see it's almost like the same score each time that he does well, because he just chills out and then finishes like top 3, top 5, and gets like 1 or 2 kills or something like that. It's about consistency, and that does land him that number 6 spot. I do think it's quite impressive though. Zhang Yu, I've been, well, yeah, impressive is the word. I've been quite impressed with the way he played today. He was definitely by far our most consistent performer, and you can see that in the total points. So he only got MVP once, but the fact that he is 10 points over his competition in second, and then like 20 points over third place, absolutely absurd stuff, really. Like, Mr. Consistency in this one, and well deserved coming in the first place there. Zhang Yu's going to be the player I'm going to be looking forward to as we move on into the future of solos. I think Chu Sheng as well coming in third, considering you did big fat goose eggs in the first 2 games, is always rather impressive. The fact that you're off to such a terrible start, you still managed top 3, honestly, that's pretty banging. Here's your schedule for, I assume, tomorrow. I can't see a date, but I'm going to guess it's tomorrow. It's the trios of Naraka, and if I'm not mistaken, that's game number 3 and 6, also on Holoroth on the new map. So if you want to see the new map in action, make sure to tune in. And of course, it'll be trios instead of solos, so even different meta. We were talking a bit about how the transform comps will operate differently on the new map because there's so many like obstacles and verticality and stuff like that. I'm really curious to see how that's going to shift the meta, because transform comps are very big in the meta right now, and that's going to change a lot of things up. Moxie, it's been an absolute pleasure today. Is there anything, just closing thoughts here for our first day of Bi-Weekly 2 that you want to add on to our solo games?
No, I think we've mostly covered like all of the changes that have happened for Holoroth. We sadly didn't really get to see a snowstorm come through, so we didn't get to see the chill in effect, but it's been pretty chill over here on the desk box. I've enjoyed my time greatly.
I love that. That's brilliant. As you can see at the bottom of your screen, though, the trios match on the 18th of September, which is the Sunday. So normally that's our last game day. That's going to be delayed until Wednesday on the following week. So 6 days from now, we're essentially just, instead of the last day won't be happening, we're going to add in an extra first day to stream broadcast next week. Still a lot of solos to go through, obviously, the rest of the NBPL. This is only the first week of the bi-weekly. A lot can change. It's only the first day. Like, obviously, we love to hype things up and we love to draw massive conclusions and all that lovely business. But so much can change. So much can change within one day, let alone within like 3 or 4 days or however many days we get of solos before we get into those bi-weekly finals. And who knows, by that point, I expect the meta may have shifted a little bit, specifically when it comes to Holoroth and the new map. Takeda is we've already seen the meta shift in 2 games. It was Takeda to begin with, and then it wasn't Takeda. Is there anything you think might come through? You can't say Wu Chen and his TP. I'm gonna buy you some. No, that's. I mean, you can if you want to say it, but I just don't think.
No, I feel like Yoda is still gonna be extremely strong, right? Because just like Wu Chen, which you can use for his TP, you can literally use the Yoda ultimate to be able to relocate onto the verticality, and we're already seeing it in all of the games that we've seen, both on the Morris Isle and on Holoroth. But unfortunately, that doesn't seem like we're going to be all that we're seeing today, folks, because I believe our time, lovely as it's been, is going to be up.
It is. We had a fantastic time. Thank you so much for watching the stream today, guys. Don't forget to tune in tomorrow for some more beautiful Naraka gameplay with that true action starting at the same place, same time. Thanks for watching. See you there.
Though the odds aren't in my favor, I will soar above the mountain. I won't give in nor surrender. I'm the phoenix in my head. All the scars beneath my armor, I will wear them like an honor. They to be stronger, like the phoenix in my head. And they can try to bring me down or push me to the edge, but it won't work. Oh no. They can try to bring me down or pull me to the deepest grave, but I will rise 1,000 times. Oh, rise 1,000 times. Oh, see, my blood is in the shade of a burning scarlet sunrise. The end is my beginning. I will rise 1,000 times.
I've fallen and I rise from ashes. This time I'll come back stronger. I know life is getting harder, not like I would choose another. My tears need healing powers, just one drop to recover. Can't stop me cause I'm the phoenix. I've fallen and I rise from ashes. This time I'll come back stronger. I know life is getting harder, not like I would choose another. My tears need healing powers, just one drop to recover. Can't stop me cause I'm reviving.
From the ashes, from the brokenness.